Welcome, friends. This is Mike Williams. The video you are about to watch contains 6 hours of analysis and discussion pertaining to the memoirs of Billy Shears. With the roundtables, I sat down with colleagues and fellow Beatle researchers to offer our insights into the content of the book. Thanks for listening. Welcome, my friends, to the Sage Quay Radio Hour, your home for free and critical thinking, and I'm your host, Mike Williams. Today, my guests are fellow researchers and colleagues Melinda, Victoria, and Wendy. The ladies join me for a roundtable discussion to analyze the 9 after 909 edition of the Memoirs of Billy Shears, a book that many consider to be a must-read for anyone researching and looking into the Paul is Dead or McCartney conspiracy. The conversation was wide-ranging and insightful as we discussed the story of the man who has been playing the part of Paul McCartney for over 50 years. So sit back, take a listen, and enjoy, because a splendid time is guaranteed for all. Well, folks, we have a great show today, and as promised, this show is going to bring together friends of mine who are researchers and colleagues that have studied the Paul is Dead conspiracy or the McCartney conspiracy, and all of us have dove into the memoirs of Billy Shears, and today we're going to focus on the Blue Book, which is the second edition, which came out September 9th of last year. That's when it was pre-ordered. So with me for this show is Melinda, Victoria, and Wendy, and we have been conversing back and forth over the last 2 or 3 years, and as I have mentioned on a number of shows, I do a lot of my own research, but there's a lot of really smart people out there that are also doing research. And with that, I would like to thank Melinda, Victoria, and Wendy for joining the show. So the first question I have, ladies, is the book itself, The Memoirs of Billy Shears. And we're going to focus on the blue cover. Is Billy involved in this book, or is the book a figment of Tom Harriot's imagination? And so we'll start with Melinda first. Melinda, what are your thoughts?
There's way too many inside perspectives in the life of the Beatles and the music industry. Tom would have to have been a creative genius to have put this thing together strictly by research. So, I mean, I just really don't see how it could be anything other than Bill being heavily involved in this. Just the lyric content of explaining how songs connect to each other, what lyrics mean, is absolutely mind-blowing. It will make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. A lot of times when you experience truth and it resonates with you, you have experiences like that where, you know, you get goosebumps and things become crystal clear. And reading that book was definitely an experience like that for me.
Okay. Victoria, what are your thoughts?
Billy is definitely involved. I don't think Tom Harriot could have done it, although I think he's a smart guy. I don't think that he could have, I don't think he could have done this if he were 100% accurate psychic. He couldn't have come up with some of this stuff. And there's also song lyrics in the back. He would have had to have been a lyricist. And I don't think that's possible. There's just a lot of insider information. He would have to be talking to either William or somebody extremely close to William. There's mentions of obscure songs in there, you know, things that most people wouldn't have even thought about. And I would think that there would be a lot of copyright infringement. Just for an example, the movie Yesterday paid out about 40% of their budget just to copyrights for the songs. This book likely did not have the same opportunities to pay big money, and money would have had to have been exchanged or permissions.
So you're saying the financing of the book alone to include the songs would have been an astronomical amount of money?
Yes, for a company like the Pepper Press, was it?
Yeah, right.
It's not like it's Doubleday or someone. That's my opinion on that. So
Now, you mentioned the lyrics in the back of the book. Just so for folks who haven't read the book, what Victoria is speaking about there's a song contest. And in the back of the book, there are lyrics that Billy has supplied. And if you write a song and you incorporate those lyrics, you can submit it. And at some point, Billy claims that he's going to release a CD with the winners of the song contest with, their versions of the songs with those lyrics on that CD or album. So that's what Victoria was referring to. Wendy, how about yourself? What are your thoughts?
Yes, I think you'd have to be extremely close to the Beatles or Billy himself to be able to come up with this kind of detail and, too much continual knowledge of the time and ongoing involvement. It has to be Billy. And also, when people write a book, they do it for money and, for the subject. But this book isn't advertised at all. And so it has to be someone that doesn't really need the money for the book to be coming out, if that makes sense, because of the way it's advertised. So it just couldn't be anyone else.
Yeah, in fact, I think Billy refers to it as an underground book, and it was self-published, right, through CreateSpace, I believe it was, right? So you're right. So it is very limited exposure, and it's almost as if what he's saying is, if you really want to know and you're really seeking, you'll find it.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's talk a little bit about why Billy is releasing this information and why he's disclosing. So, Melinda, what are your thoughts? Why is he doing this?
I would venture to guess that, for one, he is closing in on his crossing over date and to explain how it all went down, and also some type of validation. But I think more than anything else is the introduction where he discusses to his children that he wrote that as a way of understanding that they've had to live a lie. It's one thing for him and Linda to have made that choice, but they pretty much hoisted that upon their children with no choice for them to make as to whether or not they wanted to live this lie. So I think, clearing the air is one thing, but I think more than anything, it's almost an apology to his kids.
Interesting. That's an interesting perspective. I hadn't thought about it in that way, but that's very interesting. Victoria, how about yourself?
Because living a lie is difficult. It's, and he's been doing it a very long time. And I think that he has made efforts in the past, whether it was an obligation or just something he wanted with these clues and these little truths that he left along the way, the album covers and the whatever. Because honestly, on those clues, for normal people, it would be like the joke that got old. It was fun the first couple, but then after that, he just kept doing it. And so obviously he was trying to communicate, and obviously people weren't getting it, and he wants to tell them about himself. He is getting towards the end of the runway, and he wants to finish up his unfinished business.
And people don't know who he is, right? I mean, that's the point. All of these songs, and who knows who Billy Shears or Billy Shepherd or Billy Campbell, whatever surname you want to use, nobody knows who he is. Everybody thinks he's a guy by the name of Paul McCartney, right?
Right. Even at the end of the song index, it does state that as Billy ends his entire life, there is a sentence in there that says that. So this is all prepping. This is all prepping us to get ready for the next step.
Okay. Wendy?
I think when, the replacement happened, it was probably exciting, and the thought of money and fame was, on his mind, and being in charge of, the best group in the world, the Beatles, was sort of sounded amazing. But I think after 53 years, the majority of fans don't know who he is, and I think it may be taking its toll. And I think also when you get older, you have periods of reflection, and you sometimes sit and analyse your life's path. And I think, like everyone else has said, he's getting near the end of his runway, and he basically wants people to know who he is. And I think more than that, I think he wants people to like him.
Yeah, he mentions that in the book. He wants us to get to know him. And one of the things I guess we could talk about now a little bit is in the Red Book, for those of us that read the Red Book, the tone that Billy took in the narrative was very arrogant to a lot of people. I felt that way when I read the Red Book. And then I noticed with the Blue Book that the arrogance was softened, and he came across a little more personable. What are your thoughts on that? Wendy, I'll start with you since I kind of tagged on to your response there.
I haven't read the Red Book. I've only read comments about it. But most people have said, how arrogant and self-centered he sounded in the Red Book. He definitely seems a nicer person, a more balanced person in the Blue Book. And the Blue Book contains more detailed disclosure and more verifiable facts. And he doesn't sound so egotistical as everybody said that he did in the Red Book. And also there's more emphasis placed on Crowley in the Blue Book. And I think it's all information for us to find out everything else for ourselves.
Melinda, you read the Red Book, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what is your take? Was Billy more arrogant in the Red Book versus the Blue Book?
Oh, absolutely. But, I mean, you can equate that with, 10 years between both books?
Yeah.
10 years can make a big difference in your maturity level and your mellow attitude. So, you gotta factor that into it, is that he's just growing older and a little more softer around the edges.
Yeah, because it was 9 years between the books, the Red Book and the Blue Book.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, think about our own, how we are looking back at what you were like 10 years ago, whatever, as opposed to now. You're a lot more patient. And some of it could be just a reaction to the Red Book.
Yes.
That he got so much negative feedback from the attitude that he decided to tone it down.
Victoria, how about yourself? Did you read the Red Book?
I read the Red Book and I read the Blue Book. I felt like in spots the Red Book was almost hard to read due to the arrogance. I mean, I might skip a page or two here or there because I got tired of hearing it. Nonetheless, when the new book came out, I was excited. I wanted to read it. I went and got it. And I tell people that it's like some of the layers of his glass onion have been peeled back. It's revealing. He's personable. It's somebody that you would like to meet and have a chat with. It's definitely full of more emotion.
Now, what about the discussion about Tom himself? Now, we've all heard that people saying that Tom is not a real person and all this, and I believe all of us on this call know that Tom is indeed real. So what's your take on Tom's role with this? Just your opinion. How do you think that he got involved in doing this book with Billy? Melinda, is Tom real?
Oh, Tom's real.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Facebook friends with him. And he seems like a genuinely nice guy. He's never been anything but really kind and positive.
Yes.
I was just reading it for the third time, the blue one, and the part where he said, think of all historical facts with the Beatles as fiction and all the things that are in this book as fact.
Right.
Tom obviously had quite a reputation for what he does for him to be enlisted to do this book in the first place.
Victoria, what are your thoughts regarding Tom's role with the book?
Well, if you read the sleeve of the book, it says Tom is a code breaker. And that kind of made me think about taking us back to the Red Book and maybe a little before that. The whole Da Vinci Code thing was big there for a while, the Bible codes and encoding and the whole bunch of that, which isn't something that is a hot topic now, but at that time it was. And I think that Tom and Bill just kind of share an esoteric view about codes and encoding. I'm not saying that Tom necessarily believes the same things that Bill does as far as spirituality or anything else like that. I just mean that, maybe it's like a hobby type of a thing for Tom to be this encoder, and Bill happens to like codes. So I think there's more to their friendship than emails and telephone calls, because he knows so much that would almost be expected that they've at least met. I would think if I were trusting, I wouldn't trust a stranger with all that insider information unless I'd met them and felt good about it.
Right, right. Wendy?
I think Tom obviously is real. I think he's probably a Freemason as well. And I think he comes across as a completely trustworthy individual. And he obviously has Billy's confidence to be able to keep all this information. And he just comes across as a decent person when I've seen comments and everything else about Tom. And I think he's just trusted. He's a trusted individual, which I think in this psychological operation, you need to have somebody that you know is going to fulfill their part of the deal.
That's a very good point. Basically, some even keel element to this whole thing, because it is a very controversial topic. We all know this. And we all know that even within the Paul is Dead community itself, I mean, people don't agree. And it can get, it can get quite nasty sometimes. So I think this calming effect, or, this even keelness that Tom brings is very helpful. So that's a very good point, Wendy. I did ask Tom about the encoding and how it is that he came upon these skills. And it was in an email exchange that we had. It's going back several months ago, maybe even a year ago or so. And he said to me that he had received the training a long time ago, and that when he was being trained to do this, that at the time he had no idea why he was taking this training or why he was involved in it. And so it's one of those things, if you read into it, where he was being essentially tapped, identified early on as somebody who had a certain skill set that was going to be very beneficial down the line. Now, whether it meant it had to do with the memoirs of Billy Shears or something else, we don't know that. But sounds to me like, lack of a better term, he was groomed. That's what it sounded like to me. So what are your thoughts on that, Melinda?
Well, over the history, haven't Masons and secret societies kind of encoded and communicated with each other, even written in the Bible and, William Shakespeare and all that type of stuff. So, he just excelled at what he did. Just like grooming Bill. I mean, he showed a talent for music at a very young age, according to Memoirs. And I'm sure Tom showed a talent for what he did at a very young age. And so they just sort of gelled. They both had built reputations, and it only made sense to put the two of them together.
Yeah. So another story that I can tell here, and it was through an email exchange I had with Tom, and I had a question about, and this is during when the Red Book was out. The Blue Book was not released yet, and it had to do with the whole Phil Ackrell piece of the book. And I had a question about the Ackrell narrative, and so I emailed Tom, and he wrote me back, and he said, Mike, I have to go through the boxes that I have, and let me see what information, additional details that I have that I can look to incorporate into the book to clarify certain aspects of the Ackrell story. So that was it. That was basically the exchange. But what I found interesting was that he said that he had to go back to the boxes, which says to me that a shipment of boxes came, and I'm sure those files were very orderly, chronological, and had Billy's life detailed to the nth degree. So it was up to Tom to go through all that information and sort through it and then put the book together.
Wow.
That's my take on it, right? I don't know this for sure. I'm just saying that I'm kind of extrapolating here based upon that one email that we had. Let's go down this path a little bit now, because this is something that those of us that have read the memoirs of Billy Shears, and we talk about it and we discuss it, that we bump up against a lot, that people question the truthfulness of the book, because the book is categorized as historical fiction. And the reason for that, as we all know, is because, and it is explained in the book, the reason why it is categorized as historical fiction is because Billy and Tom, but we'll focus on Billy because he's the protagonist. He had to sign non-disclosures and confidentiality agreements in order to be in the role of Paul McCartney. So in order to be able to not breach those contracts, there has to be a fictional element flowing through the book. Now, that being said, the question becomes, do the fictional elements of the book outweigh the truthfulness of the book? So that's why I will always say the book is truthful. And if you go into the book realizing that the reason why there has to be fictional aspects is because they have to protect the agreements that have been signed, and you can rise above getting hunkered down with, well, you know, this little piece here is, I believe, to be fictional, so I'm just going to disregard the entire book. I think that's very foolish, my personal opinion, because of all the detail that is in the book that only an insider would know. We mentioned before about the song lyrics and how the song lyrics tie together and the true meanings of many of those lyrics, because all of the songs after Billy joined the band were all Paul is Dead songs, so they had Paul is Dead clues in them, some more than others, but this is what Billy tells us in Memoirs. Victoria, how about yourself? The truthfulness of the book, how do you explain it to people if and when you're asked?
Well, I have a tough time getting other people to read the book. They've already made up their minds, but I think that throughout the book there are small untruths here and there to help that, but nothing that matters, nothing that's a big deal. I think it's generally mostly truthful. I think that people struggle with the occult aspect, but who's going to go in there and say, oh, I'm a follower of Crowley? I mean, who's going to go in there and say that if there's not something to it? And by the way, everything that I can find in there, researchable, that I've looked up is true.
Yes, you hit on a very key point. Those aspects of the book where he explains the occult and other scenarios that he takes us through, when you research it, and we'll get into it a little later with the Stanshall bit, when you research it, you're left with proving it or validating that it's true. Because when I go through this, and I know you ladies do the same thing, I go into it and I'm looking to either validate it or debunk it based upon my own independent research. So I use the book as a foundation. It's a starting point, the stepping stone. And then I branch out to see if what's being told in the book is accurate, if it's truthful. And what I have found is that the big stuff in the book is indeed factual, coming from my perspective and my research. So is that where you're going with it too, Victoria?
Yes, I have, looked up the stuff I'm interested in and some of the other stuff that I really wasn't. I just wanted to see what I could find, and especially with the occultic aspects, I found everything to be true, everything that is researchable, everything. And I'm not saying that Tom Harriet has made all this up about, well, there would have been lawsuits.
Yes. If
Bill wasn't okay with such being said about him, then there would have just been lawsuits all over the place.
Wendy, how about yourself?
Well, I read it on face value, and I think it's as truthful as it possibly can be. And I know there are themes running through the book from start to finish, especially there's a long-running joke between John and Billy regarding 666 the Beast, and they laugh about that, so that tells you that it's sort of not true. And I think that particular part was Tom Harriet's idea. Yes, it was. And so I agree with you. It's like a foundation course in college. It's there to create your interest and give you a certain amount of information for you then to go out and find the rest of the information yourself. In chapter 65, it says everything to prove identity is true and verifiable, and facts about not being Paul are easily documented. And it does state that chapter 35 is fiction. and Tom Harriet took liberties with dialogue and other elements, but on the whole, I think it's a truthful book. I think it's as truthful as it possibly can be without getting into trouble over it.
And chapter 65, by the way, is a very important chapter, and especially if you break down the acrostical code. So maybe what I'll do is I'll insert that into the show so people can see what the acrostical code looks like for chapter 65. As you all know, I put a video out giving my perspective on what I thought were the fictional components of the book. Now, I will say this, and I haven't mentioned this before, but I did run my premise by Tom, and Tom got back to me and said, you're on the right track. My premise was, and I'll put the link down in the description box below for the video, that the fictional parts of Memoirs has to do with a psychological play or psychological thread in the book. And they knew, when I say they, I mean Billy and Tom knew, that because of people's belief systems, they are apt to believe something if it resonates with them or it's something that they believe in, and they are apt to disbelieve something if it doesn't fit into or gel with their worldview. The example I can use is the occult. Many people reject the occult. They just do not believe that the occult exists, that it's played up, it's over-exaggerated. So when the book talks about the occult aspects, there are a lot of people that will just reject that out of hand. As soon as you reject it, what you're saying is that part of the book is fiction. If you think that Aleister Crowley was unimportant or that he was a carnival barker, then whenever Billy talks about Crowley and you don't believe in Crowley, you're going to say, well, that part is fiction. And we can go right down the line. So if you don't believe that he played a version of Vivian Stanshall, then when you read the Stanshall pieces in the book, you're going to say that's fiction. I figured this out because, as I was reading it, I thought to myself, because I've been in the research conspiracy business for a long time, and as I was reading it, I was thinking to myself, this is like the motherlode of conspiracy in this book as far as the occult goes, the esoteric, mysticism, all of that stuff, Crowley, magic, the Illuminati. And I thought, this book is not for the average person, because for the average person to pick this up and not have any understanding of Freemasonry, secret societies, the Illuminati, Crowley, or any of that stuff, is really going to struggle to get their heads wrapped around this book. And in fact, many people might just put the book down and say, what a bunch of nonsense. So I thought to myself, what if that was the major approach to defining the fiction? Because my thinking was, let's just say, hypothetically, you're going to take Billy to court, and you're going to take the memoirs of Billy Shears into court with you. How do you prove that the occult is important or that the occult is real? How do you prove numerology? How do you prove Aleister Crowley and his influence? And the answer to that is you cannot. So therefore, those aspects of the book, they could be deemed fiction. Even if you presented it to a jury and you talk to the jury about a lot of what's in this book, I mean, their heads are going to swim. They're going to go, that just can't be. That can't be real. And so when that happens, what do you have? So the fictional pieces of the book, a majority of the fiction in the book has to do with playing on people's belief systems and their worldviews. People believe things, they accept it. People don't believe things, they reject it. So I know I was a little long-winded there. So let's just go around the table a little bit and see if I'm out to lunch here. So Wendy, what do you think about that?
So in that case, possibly all the book could be truthful, but because of people's personal ideologies, it can never be called the absolute truth because nobody will believe 100% of it.
That's right. Yep, that's exactly my premise, that it actually brings the reader in and the reader makes it fiction.
Yes, absolutely.
If that's what they did, and again, like I said, I did run my premise by Tom, and he said I was on the right track. It's actually brilliant.
It is.
When you think about it.
Absolutely brilliant, because it could never be called the truth because not everybody would believe it. And that's it.
Melinda, what are your thoughts?
Reading the Red Memoirs years ago, there were a couple of nights that I slept with the light on just because it scared me. And then it became a springboard of understanding how the world works. I mean, he plays it out right there. He shows you right there. When you finally understand I mean, with the numbers and the signs and how the numbers are relating to even media stories and stuff like that. When I talk to people about memoirs, I go, if you want to know why you haven't made it big in the music industry, you might want to read this book, because it will give you an understanding of how why you didn't make it.
Right.
It's all obviously controlled. And once you see it, you can't never go back.
Victoria, how about yourself?
There seems to be a theme out there of what ifs. The Yesterday movie, for example, what if this, what if that, and I think people are accustomed to saying what if this, what if that, and they're kind of used to some sort of fiction being built in around the Beatles. It's been conditioned over the years.
All right, so let's switch gears a little bit here, and let's talk about something that's another controversial piece of the book, where Billy comes out and tells us point blank that the Beatles were a Tavistock project right from the beginning, that the Beatles were never organic. Now, some people will say to me, Mike, that's not true. They were organic when they were 5 years old. And I'm like, no, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the starting point of which the Beatles started to come together as a group, and that progression. That's what we're talking about. I'm not talking about when they were little children. So, Melinda, what's your take on that aspect of Memoirs where Billy is telling us the Beatles were a Tavistock project right from the very beginning?
Well, I do remember reading a couple of days ago where he mentioned that the elites had their eyes on Paul from the beginning, and that if he had gone to a different band, they still would have, like, he was a marked man.
Yeah.
If you go back to what Richard Balducci talks about his birth date, he mentions he picked a bad time to be born. That's a great way to put it. I mean, the more you think about this, the more you go into it, you realize, poor Paul probably had no concept of what was going on around him. That's just kind of the way I look at it. I mean, he got coaxed and pushed in certain directions, but it was almost like he was born to die in that perspective.
Victoria, what are your thoughts?
Well, do you remember, and I don't know, maybe you haven't seen everything I've seen, but it seems like it came across your channels somehow. Do you remember the radio announcer that went to visit Yoko Ono, and Yoko said, "Oh no, I have to see your astrology chart first." And so he gave her the...
That was the Playboy interview.
Yeah, that's right, the Playboy interview.
Right.
So he gave her the information, and she said, "Oh, yes, well, we can do this." I think that it was something like that. If it wasn't that from the start, now where the start was, I don't know if that was in high school when they had their little group, because I don't even know if you could get high school boys under your thumb that way. Maybe not. But anywhere from where Brian Epstein stepped in forward, definitely not organic. They're the product of a Tavistock think tank. That's where they were conceived. And I kind of wonder if it wasn't astrology charts, as Richard pointed out about Paul's birthday.
Okay, Wendy, what are your thoughts about Tavistock being in it from the very beginning?
Yes, I think they were. I think they were four young lads that were easy to manipulate, and I think they were probably watched. And because four young lads left to their own devices would not have had the impact and sustainability and success without being controlled. I mean, when you're 20, 21, 22, you want to do what you want to do. You're completely narcissistic, and unless you've got some control around you, you're not going to have that work ethic. And I think that my personal feeling is that they were never organic, and right from the start, and they were watched and to see if they could be made into what they wanted them to be. And so the myth of the four working class lads that worked hard, got to where they're going, I think is an absolute myth.
I'm with you. You and I agree 100% on that. I believe it to be a myth also, and I've explained to my audience and to folks that speak to me about this and want to know more about it that you have to remember that the same people that created the band are the same people that gave you the backdrop.
Yes.
They're the ones that wrote the narrative. They wrote the magazine articles. They wrote the history. They're the ones that a lot of these websites that are up on the internet today are controlled by the very group, by the controllers, by Tavistock to ensure that the whole story came together. It wasn't just Tavistock creating a band. They had to create the whole package. They had to package it.
Yes.
And we have pictures of Stuart Sutcliffe going back to when they were back in the days of Hamburg, making Masonic hand signs. So I think what we're all saying is the Beatles, at the very least, from the standpoint of when they signed on the dotted line with EMI, or when Brian Epstein caught up with them, organic was over.
I don't think organic was there from the start.
Yes, I agree with you 100%, Wendy. You and I are on the same page. I believe that they were in the test tube from the very beginning. But let's get Melinda and Victoria to weigh in with whether they agree or not, or with their rebuttal.
Yeah, and the Hamburg thing, I'm not just defending what I said before necessarily, but this could have been something that they knew, that if they're on board with this idealism, that maybe they get to become famous.
Yeah.
But maybe they had, maybe they hadn't been contacted, targeted, worked with already. But definitely, at least by the time Brian Epstein came into the picture, or maybe even a little bit before.
Okay. Melinda, what do you think?
Well, I mean, how much they understood of the occult, who knows? But I think the occult aspect has been on them from the get-go. Even quarryman is another name for what, a mason?
Right.
And that's what, they're in high school at that point. How much their fathers had to do with this is a real questionable aspect, or at least Paul's father. There's just so much to wonder about what was going on as they were little kids. I mean, because even some of the pictures, and gosh, Paul doesn't look anything like his brother.
Mike McCartney.
Yeah. So what's going on with, or McGear? Did he change his name to McGear?
That's his stage name, McGear, yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of go back and forth. It's either maybe right from the beginning, or, trying to pinpoint when exactly the occult took over. It's pretty hard to, they pretty much blend.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move to the question that we wanted to discuss about the occult. And I had said previously, it was my mistake, that the ritual that Billy says that Paul and John participated in was in 1962. It was actually in 1963. It was October of 1963. Of course, when this was discussed, when I brought it out on my shows, a lot of people just went absolutely nuts, because they in no way could ever believe that Paul McCartney and John Lennon, especially Paul McCartney, could participate in a satanic ritual, what Billy refers to as death for success, right? So Billy tells us in the book that Brian Jones did the same thing, John Bonham, Keith Moon, we can go on and on. We have the 27 Club and so on. So what were your thoughts when you read the book and in the blue book, because it's not in the red book, when you got to the blue book and you read about the ritual, what were your thoughts? And we'll start with Wendy on this. Wendy, what did you think when you read that?
It does sound unbelievable, but it doesn't surprise me. When you move on from that fact and you realise what goes on in the music industry, it doesn't surprise you. And perhaps at the early age, taking part in that was perhaps exciting, and, they made you feel important and everything. And perhaps, the thought of death was perhaps just a metaphor for success. And only when it actually happened to Paul, I think, did John realise that, no, this is what happens. I think the controllers made it sound exciting to them, and the thought of being immortal and, as you say, death for success. Perhaps death aspect was the metaphor for them. Perhaps they didn't realise exactly what they were getting into.
Yeah, because we do have to keep in mind that in 1963, Paul was 21 years old, so he was a very, very young guy.
Yeah.
Victoria, what do you think about that whole part of the book where he talks about Paul and John entering into that ritual in 63?
What did I get out of it? This is complicated. I think that, yes, that really did happen. Did it surprise me that they disclosed it? Yeah. I think I was surprised at the disclosure. I think they did do that. They certainly have backed up their information on that. However, growing up, at the time I grew up, we had bands that everyone knew was Satan worshipers. And, they looked it and they acted it and they said it and they sang it. And, they were mostly metal bands or whatever. But the Beatles, at least when they were young, they didn't look that way. And, then they kind of went through the counterculture stage. But so I didn't really expect that growing up. I didn't expect in the beginning to be finding these things out about them, although I'd heard whispers all my life that was true. I didn't really believe it until I read this. I think they were young. I think they thought this was just games that, oh, okay, well, sign here and you'll get $1 million or whatever. And they just did it. They just signed up for whatever. They were probably also tired of being hungry and poor.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing what they were thinking or how much they knew about occultism and the ritual and all that when it took place. So it could very well have been one of those things where they engaged in it and they just didn't take it that seriously. Now, Melinda, what are your thoughts about the ritual aspect of the story?
Well, the book would have obviously, that part would not have been able to be received at the time that it went down, but the proof is kind of in the pudding. I mean, he mentions right after that line, because I was reading it this morning, is that he said, everybody has done it that's successful, and there's going to be a death in the band. Somebody's going to die in the band. And I talk to people, go, tell me one band that has not had somebody die in it. Really hard to find one, either whether it's somebody, in the band or a loved one. Oh, you see that a lot with Hollywood and stuff. So it was really hard to take. And just like Victoria said, I think they were really young and they had no idea. It was almost entrapment that they were coaxed into doing this. And if they were victims of mind control, were they really in their right mind when it went down in the first place?
That's a premise that I floated out there. I'm not going to bring it up on this show because it's not in Memoirs, but just to touch on it.
Right.
That I believe it's very possible that Paul and John were in mind control programs from a very early age. And the reason why I say that, folks, is because if you take a look at their family structure, their fathers especially, they're really not there. This is very indicative if you do any research into mind control that, they come from families where parents are absentee or they're raised by an aunt or something like that, So that's something that has crossed my mind. I haven't pushed it because it's very difficult to prove, but it is something that I've thought about. Now, also, let's just talk about this a little bit. So when people don't want to embrace or believe the whole occult aspect of the Beatles, we do see many pictures going back to the very beginning where we see one-eyed symbolism, we see Masonic handshakes and that type of thing there. So I'll start with you, Melinda. What do you think about the whole premise that all four Beatles were Masons?
Well, like I mentioned before, Quarrymen is kind of a dead giveaway that something is going on there right from the get-go. Now, whether or not in a studio taking pictures, they go, okay, guys, now I want you to do this, whether or not that was an active, conscious decision on the Beatles to do some of the things that they were doing, or the photographers told them to pose like this, or we're going to put this in the background. I don't know, but the cult is all over, even from the very first, with the split lighting.
Yeah, with the Beatles or Meet the Beatles. Yeah, and Please Please Me, their first album, was released in the UK on March 22nd, which is 322, which is the number of Skull and Bones, right?
Yeah.
And another interesting thing I want to point out is in the United States, they released an album called Beatles 65. 6 plus 5 is 11. 11's a master number in numerology and Freemasonry, but the Beatles are all holding umbrellas, and umbrellas are another symbol of a mind control program. And another one that I want to touch on, because I keep hearing people say this, and I found an audio track that proves it's not true. when the Beatles did the Butcher album cover with the baby parts and the meat and the smocks, people who don't want to buy into the whole occult aspect of the Beatles will say that they did that reluctantly. They were told to do that. They didn't know what they were doing and all that stuff. But I have an audio of John Lennon when he was asked about the Butcher cover. And John says, I'm paraphrasing here, that he thought it was a hoot, that it was something different. And, and then when the cover was rejected in the United States and they had to go to the trunk cover, that it was a disappointment. So I was listening to the interview, and it certainly sounds like that at least John had no problem with the Butcher album cover. And what I'll do is put that clip, that interview, into the show, and the audience can take a listen for themselves.
Well, there's one other perspective, too, is that they were trying to warn everybody. This is what I've heard. They were trying to warn everybody about the things that are going on in the music.
Yeah, I've heard that explanation as well, Melinda, and to me, it's just another form of denial. I'm going to play the clip that I just mentioned of Lennon in an interview talking about the Butcher cover and the fact that he was not at all adverse to doing that photo shoot and releasing that album cover. So I think for people who want to say that they were trying to wake people up and all that stuff, I don't know. I tend to think it's wishful thinking and people holding on to a version of the Beatles that they want to hold on to. They just don't want to go down a path where, perhaps the Beatles and the machinery behind them had that occulted aspect or darker side to it that a lot of people don't want to talk about or know about. So let's play that clip now, and let's take a listen to what John says about the Butcher cover.
I was mentioning to you off the air that the Yesterday and Today album, I always take the cover and I try and peel back
to look for the dead babies. Yeah.
How did that happen? That album cover that never saw the light of day, or if it did, got pulled off very quickly?
It went out. We took the pictures in London at one of those photo sessions. By then, we were really sort of, beginning to hate it. A photo session was a big ordeal, and you had to try and look normal, and you didn't feel it. And the photographer was a bit of a surrealist, and he brought along all these babies and pieces of meat and doctor's coats, so we really got into it, and that's how we felt. Yeah. So we I especially pushed for it to be an album cover, just to break the image,
Mm-hmm.
And it got out in America, and they printed it. It's about 60,000 got out, and then there was some kind of fuss, as usual. And they were all sent back in or withdrawn, and they stuck that awful-looking picture which you have in front of you of us sitting, looking just as deadbeat, but supposed to be happy-go-lucky foursome.
You look very unhappy.
Yeah, right. So we tried to, do something different.
Album covers were much simpler then, right? Just a cover.
You just walk in, take your photo, and walk out. Especially in America, because we made only, say, 10 albums, actually. In America, there seemed to be 30 of them.
So that's the interview that John did back in 1974 on WNEW out of New York, 102.7. I remember it well. And so I'll let the audience decide for themselves whether the Beatles were adverse to doing the Butcher cover. And so let's switch gears a little bit, ladies, and let's talk about the numbers and the numerology in Memoirs. Billy, of course, talks about the sixes and he talks about the nines. And before I read Memoirs, I was familiar with numerology, but it wasn't until after I read the Red Book that I decided to jump in and to read and learn more about numerology. And so the question I'm going to have, and I'll ask Wendy first, is, Wendy, when you first read Memoirs and the numbers were presented to us, was it something that you understood right off the bat, or was it somewhat baffling?
It was baffling because up until Memoirs, I hadn't done a lot of research at all on numerology, but the more I read Memoirs and the more I researched other than Memoirs, it did make sense. And, Billy sort of perpetuates the nines all the time for Paul as Paul, but he doesn't use the sixes very much. So perhaps if we could find some more information using the sixes, we'd find out some more about Billy.
Yes, he uses the nines whenever he's playing his Paul character. That's how I've kind of netted this thing out. He's 9 when he's Paul. He's 6 when he's Billy. They are releasing the 50th anniversary of Abbey Road. and I put this up on Facebook the other day. The release date is 9/27, September 27th. 27, 2 plus 7 is 9, so we have 9 again. And this is what he does. Victoria, with the numbers, I know in our show that we did with Sharon Tate, you had said that you thought it was nonsense at one point, but then you started to see the patterns, and then you had to switch gears a little bit.
Yeah, I was watching an old episode of Route 66 the other day and went to walk into a house, and the house number was 911. And I was like, this has been going on forever, because that was the early 60s. The 9s and the 6s, and they're all over the place. You don't have to make things fit by going back in time and looking at their release dates and whatever. It's very clear that there are some numbers that they are partial to.
Yep. Yeah. Melinda, how about yourself? Did the numbers, were you on board initially, or did you have to look more into it?
Yeah, you read that, and it springboards you into looking into everything else. Really interesting little experiment I did last night, thinking about the 9/11 and written in Roman numerals. I took Billy's birth date of September the 9th and wrote it in Roman numerals. And it's really interesting. It looks like it spells docs. The definition of docs, I looked that up, and it says to publicly identify or publish private information about a person. I thought, well, that's
doxing, yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, the numbers thing, really, he explains so much, and especially with the occult aspect, is that he's trying to explain to you that this is pretty much how the world works.
Yep, and I say to folks all the time, Melinda, that the controllers, they paint by the numbers.
Yes.
And, again, this is another one of those things, right? If you're reading it in the book and you don't accept that, I can't tell you how many times people have written me or wrote comments on my Paul is Dead YouTube channel and say, oh, the numbers are just ridiculous. It's nonsense. You can get a number out of anything. If you play around with the numbers long enough, you'll get the result you're looking for. And so those people, when they read Memoirs, are going to reject the numerology right out of hand, and it becomes a fictional aspect of the book, right?
Yep.
So, all right. So now we're talking about the numbers and talking about the occult. And, of course, Billy has a chapter in the book called Masonic Checkmate, which was extremely informative, and he explains what I refer to as the pyramid of power and the different degrees and how many degrees there are. There are 66 in total. And then what was even more interesting in the Blue Book, Tom has a footnote where he tells us that Billy is the Illuminati. So, Wendy, what do you think about that? What do you think about the chapter that talks about Freemasonry, the 66 degrees, and then Tom telling us, and he had to get Bill's permission to do this, that he is the Illuminati?
Yeah, exactly. I found that chapter fascinating. And, as Tom said, as he calls him, William is the Illuminati, and some Wings and Beatles songs were written by the Illuminati, and the Illuminati writer was William. And that's what he says in chapter 65. I mean, it's absolutely fascinating. And I think Billy is just trying to bring us into the inner sanctum as much as he is able to, showing us why and how this affects the industry and the world we live in. And he's trying to give us a balanced account, I think, on, what happens. And you notice how high up he is when in the company of other acquaintances that will probably be on a lower degree. They almost worship him. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's Barack Obama, and Barack Obama is in absolute awe of Billy in some ceremony in the US.
He had Billy at the White House.
Yeah, and no, it's absolutely fascinating. It's a chapter I keep reading and rereading and trying to get more information out of it, because it is very important and it's very interesting.
Victoria, how about yourself? Masonic Checkmate and Billy being the Illuminati. What were your thoughts?
Well, I was disappointed that he didn't dox the rest of them, because I want to know who they all are. But yeah, I mean, his friends and who he hangs out. I mean, look at him when he's around the Queen. He's happy. He's smiling. He's in his element, obviously. I mean, even when he's on some of the talk shows, I'm not saying he's not polite, but it's obvious to me he would rather be somewhere else doing something else. But I was a little surprised of the disclosure of him being in the Illuminati. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. We're talking about the talk shows, Victoria. I know exactly what you're saying. He comes across many times very cavalier with the host.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. And I'm not trying to say anything negative about him. Actually, I grew a little soft spot after reading the Blue Book for him. I quit calling him Fall and started calling him William.
Yeah.
Because he is. But I was a little surprised. I think that all goes back to the whole age of Aquarius. And now that we're in the age of Aquarius, which I'm unclear when that started, but apparently we're there, this is supposed to be an awakening and enlightening, and we're all supposed to know more things than we did before, and that may be his way of saying it, of disclosing something that people didn't know. I mean, it wasn't that many years ago. I thought that was baloney that about the Illuminati. I'd never even seen it before I watched Jesse Ventura one night. I didn't even know it existed.
And Melinda, what were your thoughts about that chapter and Billy being in the Illuminati? Tom telling us that that's where he sits.
Well, it makes you wonder, whether Crowley was Illuminati, and that whether or not the way people treat Paul is because he's the child of Crowley. You worship one, you worship the sun, type of stuff. I watched his concert he put out like 2005, and they keep zooming in on all these actors that were out in the audience, and it is a definite revere worship of him. He is obviously considered very high up.
Yeah, he is very high up the ladder. And just so the folks know, and I've mentioned this on a couple of shows, I'll just say it real quick. Billy tells us that the pyramid has 66 degrees. The first 33 degrees are the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Then is the 13 degrees of the Illuminati, where Billy sits. And then above those 13 degrees are 20 degrees of people or beings that we will never know. So these are truly people in the shadows or beings that are in the shadows. So that's the 66, 33, 13, and 20. And you add those numbers up and you get 66. Now let's talk a little bit about, in the book, Billy has another revelation via a footnote that Tom put together that Billy was tutored by Aleister Crowley up until the age of 10 and was in a trauma-based mind control as early as the age of 3. Now, when I read that, I was very surprised. I was shocked. What were your thoughts about that? And we'll start, Wendy, I'll start with you again. That part of the book, tutored by Crowley in a trauma-based mind control program since the age of 3. Or I think they said that was his earliest childhood memory. What did you think when you read that?
I found it quite distressing, actually. I mean, obviously, Crowley was a major influence on Billy, taught him to read backwards and everything else, but the actual prenatal tormenting, abandonment and excessive control, ritual abuse, it's hard to believe, but it's also believable. And the very people that Billy is a part of, the Illuminati, are who supposedly did all this. And, it's hard to think that somebody would be happy to be in the Illuminati while the Illuminati did that to them when they were a child and before birth.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, because people have asked me about that, and I said, if you were raised a certain way, that's your world, and you don't really know any better. In the book, it says that not all of the trauma-based mind control was negative. There was a lot of positive experiences, too. And in the book, it says that the reason why they did it was because they had Billy slotted. He was groomed and tapped very early on to have a very powerful position in the world. And they did it so that he would maintain his success, that he would stay on his game, that he would stay focused, that failure was not an option. So what do you think, Victoria? When you read that, were you surprised by it, or what was your take?
It made more sense, actually, because William had, no control over his childhood. And even when he advanced into the Beatles and was in control of everything, he still had not a lot of control. He didn't have all of the control. He may have had some creative control, but he wasn't in control. He was still being handled, and he's still probably being handled by someone, but he is in a system, and that's what he knows, and that's what he is. Basically, I always took the idea that we were talking about Crowley and him being potentially his son, and we know that Crowley had one in 1937, and Crowley's letters state that he instructed the OTO to ensure his care and education after he died. And we know that Bill had, it's obvious he had an education. He was educated. He was, it says on page 107 that he used many names for himself. I don't think that William was even his birth name. I think that's a name that came along later that maybe he liked or is after someone or something like that. And that this person who identified him as a musical prodigy at age 3, I think she probably, in a sense, rescued him, although he probably would have been okay if he was Crowley's son. I think that going the music route was probably a lot easier on him. And we all know who is a music teacher in this whole story and worked with everyone, right?
You're talking about Jane Ash's mom?
Yeah, I think I think that's who he was talking about.
Yeah.
I think that it was his mom. She taught at a exclusive Guildhall School of Music. Lily James went there. She's a blue blood. That all fits, at least in my mind it does, but that's all unfortunate. But in that world of the elites and even their own children, that's how that works.
Yep, that's how it works, and that's what they know. So, Melinda, how about yourself? When you read that, what did you think?
I read it and went, well, of course. Why didn't I think of that before? Because they all do it, right? So why it never occurred to me before that was probably done to him. I mean, look at the way he walks. I mean, you mentioned 2.5 hours on stage and
right.
Still raring to go. When I saw him in concert 5 or 6 years ago, he obviously had a cold. I was watching when the lights would go out and you could just barely see him. He was sitting at the piano and he was blowing his nose in between songs. He obviously was sick, and he was still up there performing.
Yeah.
I mean, even the way he walks, his posture, I mentioned that the other day, is, man, he's in really good shape for a almost 82-year-old guy. His shoulders are back, and, I mean, it looks like he's known nothing but discipline all of his life.
That's right. I agree with that.
Which makes you wonder, what happened to his kids? Have they endured the same thing?
Yep. Now, what about the piece about Crowley? I think Crowley is mentioned 33 times in the blue cover of Memoirs. So there we have 33. Master number, 33 degrees of Freemasonry, and so on. There's been a lot of debate and discussion, maybe that's a better word, about Crowley's relationship to Billy. Father, uncle, just a bloodline relationship. I'll go to Victoria on this first. I'll just switch it up a little bit here. Victoria, what do you believe is Crowley's relationship to Billy? And let me start maybe this way. Were you even surprised to read so much about Crowley in the Blue Book? And then we could talk about what do you think the relationship is.
No, I wasn't surprised to find it in the Blue Book because I had kind of figured that out somewhere after reading the Red Book and doing research and more research and more research. And even when you put their pictures together, they have the same earlobes. They have the same, there's a lot of facial features that are similar. I had found that old picture of Crowley with a young boy, and it's really hard to see because it's such an old picture, but he even seems to have a prominent toe in the picture. His leg is kind of forward, and you can see a toe that's extended.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't surprised to find that, but I was surprised he said it maybe a little. But he doesn't have the same view of Crowley that we do. No, he doesn't see him. We see him as the most evil man ever or something. He doesn't see him that way.
No, not at all.
So I was glad to read it, though. I mean, because I was starting to think I was crazy for thinking it.
Yeah, in fact, the footnote on page 326 of the Blue Book has my URL in there. And I'll say this, I had no idea that that was going to be in the book. No idea. And via Tom, Billy focused in on a particular show that I did with Nick Shylock. And it was Nick who had said that, well, Nick's interpretation of what Billy's feelings were toward Crowley was that he didn't like Crowley, that he hated Crowley, I think is what Nick said. And so evidently the word came down to Tom that you need to correct that because Billy does not hate Crowley. That was very interesting when that came down. In that footnote, anybody who has the Blue Book, read it, the bottom of page 326, and you can see that Billy's making it very clear, and he's saying what Victoria is saying, that he has actually a fond view of Crowley. He certainly is not coming down on Aleister Crowley, not by any stretch. So, Wendy, what were your thoughts when you read about the whole Crowley piece in the Blue Book where it was really expanded upon?
Well, it's another subject I found fascinating. And when I sort of read that Crowley is mentioned 33 times in the text, I just thought 3 + 3 is 6, Billy. So that's, it's little things like that I tend to pick up on. I would say there's a bold-headed photo of Crowley where we see everywhere, where it's completely full-faced. And his son James and Crowley look almost identical. And, but then again, the photograph could have been manipulated or changed. But there is a very big resemblance between Crowley and James McCartney. I'm still flip-flopping about it. One minute I think he is, and the next minute I think he's just a close relative. So I'm not completely sure on that at the moment. Possibly, yes, his father, but I wouldn't say 100% sure about it.
Okay. And Melinda, what are your thoughts about the Crowley piece of it?
Yeah, I think that's his dad. Obviously, could be wrong about that, but just in the way what I mentioned before is the entertainment industry is all about Crowley. I mean, and if they're all about Crowley, they're obviously going to be all about the son. To me, it seems to connect the dots. And when you were talking about Nick, and when I listened to that interview, I thought that can't possibly be true. I never got the impression that he despises Crowley. I've worked a lot with abused people. And the one thing that I have learned is the people that abuse them so many times until they get therapy and figure it out and stop that cycle, they bend over backwards trying to please the person that's abused them, that caused them trauma.
Well, I'm going to read two things here. And ladies, listen, take a listen here. And I got this from another researcher that periodically sends me emails. And SJ, thank you so much for sending this along. He picked up significant differences between the book and the audio version of the book. So the actual hardcover or the soft cover and the audio version, which was narrated by Gregory Martin. So here are the examples that SJ gave me, and I would like for you to comment on it. And when we do, we'll start with Wendy. Chapter 62, Run Devil Run Through the Driving Rain. The book says, I especially enjoyed working with my son. The audio says, I especially enjoyed working with my son Askan, Askan. So I was unaware because I haven't listened to the audiobook yet. I started it, but I haven't gotten very far into it. And so I didn't know about these discrepancies. So there's something there that we could take a look at a later date. But here's another one that I found very interesting. Chapter 64, Don't Let Your Inaction Blow It. The book says, learning of my relative's role made it unbearable. And they're talking about 9/11. The audiobook says, learning of my nephew's role made it unbearable. So SJ goes on to say, here he is presumably talking about George W. Bush being his nephew, if we assume both Billy and Barbara Bush to be the illegitimate children of Aleister Crowley, implicating him directly in 9/11. Isn't that very interesting? That we actually have differences between the written book and the audio book, which is, I'm looking at this as more of Billy giving us more clues. What are your thoughts about that, Wendy?
Yeah, that was very telling, I thought. I mean, it makes you wonder how many more discrepancies there are between the audio and the book. But if you take it at face value and you do think it's George Bush he's talking about, then obviously Crowley is his father. And that's all you can really take from it, and until you try and prove otherwise. And as that's in the audiobook, why would he put it there unless it was true?
So, Victoria, this discrepancy in the between the audiobook and the text, what do you think about that? Is it a mistake, or do you think it's another clue?
It's not a mistake. If it were a mistake, it would be edited.
Yeah. All right. And Melinda, what do you think?
Well, I mean, it's just more and more disclosure as time goes on. If 9 years from now there's another book, it's going to be even that much more disclosure, although I don't think Bill's going to make it that long, but you never know. You know, and the whole thing with the 9/11 thing just fits in right in with the occult. You know, even to the point that his nephew was reading a book about a goat to the kids when the whole thing was going down.
My pet goat.
Yeah, the whole 9/11 thing, and you know, thank God you had Richard Balducci on it, because he really explains so much of that.
And Richard will be back.
Good.
There's a chapter in Memoirs that talks about Paulism. And I had to actually read the chapter a number of times for me to start to really understand what was going on there, what was Billy telling us. So what I wanted to do was just to get your impressions of what you believe he was telling us that Paulism was or is. So, Wendy, I'll start with you. When he talks about Paulism in the book, what do you think he's actually referring to?
I think he's talking about how he channels Paul and how being Paul affects him. But I also get the feeling it's like an agenda-based form of Beatle Satanism. It's trying to overthrow certain belief systems that we all have. And I think, in a way, the word or the name Paulism is a sort of soft option name for what it is, which is Satanism. That's my take on it.
Okay, that's also, of course, you've seen the video I put out, and that's pretty much my take on it. It is a form of Luciferianism / Satanism that was put in play to overturn the traditional morals, traditional way of living, lifestyle at the time, right before the Beatles had hit the scene. So in the book it says in 1962, in a footnote that Tom has in there, that the Illuminati declared war on Christianity in 1962. So I'm in agreement with you. I believe Paulism was one of those initiatives that was put into play to overturn the old guard and to roll in the new guard, right? And I'm not saying, again, I always have to say this because I get these comments. People will write, are you a Satanist? Are you Luciferian? No, I'm just explaining what is being discussed in the book and trying to interpret what it is that they're telling us. And that's what I got out of it.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Victoria, how about yourself? Paulism, what was your takeaway?
I took it that it was idolism, idolatrism, whatever the proper word there is, and that it was almost like a new strain of like there was a religion where they cut out a sliver and made a new religion. I think that in the music industry that you see little crumbs ode to Paulism here and there in videos. You know, you'll see, like, I watched one the other day and it had a moped up in a tree and a barber seat and some broken records. And I was like, that's Paulism. You see it in the movie The Thing You Do. The bass player has no name. It's kind of a Paulism. So that's how I interpreted it.
Okay. And Melinda, how about yourself?
Well, yeah, I definitely, interpreted it as some form of channeling, being raised Catholic and being married to a Russian Orthodox for quite a few years. I understand they get their saints and somehow the saint attaches themselves to it. So there is some kind of spiritual validity to it. Now, whether or not it's good, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, let's move to something that was also very controversial in the book. I recently did a presentation on it, and it caused a little bit of a ruckus, I would say, in certain corners of the Paul is Dead research community, and that has to do with Billy's claim that he played a version of Stanshall and also played a version of Phil Ackrell. And I'll start with Melinda on this. What were your thoughts before the presentation, and what were your thoughts after the Stanshall presentation? Did it change your mind, or did you think all along, yeah, I think he played a version of Vivian Stanshall and Phil Ackrell?
Oh, I think you confirmed it with your video, but he says it right there in the book. Look at my son.
Right.
He looks exactly like Vivian Stanshall, and he's right. I made a comment the other day, like, Bill, I see in your face James McCartney, I see Vivian Stanshall, I see bits of Phil Ackrell. I don't see Paul McCartney anymore. Everything is kind of reverting back to before all the surgeries and stuff, and really, basically, by saying that, I'm seeing who he really is.
Yeah.
Instead of the facade.
Victoria, your thoughts. When you first read about the Stanshall piece in the book, was it something that you bought into, or was it not until later that you gave it more consideration, and where do you stand with it today?
I think it finally explained when I'm 64. He has a liking towards some vaudeville and some other ragtime types of music, which that's fine. And I just think Stanshall was a hobby for him to release. He could go back to other types of music and have some fun. And I think he's a workaholic, and it was another form of work, but yet it wasn't work. It was fun a little bit. So it just explained a lot to me where some of that music came from.
Wendy?
100%. In fact, I couldn't, if somebody was to try to convince me that he didn't, I just couldn't believe it. To me, he created the character of Vivian Stanshall, and it's amazing to me when you see Street Viv and Billy in various videos and interviews, how people cannot see that it's two different people. I mean, body language, their stance, hands, everything. I mean, it's a very clever character, and it's obvious. You can't unsee it. Once you watch the videos, you can't not see that it's Billy, even underneath.
Yeah, he played a version, and the problem is that, and I know, Wendy, you and I have talked about this in the past, where the problem with the Vivian Stanshall piece is when claims are made that there was one Vivian Stanshall. And when we take a look at it, we could see that there are two different people playing Vivian Stanshall. I also want to say that when I did this piece of work on Stanshall and Ackrell, I wasn't going out there to try to upset somebody's cart. And I'm talking about Street Viv's family. All I was doing was taking what Billy had put in the book, as I mentioned much earlier in this discussion, and using it as a foundation to understand, is this true or not? Because when I first read the Red Book, and I read about the Stanshall piece, I didn't even know who Vivian Stanshall was, because here in the U.S., nobody knew who he was. And so I had to learn who Vivian Stanshall was to start, and then I had to rummage through the different pictures and the videos and the music and all that stuff to kind of parse it and figure out which end was up.
And also, I mean, you would understand this more than I do, but the way he holds instruments are exactly the same when he plays. And those things I don't think you can really fake. You can fake your hair, you can wear the latex, the costumes, whatever, but actually physically holding an instrument to play it properly, you're going to hold it the same, whether you're Billy or Viv. And that's something I noticed when I sat and watched a lot of videos of him, especially Urban Spaceman, and then I watched some Billy videos, and they hold instruments and the way they compose themselves the same. You can't really fake that.
Yeah, Billy's posture is very upright. He has very good posture. And what I noticed was, not that Street Viv doesn't have good posture, but Billy has very good posture.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things that I noticed right off the bat, that they stand differently, they move differently. In any case, so it sounds like everybody here is sold on the fact that the Stanshall claim in the book is truthful.
Yes, definitely.
All right, so we touched on this a little bit in the beginning, but we'll expand on it here. In the book, Billy wants us to get to know him a little better. And after reading Memoirs, How do you feel about that? You feel like you want to know him any better? Is he somebody that you can go out and get a drink with and shoot the breeze with, or would you just rather keep him at arm's distance? Melinda, I'll start with you.
Well, on a human level, just one soul to another, that would probably be a very enjoyable conversation. He does mention that he feels so isolated that all he has to do is start having a conversation with somebody, and he can tell that their pulse is racing and their eyes are full of excitement and stuff, and he can't ever have actual human conversation, one person to another, because they're so enamored with who he is that he can't get past that. To have a conversation with him, from my perspective, he would just be just another person, you know. I'm just not really into idol worship that much anyway. So yeah, I would love to have a conversation with him just to know who he is.
Yeah, get a better feel for him in person.
Yeah. Not with me, you know, oh my God, that type of stuff, but just having a conversation from one soul to another.
Right. Victoria, how about yourself? Do you have any interest after reading the book, if you had the opportunity to meet him, to get to know him a little better?
Yeah, I'd like to meet him, and, I wish that it could be real, where I addressed him as William and talk about, maybe his music from 66 on, and have a conversation. I mean, I didn't feel that way after reading the Red Book, but I most certainly did after reading the Blue Book and reading about Linda and emotions and different things. I mean, he is a human being, and he's a human being I wouldn't mind knowing a little bit, although the Illuminati thing's a little weird, but yeah, I would love to have a conversation with him and get to know him a little better.
Wendy?
I like him. In fact, I think I like him more now than I did before I knew who he was. That doesn't make sense. But I like his compassion for animals and vegetarianism and climate and all those type of things. But I just wonder, I get the feeling he's extremely adept in compartmentalizing his life, and he's self-assured, which possibly could come off as arrogance at times. But I just wonder whether the mind control and the ritual abuse could have infiltrated his personality in some way. So, when he's being Paul and he's out there and people say, oh, God, he's a bit arrogant, or he's everything, it's to do with the mind control and not his natural, innate personality. I'd like to know one way or the other.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's a good point, actually. Now, we know that the Polish Dead community is fractured. There's not unity, believe it or not. There are those that are out there, and there are many people that think this way. They believe that Billy should be arrested and he should go on trial and he should pay for whatever it is they believe that Billy has done. My position on this has been that that type of outcome is never going to happen because of the way the world works, and Billy is firmly embedded inside the pyramid. As we mentioned earlier, he is in the Illuminati, and so that scenario that some people are chasing is just never going to happen. It's wheel spinning. So I'm going to ask each one of you where you think this is going for Billy. How do you think that it's all going to end for him? In other words, how are they going to treat Billy on the way out? Wendy, I'll start with you. What do you think happens with Billy once the curtain closes? Does he go to jail, or is there a ticker tape parade for him?
Ticker tape. I really do think that. I think up until that time, I think we'll get continued disclosure up to his passing. And I really do think when he does pass, the controllers, I think, will just turn his passing into hero worship and adulation, and perhaps the adulation that he didn't have in life that Billy will achieve in death. And I do think it will be a ticker tape parade. I don't think anything will happen. I think his family will probably be well versed in what will happen, how to answer various questions when he's gone. But I think he'll be made into a hero for doing what he did for the pyramid of power and for the music industry.
I agree. Melinda, what is your take? What do you think is going to happen once he closes in on departing this world?
I think I read something recently about that giant wheel in London that they were talking about naming that after him. It looks like a giant eye. 90% of the people still think that Oswald killed Kennedy. They're not going to, really, seriously, they're not going to do anything to him. Anybody who thinks that he's going to get his punishment is just, they're living a pipe dream, really. I mean, we can't even figure out about exonerating Oswald, much less this. And just like Wendy said, when the truth finally comes out, they will treat him like he's a saint for what he did, not that it was a bad thing. I mean, the whole concept of, stopping little girls from killing themselves and all that kind of stuff, that's probably going to be brought up again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's going to get statues in his favor and all that kind of stuff. I mean, because really the elites are controlling the whole thing anyway.
Right.
So anybody who thinks that they can, that they're going to do anything other than that, they just don't understand how the world works.
I made the remark that they would probably erect a statue of him at Buckingham Palace, 66 feet tall.
Nice numbers there.
Victoria, what are your thoughts about Billy leaving, and how do you think it's going to be handled by the controllers?
I think he is working on his bucket list right now. I think he'll have his own obelisk roundabout there in
Yeah.
London somewhere. I think that, I don't mean this in the bad way, but that kid in high school that was always so special, and they always got special treatments because their parents were special, and it kind of feels like that. It kind of feels like, they're going to make sure that for what he's done. When I say what he's done, it really isn't about the music. It was about the change to society.
Right.
It's what he wanted, the New World Order. He's brung it. It's what they wanted, and they're going to say job well done. And, he'll have statues and music schools and whatever else named after him. I don't have a lot of faith that there's going to be a lot more disclosure, although I know in the book he said it would be disclosed. I don't think that there's going to be a lot because they just don't want to have to fight all these people who don't believe it. I think they've done a lot of the disclosing now, and we're going to get some more nuggets, and that's going to be the end of it. But maybe I'm wrong.
Well, Tom tells us full disclosure won't happen until after he passes away. So, that'll be interesting when that happens, and I have no idea how they're going to roll that out. We'll have to wait and see. He did tell me that there is a major piece of work underway. I believe it to be a documentary, but it's expected to be released once he passes. So we'll have to, like I said, wait and see how this rolls out. And by the way, I also want to mention that, we're here talking about what he's done on behalf of the Pyramid of Power, what he's done for the New World Order and the agenda and all that stuff. For the listening audience, we're not saying that we agree with what's being rolled out. What we're doing here is we're giving you the perspective of how they would treat his departure based upon what he's done for them. And I want to make that very clear because, like I said, a lot of times I get these crazy comments and emails and people misconstrue the point that I'm making, or in this case that we're making. I have two more questions. I know this has been a long one, so just bear with me. If you had the opportunity to ask Billy one question. Now, Vince Russo asked me this. It was a great question that Vince asked me. What would you ask him? So if you had the opportunity to ask Billy one question, what would you ask him? And we'll start with Melinda.
I would probably ask him, was it worth it? The pressure that he put on his own children, living his life a lie all this time. I mean, he mentions a lot of times that possessions don't really mean that much to him. Is that fiction part of it? I don't know. He loved his little, he talks about being born a young country boy.
Yeah.
That's really who he's all about. He missed his face. I remember that part really hit home because if there's one thing that you connect with, it's your face that sets you apart from anybody else. And so he was staring at a stranger in the mirror every time he looked in the mirror. Was it worth it?
Yeah, that's a great question. Victoria, what would you ask Billy if you had one question to ask him?
Well, originally, I would have said, was it worth it? But since we've already been there, I'm going to say, is Aleister Crowley really your dad?
Yeah, get it from the horse's mouth, right?
Right.
Wendy, what would you ask?
I'd ask him, or comment, you seem to have a grudge against Paul. Why is that? When I started to write down the questions I had for him, they came to 51, so I had to whittle it down.
Which is 6.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, that's what I'd ask him. Why do you seem to have a grudge against Paul? Because he does seem to like knocking his voice and his appearance. I think in Memoirs he says his voice was throaty and raspy and his voice sort of worn out and things like that. I don't think it's necessary really to sort of say things like that, and I'd like to know why he does have a grudge.
Yeah, it almost comes across like the classic case of knocking somebody else down in order to pick yourself up.
Yeah.
Right. And maybe I'm not making excuses for him, but maybe that has something to do with the mind control program that he was in,
Yeah.
where he has to constantly reinforce to himself that he is the best and he's better. I don't know. Great question, though. Great question. Okay, so here's the last question, I promise. Now, we know that not everybody has read the Memoirs of Billy Shears, and we know that there are people within the Paul is Dead community that have not read it, but they still want to comment on it, I might add. So let me ask this question. Is it possible to research Paul is Dead without reading this book, or is the book a must? And so, Wendy, I'll start with you.
No, I think it is a must, because it's obvious that, Billy is behind this book, and, it gives a basis on which to go and research other things. But I don't think you can really call yourself a researcher if you broadcast and write books if you don't read it. I mean, just to debunk or discredit, you really need to read everything that's out there, because the other books that have been out there for the Beatles, they've only really contained the narrative which would have come from the Pyramid of Power. I mean, this is from an authentic resource, so why wouldn't you want to read it if you're a genuine researcher?
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Melinda, what are your thoughts?
I concur exactly what she said, is that if you're, and I'm using the quote here, going down every rabbit hole to investigate this case, why would you balk at this book? If you want to prove that it's not true, why wouldn't you read it? I read another researcher's book at the same time I read this Memoirs for the second time, just to see how well they line up. There's obviously some differences, but I don't understand how anybody would not want to read it to have covered every basis that they could.
Yeah, even if you didn't agree with it, let's just say, right, you would want to understand,
right.
The components in the book, and because you are definitely going to get something out of it, right? Okay, so again, fair enough. And Victoria, what are your thoughts? If you're really doing Paul is Dead research and you really want to get to the bottom of the story or the conspiracy, can you go without reading this book?
It's a must read. The internet's a great tool, but there's a lot of pollution out there. I think the book is as important as the Sgt. Pepper album cover is in PID. I really think it's that important.
Great. All right. Well, I mean, that's my take on it, too. And as I have mentioned in my shows, read everybody's book because you're going to get something out of it. And if there's stuff that doesn't resonate with you, then leave it on the table. If there's stuff that does resonate with you, then take it with you and put it in your toolbox and use it as you pursue your research. All right. So we have reached the end of our show here, except I'm going to go around the table one more time and ask each of you if you have anything else you'd like to say that perhaps I didn't cover here in the outline. And we'll start with you, Melinda.
Okay. There was one paragraph that really hit me deeply more than anything else in the book. And it made me very empathetic to Bill. I think of Bill as another tragic player in this whole mess. To quote Memoirs on page 211, I had to give myself reason to justify deeply hidden levels of self-betrayal. I had to eventually deal with my self-loathing that made me willing to drop my own identity, give up who I was in order to be someone else. For some dead guy I didn't even know, I had to win at all costs.
Yeah, that's pretty honest. Victoria, anything that you want to talk to us about or close with here that I didn't cover?
Page 371 of the Blue Book points out that if Paul died in a car accident, it would not be considered an accident in Satanic code. Well, I've always thought that Paul wasn't the one in the car. It was one of the doubles, but I think he was killed some other way. And the car crash was just a story. On page 157, it even says that Paul's father and stepmother did not positively identify his remains, and his dental records were of no help due to the injuries. So we never really knew that was Paul in the car crash.
Yeah, there are people in the Paul is dead research community that do question the car crash narrative. The clues certainly point to a car crash, but who really knows? But related to that, there are people that believe that biological Paul McCartney was swapped out, but that he didn't die. So what's your view on that, Victoria? And we'll go around the table and ask Wendy and Melinda as well. Is biological Paul dead, or is he still walking around alive and well?
He did indeed die back in 1966, and probably on September 11th. He did die. I think some of these other people that you see out there, again, might be some of the doubles that are still floating around that they have to do, have to have them on a payroll or something. They have to take care of them somehow so that they don't talk, especially as they get older. But I do think that he did pass away. And the genuine grief that you see in John and George, that's not fake. That's real.
Yeah, like at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, that speech that George gave, right?
Yeah, my guitar gently weeps.
Yeah.
And just John going off the rails. I mean, he melted down there. He kept going because he had to, but he was a mess. And I think that's why he lost his two best friends in life.
Melinda, going back to you for 1 second, and we'll end with Wendy. The question about whether biological Paul could possibly still be alive, or whether you believe he actually died back in '66. What's your take on that?
Oh, yeah, he died. How can you hide him all this time?
Yeah.
The date is pretty consistent with so many very unusual and tragic things that have happened on September 11th. I just don't see how they could possibly hide him all this time. It's easier, dead men tell no tales. It's easier to get away with this. And, the part where he talks about that, somebody in the band is going to die when the deals are made.
Well, you're on a point, Melinda, that I've made a couple of times on a number of shows. It's just a whole lot easier for Tavistock to manage this entire psychological operation if biological Paul McCartney is not in the picture, meaning that he's deceased, he's dead. These deep state factions, they're looking for the road of least resistance, So we're on the same page, Melinda. Wendy, how about you? Is biological Paul dead, or is it possible that he could still be alive?
I believe he died. It would be wonderful to think he's out there somewhere sunning himself in the Bahamas or something like that, but I think, as you say, he's collateral damage, and he's gone, I think, and that's what I think. He definitely died, I think, in the car. I think there's too much emphasis on that, and it's a nasty thing to happen. So why would you describe it if it didn't happen? You could do so many other things in the narrative than talk about a car crash and how he lost his hair and he's decapitated or whatever. It's too nasty to not be true, if that makes sense. You could describe it in so many other ways.
The other thing that makes this virtually impossible to solve, it's a lot like the Kennedy assassination. It's 53 years ago, over half a century. And think about anything that somebody has tried to resurrect or dig up from decades ago. It's not going to happen.
No.
It's just not going to happen. Anyway, so I want to thank you ladies for coming on the show and talking about this. It was a fabulous discussion. I want to thank each one of you for all of your help over the last 3 years, for your support, for your insights, your feedback, and everything else that you've helped me with as I've been on this journey. All right, everybody, thank you so much, and I'll catch up with you on Facebook. And again, I'll have the show out within the next few days.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks,
All right,
Mike.
bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, friends. This is Mike Williams. Back in September of 2019, I facilitated a roundtable with 3 colleagues who are excellent Paul is Dead researchers, and I thought it would be fun to reconvene and discuss our thoughts a year and a half later. And so, without further ado, here's Sally, Victoria, and Wendy. Thanks for listening. Okay, friends, it's Mike, and I've got the ladies back together, and we're going to do a second roundtable. The last one we did was about 18 months ago, and so I thought it would be a good idea to get back together to talk about what has transpired over the last 18 months or so with regard to the McCartney and the Beatles conspiracy. And so with me is Sally, Victoria, and Wendy. All 3 are excellent researchers, and we have been networked together for years now. For the show, we did create an outline, just so the audience knows, so that we can hit the points. But as I mentioned pre-show to the ladies, if something comes up, a question comes up that deviates from our outline, we're just going to go there. So we have kind of a loose structure here. But the first question I want to ask, and I'll start with Sally. To me, I'm seeing more and more people becoming aware and awakening to the McCartney and the Beatles conspiracy. If I go back 5 years ago when I first got into this, and I fast forward to now, there's a pretty large awakening, I think. I can see it through my YouTube channel. I can see it through the emails that I receive. What are your thoughts, Sally? Do you think it's growing? Are more people becoming aware of it?
Absolutely, it's growing. I mean, we found something this morning that backs up, did the Beatles write all of their own music? We had a chuckle on that particular video that's floating around now.
Is this the video where they talk about the songs that were ripped off?
Yes, absolutely. And he quoted you verbatim. Amazing.
No credit, though.
Don't hold your breath. We obviously see a clear division between people who are just never going to see the truth and those of us who have woke up and are moving forward with the false narratives that we see all around us.
Yeah.
And this is just one incident that springboards us into seeing the world around us.
Yeah, there's like that split of 2 realities.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's definitely going on. And like you said, Sally, it's not just about the McCartney and the Beatles conspiracy. It's everything. Right? Everything that's going on today with, I can't say it because YouTube will yank the video, but the CV thing,
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing a division there. Victoria, what do you think? Are you seeing more people becoming aware of the Beatles and McCartney conspiracy?
Yeah, it's definitely a hot topic. Who's alive and who's dead? No doubt about that. I'm not going to go any of those other places. We'll just stick with PID. Every day I see things, and I think the Paul is Dead is maybe a little more popular because there's more on it. You can go out there and you can research and pretty easily, and not only that, you can do your own research and make a decision in just a few minutes, looking at pictures and watching some videos, and you can figure this out pretty quickly that Bill is Paul. And I think people are coming around wanting to know the truth, realizing after the events of 2020, whatever you want to say, that there's a lot of deception out there. And people are starting to say, hey, I'm not going to believe anything anybody tells me. I'm going to go back and start from the beginning and look at the truth. That's what I want to know. If I can find it, I want to find it.
Yes. Yep. I agree with that. Wendy, how about you?
Yes, I do, definitely. I mean, particularly this last year, I think as well, Billy has made himself more accessible. I mean, he's been doing sort of various online interviews and dispelling some Beatle myths in articles and magazines and everything. And there are far more sites available now. And I've found that the comments regarding the replacement are far less hostile and more open-minded. So I definitely think, there's definitely a change.
Like I said, I'm seeing it, and I have to be careful when I say that because I invest so much time in it, so, as you do as well. And sometimes we can just get lost in the work that we're doing and who we're networked with, and sometimes that can artificially unfold as more people becoming aware. But I'm actually seeing it through my YouTube channel, the comments, like I said, the emails, and the channel is now approaching 10,000 subscribers. It's not a tremendous amount of subscribers, but it's been a steady growth over the last 4 or 5 years or so. That's one of my barometers, that for something like this topic, which can be, very niche or niche, depending upon how you want to pronounce that word, to get 10,000 people to sign on or to subscribe, I think that's a pretty good indicator. Let me ask this question. What are your thoughts about Memoirs? What do you think about Memoirs over the last 18 months since our first roundtable? What is your take about the book Telling the Truth through historical fiction? And Sally, what are your thoughts?
The book has so many layers. I'm wondering whether or not each chapter, the numbers that he keeps throwing out through each chapter, reduces to 666. If you take every one of the numbers in each chapter. I was playing with it one night. It was like, man, this is too overwhelming. I'm not going to do this. Not right now. But I listened to the audiobook for the last week. And sometimes instead of reading it, you just want to listen to it. I got so much more out of that. He has some amazing insights on spirituality that I guess I never picked up before. The first time we talked about this book, I said that I slept with the lights on for a while because it scared me. And the reason it scared me is that it resonated with me so well. Opened my eyes to what is going on around. This book will springboard you into realizing what is going on. When he talks about the Committee of 300, when he talks about the controllers that are doing all these things, once you see it, you can't unsee it, and you see it everywhere. He's absolutely spot on about this.
Yeah, that's the thing about the book that I've tried to communicate out to my audience, is that the book, although it obviously majors on the conspiracy, the McCartney and the Beatles conspiracy, the book is a lot more than that, because it's using the McCartney and the Beatles conspiracy to open your eyes to how the world really works. That's how I view it. And it really has opened my eyes, too. I mean, I've been in the alternative research and the truther stuff for a long time. But once I got into the book and I started doing what you guys are doing, which is to break it down and decode it and take a closer look at things, it really does widen the aperture. You're getting a much broader view and a much deeper understanding of how the world is controlled. So, Victoria, what are your thoughts on the book?
I read all of them, and most of them I've read twice. Now, the red one I did not read all the way through twice, but the second one I did, and the third one I did. He keeps building on things. I think that it is a lot of truth in there, but I also think that he stops short of telling all the truth. I mean, it's like he throws you some crumbs so you can figure it out, and it sounds when you read it like it's complete, but I think there's more to it. I don't think it's necessarily lying. It's just that's what he was allowed to disclose as much as he could. So I'm glad that he built on top of that by putting out more books, because that seems to help us narrow things down on some things that we were confused about. And also, if I really knew, I wish I really understood how the total encryption works and had the time, I would sit down on each one of them and look at that encryption a lot closer, because I think there's a lot more there than we're seeing.
Yeah, yep. And I've explained to folks that the book is like a puzzle. There are parts of the book, of the narrative, which are leading you to go research in a certain direction. It's not giving you the answer. It's saying, it's kind of a wink and a nod. Hey, if you kind of go over here and take a look at that, you'll fill in more blanks. As an example, the second edition of Memoirs, the blue cover, which came out in 2018, is titled the 9 After 909 edition, which is a play on the song 1 After 909. And your initial thought is that 1 After 909 is just a song, and the book is playing its title off that song, but it has Crowley connections. Crowley published the Book of the Law in 1909. 1909. So the song 1 After 909, in my view, has connections back to Crowley, because he published the Book of the Law in 1909. And as we all know, that everything is connected. Everything is connected into the occult with the Beatles. It's connected back to Crowley. It goes back to Illuminati and free Masonic symbolism and all of that stuff.
I wanted to add something to that I ran across accidentally. If you take 555, which is the time that the sun rises at Greenwich, it's also Hitler's officer number. That's the Hitler number, 555. If you take 5 and divide that by 55, it's 909.
Very interesting. I didn't know that.
I learned that. I just was doing some depreciation on some things, and I kept running across that and saying 909, that's awfully familiar. And then I looked at the source where it was coming from, the 555, and figured out that was that's a Hitler number.
Very interesting. Wendy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think similar to you, Mike, in the beginning, I had absolutely no vested interest in the books, but because the Beatles were from the UK, obviously it's stimulated my interest in it. And I thought, they probably would slip up on some details in the book. And I really wanted to prove it wrong, but you can't. All the details are verifiable, down, to the celebration of William Wallace in St. Bart's Church. It's all there. Everything that needs to be verified can be verified. And I just wonder whether the structure of the books are designed to stimulate our interest with each reading, because it's like reading a different book each time you read it. Your mind subliminally wants to move on to another part of the subject, which moves you on further. So, it's a different book each time you read it, is what I'm sort of trying to say. And I do think the books are truthful. And I agree with Vicky. They stop short of the whole truth. But then it's down to us, if we want to find out, to go and do our own research on it. I mean, Memoirs, I almost liken it to a foundation course at college. It gives you the basics to move on and find your own information.
Yeah, if he had to explain everything in the book, it would be 6,666 pages, right? So, we have to be intrepid enough to go take what has been given to us and do the research. Now, just as an example, I have another researcher who periodically contacts me, and they get into ancestry. So I received an email the other day, and I will pass it on to the three of you after this show. It just came in, I guess, a day or two ago. And this person wrote, "Hey, Mike, you have probably already discovered this connection from the latest Billy's Back book, but wanted to point this out in case you hadn't." And this person has grouped together certain page numbers and wording which they believe points us to the conclusion that Aleister Crowley is Billy's father. So they point to page 380, page 387, page 388, and 389. Yeah, so 380, 387, 388, and 389. So I will send this to you because I won't do it justice here because I haven't taken a close look at it myself, but I can tell you that this person has done some very good work, very diligent with tracing back the ancestry. So I'll send that along to each of you, and you can take a look for yourself.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, didn't it say in the book that it's encrypted within the book who his father is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So maybe this person has broken the code, and so I'll send it to you, and then maybe what I'll do is I'll run it by Tom as well, and see what he says.
Well, in the audiobook, he calls him Father Crowley, unless he's calling him a priest.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a quote as well from Aleister Crowley that Billy mentions in the book. I haven't got it on me at the moment, but it's a almost direct quote. He says, "My father says," and this quote, and it's exactly the same as the Crowley one. There are quite a lot of clues in the book that lean to Crowley being his father.
What we'll do is after the show, you and I will dig it up.
Yeah.
If you find it or I find it, we'll put it into the show. I'll slip a slide in where people can see it.
Yeah, okay.
Let me see here. The next question is in Memoirs, Billy explains Paulism. So I'll start with Sally. What is Paulism to you? When Billy talks about Paulism, what does that mean to you?
That one was a really tough question to answer, just simply because it's so complicated. But I'm leaning towards Paulism is basically the cult of Dionysus. This is what they're trying to implement.
Yeah. It's a religion, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's a religion. And when he talks about John coming to the point that he doesn't believe anything, that when people become so obsessed with this mindset of adoration of the Beatles and all that kind of stuff, and when reality hits, despair takes its place. Now, when you have a despondent bunch of people, they're pretty easily controlled.
Well, in the song from John's Plastic Ono Band, there's the song I Found Out, and one of the lyrics in that song is, I've seen religions from Jesus to Paul, you know. So John, in my view, has always been more adventurous, I'll say it that way, with putting the clues out there about what the Beatles were really about. As an example, in the Rolling Stone interview going back to 1971 or so, or 72, he refers to the Beatles as the Beatles myth. Back then when I was reading those articles, I didn't think anything of it. Now I read those articles, I think to myself, how could I have missed what he was saying? Victoria, what is your understanding of Paulism?
Well, I understood it was a religion. I understood it dealt with sacrificial death or sacrifice. Something that I wanted to point out about in relation to this is that, James Paul McCartney died in a car crash on 9/11. There is a theory that floats around out there that Jesus Christ's real birth date was 9/11, and that was the Feast of Trumpets, which ironically both Bill and Paul had trumpets in their life. But I think this is a religion that's spread across music and occultic Hollywood type people. That's where you're seeing this, but it is real. I do believe there really is a Paulism, and that people follow it like Catholics would, or whoever else has their own religion. I really do believe that.
Well, they have millions of followers, right? The Beatle fans,
right?
People who love Beatle music. They definitely, when I say they, the controllers through the Beatles, they definitely have a congregation. Paulism is a representation of a graven Christ figure. So he is like Jesus and other gods who died and were resurrected. So Paul died and he was resurrected through Billy. So he's the graven Christ figure. That's what Paul represents. So he is the Godhead of the religion, at least in the physical world. That's how I look at it.
What good does it do if we understand Paul is dead, but if you don't understand Paul is dead, how could you truly be a worshiper? You see what I'm saying?
Well, the worshiping doesn't have to be knowing. So, in fact, they prefer unknowing worshipers. So I've explained this in a number of presentations, what they do is they manipulate the thoughts and the consciousness. They're taking your energy. So they take your non-physical energy, which would be in the form of your thoughts and your consciousness, and they're able to harness that and then steer it toward their objectives. But there's also physical energy that they are taking from or usurping from the population, and that would be in the form of money, right? So if you're buying merchandise, you're buying CDs, you're buying books, and you're buying, Beatle T-shirts and all of that stuff. You're buying box sets, right? You're doing all this stuff. They are extracting that from you. My understanding and my interpretation of Paulism is bringing in a new age. It's a religion that has multitudes of followers, most of which are unknowing adherents in the congregation that have had their thoughts and their lifestyles shaped, social engineered to evolve to where we are today. So we know in Memoirs it tells us that the Illuminati declared war on Christianity back in 1962. So they had to put in place what we now know, or I know, as the Aquarian conspiracy. That was a conspiracy that was put in play to evolve away from traditional values, evolve away from the religions that were prominent at the time, Christianity being the primary one, and to break it down and to move us to an Aquarian age. Sally mentioned the cult of Dionysus as an example. We used to hear the old saying, if it feels good, do it. And that's basically it in a nutshell. And the way the controllers view this thing is that this is freeing to humanity, that you're not going to have shackles, that you're not going to have all of these rules and these constraints. Now, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying this is my understanding of their take on how things used to be and where they want to take things. And that the cult of Paulism was a major cog in the wheel that started with the human potential movement that the social engineers at Tavistock and SRI were engaged in, like Willis Harman, Theodore Adorno, and that made its way into the Aquarian conspiracy, and then that morphed into the concepts of the New Age movement, which is still alive and well today, which is being formulated out of the Esalen Institute, which is tucked in under Tavistock. That's my take on it. Wendy, what are your thoughts on Paulism?
No, I completely agree with you. It's the whole cult of Paul, from his dreams to his demise, trying to change the consciousness of society from the 60s onwards, and this continued obsession with the Beatles and Paul, and the deification of Paul, as a god-like figure, the public face of the Beatles, and how the powers that be control everything behind the scenes. It's the official narrative of what they want us to believe. It's like an interchangeable state, really, between, the Beatles and Paul. One could not exist without the other, and it continues today with Billy saying in Memoirs, Paul continues to work through him, right, to bring his influence to us. So it's an ongoing cult of Paulism.
Yep. So you and I are on the same page.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's very powerful because, as we know, even within the Paul is dead community, there is a very large segment of that community that worships biological Paul.
Yeah, definitely.
Right? And what is that? That's Paulism. Many of them, probably almost all of them, don't really understand that.
No.
And trying to explain it goes right over their heads.
We don't know him. We don't know them. We only know what we're told, and it's up to us to try and find out the truth. But it is an overall religious cult. There are so many people that won't hear anything bad said about Paul or the Beatles. It's definitely a cult that continues to this day.
Yeah, and you made a very good point, because I was talking to somebody else about this the other day. What people think they know about the Beatles, and let's just pick on biological Paul McCartney. People will say he was such a nice guy, he was so cute, he was so talented, he was a genius, and all this stuff. But the thing is, the people who say these things, they don't know him.
Mm.
They've never met him. I mean, they didn't hang out with him. They weren't having breakfast with him, lunch with him, dinner with him. They weren't partying with him. They have drawn their conclusions based upon official narratives that they have consumed.
Exactly. Definitely. I see it myself on my page. People say, oh, well, he was such a nice guy. He didn't deserve this and everything. We don't know them.
Right.
We don't know if anything that we've been told is true. We don't know them personally. And, it's this obsession. It is really a Beatle obsession.
I have a very, very hard time reading some of that stuff because it's just running in place, wheel spinning, continuing to regurgitate that whole narrative that you and I just talked about where people come across as if they know him or they know the Beatles. And again, like I said, you only know what you know or you think you know because you have been consuming what has been fed to you, which is the official narrative. And we'll talk a little bit later about some of our thoughts about their younger days when they were kids and teenagers. But we won't talk about that now. We will get there. So, okay, so we got, so we talked about Paulism a bit, and I agree it is a bit elusive, but I have narrowed it down to it is a cult, like Wendy said. It's a Luciferian cult. Cult of Dionysus is the same thing. And there are millions and millions of people, whether they know it or not, who are adherents. They're in the congregation of the Church of the Beatles or the cult of Paulism. So off of that, here's the next question. I think it's a good segue. What is your overall opinion on the Beatles now that we have dug so deep into the research? Has your overall perspective changed with regard to the Beatles? How do you view them now versus how you used to view them before your research started? And Sally, let's start with you.
Can I say just a little bit more about the Paulism?
Of course.
Bill talks about how even people that don't understand that Paul died and was resurrected, by listening to the music that is constantly giving clues out in the songs, that you're accepting his death and resurrection because your subconscious is working out the clues that you are not particularly paying attention to.
That's right.
In your conscious mind, just by listening to the music and never accepting that's not the original Paul. On another level, you are just by the fact that you're listening to it and that they planted all of these clues into your head through the songs.
That's a very good point, Sally, and I just want to follow up on that because people have asked me about, why the clues are important, and I explain that for me, the way I view it, and it's on the same track that you're on, those clues and that backmasking, they are ongoing rituals. So as long as people continue to play Beatle music, and I'm guilty of it, by the way, I still play Beatle music. I'm just saying this is the premise that it's ongoing. In fact, when George Harrison was asked about My Sweet Lord, and he was singing Hare Krishna at the end of the song, he was asked about that, and he said it's because it's a mantra. And he said by putting it in a song and having people sing it, it was, in George's mind, manifesting the principles of Hinduism and Krishna. These things are done intentionally and for a reason, and it's not because they're doing it on a lark, because, hey, I think it would be cool just to do this. No, it's not just cool. And by the way, the whole concept of doing things backwards is a tenet of Aleister Crowley. So, Sally, how has your perception of the Beatles changed, or has it?
Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. 5, 6 years ago or 10 years ago, I was playing Beatles rock band with my kids. And now, if I turn the radio on and a Beatles song comes on, most of the time I just turn it off. I've gone from one extreme to the other. And I'm sure eventually I will start to appreciate their music again. Anything that you're involved in, you don't necessarily know that you're involved in because the satanic controllers are at the top and they're involved and they run everything. So whether or not you're listening to music or whether you're doing this, you're doing that. Everything has satanic overtones. So a lot of times I don't even listen to the radio anymore. Driving down the road, it's total silence.
Yeah, I do the same thing. Yep. I'd rather listen to my own thoughts.
Yep. Amen.
Victoria, how has your perceptions and your thoughts about the Beatles, how have they changed?
Well, that's a long answer. I'll try to keep it short. I want to kind of go back and bring the last question into this question. Lucifer in heaven was an angel in charge of praise and worship. So it is interesting in our world how such occultic things are brought forward through music. It should be no surprise, really, if you know that.
Well, one of Lucifer's talents was that of music as well. Am I correct?
Yes. So it really, if you understand that, should be no surprise that so much of this gets brought forward and has been for a long time in the music industry. How's my perspective changed? I think when I started this, the Beatles, I really, when someone said the Beatles, I thought more of the bubblegum, boy band, catchy tune thing. I really didn't pay a lot of attention, before I ran into this conspiracy and started researching it. I've gone through the whole, I felt bad for him. I felt sad for him. Then it's like, well, no, you did it to yourself. I mean, I have all the range of emotions. I also don't listen to music very much anymore. I might when I work out and occasionally when I drive. Other than that, I've disconnected my television from cable. I don't even have that anymore because I'm tired of being fed too much stuff that just isn't true.
Yeah, me too. Yep.
Just turned it all off. I do listen to a little music once in a while. None of it's new. It's all old. I mean, I've gone through all these feelings of disappointment, sadness, and even, when you first jump in on this, you realize what's going on, you expect him to go arrest a Bill and tote him off in handcuffs. That's never happening. That is never happening. He's got a secret he wants to share with a few people if they'll listen. And that's kind of, where we're at. My perspective is just that this is show business. Nothing is as it seems. And when I say nothing, the songwriting, the studio musicians, that whole angle of it, even them wearing suits, that wasn't really them. I don't know if they really all knew who they were because they were just trying to be successful and make a lot of money. And this was just kind of how they had to do it. If that's what they wanted, this was the only way they were going to get it. Yeah, I mean, they don't rank real high on my list of ethical people. But it is an amazing conspiracy that you can just get lost in. I really do love reading about it, but at the same time, I'm disappointed that this has all been just a big pile of malarkey for all these years. That I thought there were these people who were great at something, and it turns out that really, for the most part, none of it was true.
Right. Like I tell folks, very little of it is true. And you touched on something that I wanted just to follow up on here. You mentioned how some people are looking for Billy to be arrested. A lot of people wringing their hands trying to think that something like that's going to happen. But in fact, once you really understand how the world really works, and Billy's helping us to understand that in the Memoirs of Billy Shears, he's an untouchable. Would anybody disagree with that?
That's right. Any of us are more likely to go to jail over this stuff than he is. So, he is untouchable. Nothing's going to happen. And all of this, I'm not sure if it's a mix of he wants to do it, or he has to do it, or he has to put it out there, and, a few people have to understand it. If that's all part of the game.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, he's spending a lot of time, quite honestly, on this conspiracy, on the books and the encoding and the little games that we play, honestly. But he's never going to get in trouble. But at the same time, I'm glad he put it out there
because it certainly woke me up. You understand this, you understand the majority of the conspiracies that float around.
Exactly. Wendy, before we get into the question about your perspective changing, is Billy untouchable?
Yes.
Okay, well, that was short and sweet.
He is. I mean, I get messages all the time from various groups wanting justice for Paul, and I always email back saying it's not going to happen, because the very people that you want to give justice are the very people that put this in place in the first place. So you're just not going to have justice. He is untouchable, and he's played the game. Whatever we think about what happened with the replacement or anything else, he's done a good job. He's done the job asked of him.
Right.
And he's lauded. There's plaudits everywhere. He's always being praised, winning awards, everything. Nobody's going to do anything about him. I think you mentioned in a previous presentation, he's going to get a ticker tape parade.
Exactly.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
We see it going on right now.
Yeah.
Right? He's on all these talk shows now. He just did an interview with Ed O'Brien from Radiohead, and he released McCartney 3, and before that he had Egypt Station, and we're being told that these albums went right up to number 1. And how does that happen? That only happens one way. It's because the people who are in charge, the controllers, are making sure that it happens.
Yes, of course. And that's what's going to happen. I mean, you're being extremely naive if you think, he's going to go to jail or anything like that. Nothing is going to happen to him. He's been put on a pedestal from day one.
Right.
And that will continue.
Yeah, his bloodlines alone.
Yeah.
It just solves that problem. And like you said, Wendy, the very same people that were and are in control of this psychological operation are the same people that own the courtrooms.
Exactly. And nothing at all will happen to him. That's just it.
Yeah, he's going out with lots of fanfare.
Yes, he is.
And let me just make it clear, folks, that doesn't mean I agree. What I'm doing and what we're doing here, we're just explaining the reality of the situation. Billy is in that pyramid. And as I have surmised, he's beyond the 33 degrees of Freemasonry, and he's sitting in that middle tier of the pyramid in the degrees of the Illuminati.
Yes.
Okay, so he's not going to jail. Your perspectives, Wendy, on the Beatles, how has it changed? What did you used to think about them, and where are you now with them?
I still love them.
Well, good for you.
I do. They were always on the radio when I was a child, and growing up with them and everything else. But, I mean, gone is the illusion of the organic back bedroom boy band. That's well and truly gone. And I think it was Davy Jones that said the Beatles were the first manufactured boy band.
Yes.
So the illusion, the complete illusion has gone, but I still love the music and I still appreciate them as a band. It's just I have a different perspective on them now. And, I realise that, if you want a career in the music industry, you've got to play the game, follow orders, and be prepared to perpetuate the agendas of the pyramid of power. And if you're prepared to do that, you can have a good career. It's a very narcissistic way of looking at things, but, that's the way it is. But I still appreciate the music. I still play it. But as I said, now I've got a different perspective. But the music was great. I'm not going to say, oh, no, I don't listen to the music. I don't like the music. I always have, and I always will.
No, the music was great, and it's the basis of me learning to play guitar and wanting to write music and all that stuff. I'm going to ask a question that is not on our outline because I forgot to add it. I just thought about it. And let's start with Sally. Vivian Stanshall. Did Billy play the character of Stanshall?
Yes, he did. when he talked about in the Urban Spaceman that he was playing Apollo, he wasn't being very flattering to Apollo, if that's what he was doing. But I have a whole theory about Pan and all this kind of stuff. Aleister Crowley summoned up Pan, and Billy is amazingly like the character of Pan. And Pan and Apollo, according to Greek mythology, had a musical contest, and Apollo beat Pan. So in the Urban Spaceman, if you look at it from the perspective, he's playing Apollo, but he's not being very flattering to Apollo. He, at one point, puts the instrument up his nose.
Yeah.
Very interesting angle on that. If I could go back to what you were talking about with whether or not Billy is going to get arrested.
Yeah.
He's untouchable to the point that he can write a book. Now, he has to do it legally within certain confines, but he can write a tell-all book and not be touched.
Absolutely. And Billy is also, I've deducted that he is he's the fool card in the tarot deck. You're touching on a very important thread here, Sally, because Billy, his understanding of mysticism, the esoteric, the occult, is very, very deep. Now, going back to Stanchel for a second, so let me just make sure that I set the stage here a little bit. We all agree that there were at least two Vivian Stanchels.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There was the Stanchel that played with the Bonzo Dog Band with Neil Innes. That was Billy. And then there was the Vivian Stanchel, who I refer to as Street Viv, who I now refer to as Victor. He was the version of Stanchel that was on Billy's payroll that Billy hired. He was an actor and a musician. And by hiring Victor, Billy was able to run both his McCartney character and the Stanchel character in parallel, so they could exist at the same time. But you do agree that he was the Stanchel and the Bonzos.
Oh, yes.
Victoria?
I have to say that I think Bill really likes to play roles. He really likes to be an actor. He really likes to see, how well he can pull that off. And I'm not just talking about Viv, because to me, it's obvious he's Viv. There are two of them, but yeah, that he weaves in and out of that role. But I think he's done some other things out there that, maybe we don't mention to. I think that role playing is a lot more common than we notice it when Bill does it, but we haven't really applied it out there to other things. I think there are people moving in and out of roles of politicians, actors, musicians, you name it. I think it's been going on a really long time. I think Bill was probably one of the best at it. Now, some months ago, I sent you a picture of a book cover. It was like the back of a book or something from Viv, and he was posed in the same exact manner that Bill was on Sgt. Pepper's cover, and that he was also on Billy's back. He had his back turned. And I was just like, how could anybody argue that? I mean, it's obviously a clue.
Well, people argue it because they don't want to see it. In other words, they have a narrative. They have dogma. And their narrative never included that aspect of the conspiracy. And so then when it was presented, when it was brought out by Memoirs that he played the part of Vivian Stanchel in the Bonzos, there were people that just refused to go there because they didn't want to believe it. It didn't fit into their narrative. Even when you show them very, very clear pictures, images, comparing Vivian Stanchel of the Bonzos with Billy, and you can see it's the same person, they still reject it. It's the same thought process. It's the same block that people have when you show them the different faces of Paul McCartney over time. But they still want to believe it's just one guy that's always played the part. So what do? They flat out reject those images that conflict with their belief system.
I think that part of that is the issue that when we're fed this narrative, when you really think about it, for the most part, the Beatles stories they don't change. I mean, I say they don't change. They might change very minimally, but they're from Liverpool. They did this, they did that. They had a mom, they had a dad, they had whatever. It's always the same, where in the real world, you tend to see stories that change or get rewritten a little bit, but we always see these narratives come across. But what I'm getting at is that we've been programmed that that Paul is Paul, and he was raised here, and he had a brother, and he played a trumpet, and this and that and the other. But Viv doesn't fit into Paul's narrative.
Right.
Viv is something that Bill did to blow off steam. It was a hobby. He enjoyed it. And he lives in a prison, per se, and I'm not trying to feel sorry for him. I mean, he wanted it. He asked for it. But he lives over here in this Beatles cave. And to me, that's just how he gets away with, just how he handles things psychologically. That's a release for him. He could go over with the doodahs and play whatever he wanted. And, it didn't matter if it was good or bad. It was fun. So that was, his recreation to me. But I'm sure it's the same person, that Bill is Viv. And then there's another actor that helps do the role playing there the rest of the time when he's not available. And I think we see that all over the place with a lot of people. We just haven't really realized it yet.
Well, maybe we'll ask Sally about Don Henley's ears. don't get you started.
That up. Man alive.
All right. Well, we'll talk about Don Henley's ears in a moment. Let me just get to Wendy. Let's talk about her take on Vivian Stanshall.
Well, I definitely think the short-haired version is Billy. I'm not quite convinced that he played the hexagonal version of Billy. I think that may have been someone else, but there was definitely the versions that played in the Bonzo Dog Band, and the person that lived as Street Viv, as we call him. It's another conundrum, really, because people think, well, how can he play all these characters? But he was enabled and to be able to do this. And, the formula that the powers that be used are very simple in structure. It's the subterfuge around it that creates the confusion with all of it. But there was a comment in Memoirs where he said, even after Vivian died, in inverted commas, other people wore my Vivian costume. Now I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said. So that's a very confusing comment, but I think probably 2 in the Bonzo Dog Band and 1 Street Viv.
So what we're saying, folks, is that I had originally presented that there were 2 Stanshalls. There was Billy and the Bonzos, and there was Street Viv, or who I now refer to as Victor, taking the name out of Wikipedia, who was not in the Bonzos. But what Wendy is saying is that we might have a third one lurking, and he was the one with those glasses.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a strong possibility. And
are you working on that one? You're going to solve the puzzle for us?
I'll try.
Yeah, so it's very, very interesting, and maybe we will, we'll hone in on whether there were 3 Vivians instead of 2.
As if 2 aren't enough.
Yeah. Now, we're going to get into something here. You all knew that I was working on the big presentation, did the Beatles write all their own music? And as you know, where I concluded was that from 1962 through 1966, because there were 2 periods. In fact, the Beatles even tell us there's 2 periods, right? Because we have the red 62 through 1966 greatest hits album, and then we have the blue 1967 to 1970. And the red and the blue coloring is Masonic, and it represents the Red Lodge, and it represents the Blue Lodge. And when I did the analysis, it took me a long time to do it, plowing through so much information, I deducted that the Beatles, biological Paul, John, George, and Ringo, wrote very little, if anything, during that period. That during that time frame, the songs were written by professional songwriters with George Martin leading the parade. And I also believe that Theodore Adorno was involved with George Martin to do this. And in fact, in Billy's back, there are footnotes that tell us that Theodore Adorno was indeed involved with the Beatles' music. And then from 1967 to 1970, I said that we start to see more of the Beatles on the recorded tracks and also more of their own music, although from 67 through 70, Billy is still using outside songwriters to contribute to the songs that ended up on the albums or as singles. So, that's where I landed with it. It caused a big ruckus, obviously, not just outside of the Paul is Dead community, but also within the Paul is Dead community. There were a lot of people that were losing their minds over this. So I just wanted to get your take. And Sally, we'll start with you first. Did they write all their own music, or did they not?
Oh, they didn't. And Bill speaks of hiring other people plenty of times in the book. He definitely talks about that. Your presentation was just so excellent. How anybody could get through that and not believe. You're very thorough in your presentation. There's no way. It would just be impossible.
Well, what did Pete Best tell us about the Hamburg days? Out of Pete Best's mouth, they had about 2 hours during the day. They woke up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had to be at the club ready to go by 6 o'clock, which means they had about 2 hours. How could you possibly be writing music in Hamburg when you were playing from 6 o'clock in the evening to 2 o'clock in the morning, and then going back to, the dump that they were sleeping in, especially in the early days, and then waking up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and starting the whole process over again? I mean, come on. There's no songwriting taking place during that time. Zero.
How did you spend your time outside the club when you were basically through working? What'd you do?
Well, by the time we'd finish working, in those days we used to work 8 hours a night. We'd start at 6 and finish at 2 in the morning during the week.
What'd you do before? In other words, your basic time for enjoying yourself was before, and maybe a little after, but most of the time before. What did you do before you went into the club?
Well, by the time we'd woken up, it was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, great. In other words, you had, all sorts of time. You had 2 hours to do what?
Yeah, well...
Did you walk around? Did you see the rest of Hamburg?
Yeah, well, the first time we were there, we were as well as being musicians, we were
How did
tourists.
people take you when you walked around? Did you walk around in black leather jackets?
After about a month, we walked around in black leather
People
jackets.
stare at you all the time?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah, so you landed with, no, they did not write all their own music.
Well, and also, after you play a gig, you're exhausted.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want to, after you've given everything on the stage, it's physically exhausting to do that.
Yeah, and and back in the day, folks, back in Hamburg, in fact, I just did a video on this. I talk a little bit about another piece of research that I'm possibly going to do, which analyzes the period between 1960 and 1962, because the official narrative in the documentary, The Complete Beatles from the 1980s, says that John and Paul wrote 100 songs between them, original songs, from 1956 to 1962. Yet, we don't really see anywhere near 100 songs popping up, right? We don't really start to see original compositions pop up until 1962, when they start to get closer to the Decca, and I'm going to say this in quotes, audition tapes, quote unquote, because that is a very suspect narrative as well. So, yeah, and as a young person, when you're, in 1960, biological Paul McCartney was 18 years old. In 1962, he was 20 years old. And to think that young guys, and George was even younger, he was the youngest out of them all, that they had all of this discipline and that they weren't doing what young men do at that time who were in a band, rehearsing, playing, drinking, hanging out with your friends. To believe that they had this discipline is really not realistic. It's not reality. And that's just going back to the 1960 through 1962 period. But my presentation picks it up from really 1963, when they released their first UK album, their debut album, Please Please Me, and I take it out through Revolver. But I spend a lot of time focused on Rubber Soul because Rubber Soul is a major gap in the Beatles' narrative. It's something that couldn't have possibly have happened the way the official story tells us it happened. So, in any case, I went through that. I know you ladies know all this, but just in case there's somebody listening that has no idea what I'm talking about with regard to that presentation. So, Victoria, your take on it. Did they write all their own music or no?
No. We started talking about this between ourselves some months, maybe years before you did that presentation.
Yeah.
And we kind of already figured out that schedule would have been almost impossible if they just showed up to everywhere they were supposed to show up, which who knows who showed up where. It could have been Hall 1, 2, 3, or 4. I'm just saying, no, the schedule made it difficult. What threw the ball over the fence for me was the Yesterday, being a classical music piece.
Neapolitan song, yeah.
Neapolitan song. I just watched a video before we started today that Sally had sent over, and they weren't alone. Everybody was doing it. There were a lot of people pulling from the Neapolitan time frame, the classical pieces, avoiding, pieces that weren't copyrighted, where copyrights didn't apply.
Right.
And some that did. Anyway, I also wanted to add that we've talked about this a time or two. The movie That Thing You Do seems to have a lot of little crumbs in it that follow along the Beatles timeline. But that was one of the conflicts in the movie, was that Jimmy wanted to just go to the studio and sing all his songs that he'd written. And they're like, oh no, you're going to sing songs from the Playtone gallery of songs or whatever. And it made him mad, and he stormed out of the studio. And just their whole schedule that they had on there would have been something like the Beatles, but on a smaller scale. I think all that's just PID crumbs, if you ask me.
There's a lot of parallels to the Paul is Dead story in that movie.
Right. I think I made a list of 10 of them at least at one time or more. When you asked me about this, that's something that I remember. No, they didn't unfortunately write their own music, although I think John probably had, he may have had some lyrics here and there. He was a poet. He may have had some words here and there, and somebody may have come up with a melody or something, but no, and some of that stuff was complex. I mean, Norwegian Wood was in 6/8 time, was it? That's probably above their understanding level at that time where they were at. You don't go from Love Me Do to to complex stuff like that so fast. It just doesn't happen.
Well, I have a source, a person that has been in the business for a very, very long time, very, very accomplished songwriter, composer, who told me straight up as I was putting the presentation together that the playing on Norwegian Wood was way above John Lennon's play grade. That's the thing, when I was doing this presentation, and I know you ladies know this because we've talked about this offline, but there were folks that connected in to me. They couldn't be known publicly because it would create a problem. The Beatles story, the Beatle narrative, is very, very protected. So anybody who is in the business that comes along and defies that story, and they do it publicly, they could very well lose a lot of what they might have or what they may have achieved in their career. So that's why they don't step forward. People always ask me, how come nobody has said anything? How come nobody has stepped forward? And they don't really understand that. First of all, the people that are in the story are people that have been placed in the story. And if you weren't placed into the story, once you're in it, you're sworn to secrecy. Because if you say anything, there could be big problems. And I'm not talking about somebody's going to be taken out, but you can have the rug pulled out from under you as far as a career goes. Or you may be smeared. They'll ruin your reputation. They'll ruin your credibility.
Right.
That's why people don't say anything.
You have to think of the Beatles as a factory that makes a product. And so when you buy a product, let's say Coke, when you buy a product, the name Coke, the branding is who gets the credit. But you don't really see all of the people back here doing all the different little bitty jobs that they have to do to make the end product.
Right.
Well, everybody had a job to do, and they did it well, as the song says. what the people who wrote the book, who put the word out there to other people, wanted us all to believe is that somehow the Beatles did this all themselves. I mean, if they told us that they pressed the records themselves, we'd believe it, because we really would. But they didn't put that in there, so nobody thinks that. I'm just saying that it was a large factory, and the studio musicians were just another form of doubles. I mean, really, they had a job to do, and they did it well. And same way all the way down the line. It's just that for whatever reason, at that point in time, the product was the Beatles, and so everything, good or bad, got put on all four of them. I think that George's little incident where he was sued for copyright, that was no accident. They could stop things like that, you know. Like Milli Vanilli probably wasn't an accident. That really happened because somebody stepped out of bounds a little too much and they wanted to correct him. So the same thing there with George Harrison. They just wanted to say, hey, you know, you must be careful. Or
pull it in.
Yeah, we're
rein it in.
We're going to give you another chance here, but this is a warning. And I think they all had several warnings along the way. We just didn't understand, you know, what that was. But they're just a product. They're just a brand. That's all they are.
Yeah, and you know, and the people have to understand that when we talk about studio musicians sitting down and recording the music, people think, "Oh my God, that's heresy." But go back, folks, and it's on YouTube. Watch the documentary "The Wrecking Crew." Go back and watch that documentary. That was the model that was used in the music industry in the 1960s and the 1970s, and how music was created, how it was put together, produced, recorded. Watch The Wrecking Crew. And then, if you want to understand how it was done from the 1980s on, go watch the documentary. I think it's on Netflix or Amazon, called Hired Gun. So those two documentaries, The Wrecking Crew, to understand the 1960s and the 70s, and then from 1980 on, Hired Gun. You watch those two documentaries, and what we're talking about right here won't seem so crazy. Wendy?
Yeah, just quickly on session musicians. I was talking to someone, and they were saying that to work as a session musician, you have to be of an extremely good standard, but you're there on trust. And if people can't trust you, you don't work again.
Right.
So, you know, people saying, oh, well, why didn't they say this? Why didn't they say that? They wanted to work. And if you want to work, you could basically keep quiet.
Plus, back in the 60s, I watched the Wrecking Crew documentary when they were talking about the work that they were doing. They were paid well. That's the other thing. So it's not only just getting work. You're getting work and you're getting paid well. So are you going to jeopardize that?
No, you're not at all. I mean, it's, you know, everything is on trust. And if people can't trust you, they're not going to use you. And therefore, you're not going to get work and you're not going to be well paid. So people, you know, kept quiet. And that was it. It's the way of everything, really, isn't it? If you want to get anywhere, get work, move on, you have to be able to be trusted.
Well, it's the same thing that's going on today. We don't have medical people talking about the adverse effects to the you-know-what, and why is that? Because if they do, what's going to happen? They're going to lose their jobs.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So they don't say anything. They bite the bullet. They look the other way. So the Beatles are not the only example of where this type of tactic is put in play, and we see how people just turn a blind eye, or they zip up, or they're in the club.
Yeah.
Right? That's the other thing. They're in the club. So, you know, they're bound by the Brotherhood, by Freemasonry. So, you know, we obviously have to put that into the mix as well. But as far as writing their own music, Wendy, what were your thoughts about that?
Well, I'm assuming as, you know, sort of young people, they did play around with lyrics, you know, strum guitars and everything like that. And probably, you know, they had an input with sort of various ideas to the main songwriters, but the early songs were relatively unsophisticated. So, you know, it could be possible that a few of their ideas were incorporated into some of the early lyrics. It is possible, but as for actually the ongoing process of writing songs and the music and everything, for a start, they didn't read or write music. And as they got established and more popular, they just didn't have time. I mean, Memoirs mentions them being exhausted from touring and constant interviews, doing what young people do, making films and public appearances. There just wasn't the time, even if they were able to do it, which I don't believe they were. I just think they were perhaps at the beginning just, putting in various ideas to the main songwriters, but I don't think it went any further than that.
No, I agree. So people ask me that. They'll say, well, are you saying they didn't contribute anything or they didn't play on any of the tracks? And the way I answered that was not to the degree where it mattered. So if you come in with a little song, as an example, right, and it's, E, A, B, those are chords, and you strum it and you say, hey, George Martin, what do you think about this? George will look at you and like, okay, well, that's nice. So what would happen, though, is even if they did come in with something, those songs would be reviewed and they would be reworked by professional songwriters, because the Beatles were a machine. They were there, obviously, as a major psychological operation for social engineering, but guess what, folks? They also made a ton of money, right? So you're not going to, when you put this thing together, you're not going to leave it to chance. Nothing gets left to chance. Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing. All the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed.
I mean, logic would tell you that they couldn't do it. If you can't read music and write music, how are you going to write all these amazing songs? It can't happen.
It becomes very, very difficult once you really dig into this to believe the official narrative. And I have people who write me, and I see the comments sometimes. They're like, well, I play guitar, and, I know that that's John playing or George playing because I play guitar. And it's an argument that doesn't make any sense, because, number one, you don't know if they were on those recordings. You don't know because you were not there. So when people say things like, well, I know because I'm a guitar player, no, actually who you're listening to, in all likelihood, is a guitarist like Vic Flick. Okay, so Vic was with the George Martin Orchestra. He played the guitar track to Ringo's theme in the film A Hard Day's Night. He played the James Bond theme at the beginning of Help on the U.S. release of the album. And as I mentioned in a recent video I did, a commentary video on the Beatles, what would make us think that George Martin only hired Vic Flick, who was a guitarist in his orchestra, for only those two bits? But why wouldn't we think and take the next step forward and say, some of that guitar playing on those tracks, I have to tell you, is exceptional. It's very, very good guitar playing. So to kind of like back into this a little bit, the email I received from a person who has been in the business a very long time, I'm talking about decades, and he said in his email, when he was looking at my video that was questioning whether they were playing live or not, or whether they were miming their instruments, right? And this person wrote me, and I can't say who this person is, but they said to me, my guitar playing skills were used often back in the day, similar to Vic Flick, to deputize pretty faces who are not up to par as musicians across various recordings by famous artists. That's a direct quote.
It's mind-blowing when you think about it. But, I mean, logic again would tell you, why would you let amateur people try and write music? You wouldn't, when you've got a bank of professionals there to play and to write music. And as you said, it's a machine. It's an industry. It's there to make money.
And George Martin was under a lot of pressure to deliver 2 albums a year. There was no way he was going to sit down with a bar and club band.
Exactly.
And folks, they didn't have anything. In my presentation, George Martin says he thought their music was rubbish and they didn't have anything behind them. Okay? I don't know how much clearer that has to be. Also, the 1962 Mercy Beat article, where it very clearly says that they were flying to London to play at EMI to record at EMI, I should say, to record songs that were written for them by their record manager, George Martin. And I can't tell you, ladies, how many people just blow past that smoking gun.
And I think in one of your presentations, you had some photos of them actually in the studio with big folders.
Binders, yeah.
And, you know, sat around reading. You know, they were professionally bound binders. You know, they were sat there looking at what they had to do.
Yeah, they were corporate binders. And I've had people write me, I had two people write me and say, oh, that was the script to A Hard Day's Night. I'm like, really? Really? Like they're reading the script to A Hard Day's Night around a piano in an obviously staged photo? You know, this is the lunacy of the thinking of people that just cannot come to grips with the fact that it is not what they were led to believe that it was. They can't let it go. They can't.
No.
You know, they can't let it go. Anyway, so this is going to lead to the next question, and we won't spend too much time on this, and we'll shift over to Sally now. So now that we've talked about the music, and we all agree that they did not write all of their own music, and again, folks, I'm not saying they didn't write any of the music. I'm saying they did not write all of their own music, okay? So there are pieces that they did write, especially as we got into the Sgt. Pepper era going out through Let It Be. But how important, Sally, was George Martin to the process?
If you think of this whole process like a military setup, he was like a colonel that had to whip soldiers into shape, which is kind of funny because Sgt. Pepper, but, you know, that was his job. I mean, and he admitted it several times that he had to bring these people that had no, you know, he thought their stuff was rubbish into a presentable package that people would want, even to the point of telling them how to dress.
In fact, in Memoirs, he tells a story that Billy tells us through Tom that when Brian Epstein first approached George Martin said no.
No.
Right? And then Billy says then George got a call from upstairs and said, yeah, we realize that this is not what you want to do, but you know what?
You're going to do it.
You got to do it. Yeah. Yep. So if George Martin had his druthers, he would not have been working with the Beatles. He was ordered from levels above him to take them on and to mold them and to make them into what they ultimately became. Victoria, what are your thoughts on George Martin? Main cog? Did he write any of the music? What do you think?
Main cog. Wrote a lot of the music or had something to do with it. Arranged it, wrote it, co-wrote it. He didn't get to be a sir. He didn't get to be that from doing nothing. He was a main influence. There was a lot of money behind all of that, and it was his job to make sure it got done and got done well. And without him, there wouldn't have been the Beatles. That never would have happened. You know, I get a little confused when I hear the story about he got a call from upstairs. I mean, I understand it, but I don't understand why they chose those four, why it had to be them. They didn't sing any better, other than possibly they were already mind controlled somehow, and that's why it had to be them.
Yep.
Obviously, he didn't want to work with them. He probably didn't want to do rock and roll for that matter, but it paid off for him nonetheless, obviously. And he's probably bloodline.
Oh, I would say without a question of a doubt, George Martin's got bloodlines.
Yeah, so
Yep.
If he set into something, he was going to make it happen.
Wendy, what are your thoughts on George Martin?
Well, he gave the Beatles their contract with EMI. I think he said to them their success was guaranteed as long as they furthered certain agendas from the powers that be. So, I mean, an EMI have links to the intelligence services, and I think it was Billy's uncle that told George Martin that Billy was going to replace Paul. So he was extremely important, and I think George is another one of the characters that hasn't had nearly enough scrutiny. He seems to have got away with it, really. He's always thought of as the fifth Beatle, but we haven't really scratched the surface regarding George, I don't think, on his background and his backstory and how he came to be a part of the establishment. So perhaps, we need to do a little bit more research on George, but he was definitely extremely important.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The Beatles did their Decca audition. I think it was in January of 1962, and the official story tells us that they went to Decca and they banged out, they recorded 15 songs in around 6 hours, which is another crazy compressed time frame, which I find extremely suspect. It's just like 10 of the 14 songs that they recorded for Please Please Me, they tell us that 10 songs were recorded within 13 hours in one day. That's another ridiculous narrative. But what's interesting is, we're told they went to Decca in January of 62, and then in June of 1962, based on the research that I did, that's when Brian Epstein and George Martin inked the contract to have the Beatles signed to EMI Parlophone. So it's very interesting to me how quickly it moved along, right? So they go to Decca, and again, I think the Decca story needs to have more investigation. I find that story to be suspicious, especially the 15 songs in 6 hours or so being recorded. And then, boom, 6 months later, they're signed with EMI and George Martin. And then March 22nd of 1963, their first album, Please Please Me, is released. So that whole process, from the time they did the Decca recording, the demos, to when Please Please Me was released, was what, 15 months?
Yeah.
That's unbelievably fast. You talk about fast pathing something, that's unbelievable. And that type of thing doesn't happen unless the skids are all greased. No way. No way.
We're always told what happens regarding the recording and the writing of the music, but it wasn't till you did your documentary and broke every section down how it couldn't have happened that we began to, nobody had done that before you did. So we looked at it and said, yes, they told us they recorded this and this in that time frame. But until somebody actually takes the time to research it, break it down and go and find people that worked in the industry and everything like you did, that's the only way we're going to be able to find out what really happened. Because until then, we took it on face value, what we were told, and it obviously didn't happen.
Yeah, well, what happened with me was, I was not familiar with the backstory to the recording of Rubber Soul. And what happened was I bought that DVD. Scott Fryman has the series that's titled Deconstructing the Beatles, and he does different Beatle albums, so he did Rubber Soul. So I bought it, I bought it on a lark. And I said, okay, let me take a look at this. So you talk about, synchronicities, how things wind up in your lap, right? I got 15 or 20 minutes into the presentation. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. That did not happen. That didn't happen. I have studio experience. I spent time in studios recording, especially in the late 70s going into the 1980s. My brother and I had a home studio in the 1990s, and I have a home studio to this day. So I understand the recording process. And I said, that didn't happen. And like you said, Wendy, what I had to do was to dig deeper. And then there were people that reached out to me in the industry, and others were even bolder and detailed out, helped me to understand the cycle time, how it really works, versus the official narrative we were given as to the time frames that are written in Beatle books about Rubber Soul, showing up in the studio on October 11th with no backlog of music. That's the official story. They came in empty. They came in on October 11th. October 12th, they banged out Run for Your Life. So they're there for, what, less than 24 hours, and all of a sudden, miraculously, Run for Your Life is completed. And then they tell us that the takes for the basic rhythm tracks, 1, 2, 3, 4 takes, 5 takes, that's absurd. It's absurd. And I compared that to the number of takes for the songs on the White Album, where we have 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 takes per song. And then we're told that they wrapped up 16 songs in 30 days, and Rubber Soul was in the retail outlets on December 3rd. The cycle time doesn't work. It doesn't work. When you have to factor in recording, rehearsal, arranging, then you have to mix, master. You have to have the run times of the songs so that you can sequence them to press the vinyl. You have to have the names of the songs so you can create the record labels and so that you can get the album art printed. And I think, Wendy, you might have helped me with this. I could not find a date as to when the Rubber Soul photo shoot took place.
No, I couldn't, because I know
it's an enigma.
Yeah, there was nothing at all. I mean, I searched everywhere, and but regarding your comments, I think the powers that be are playing on the naivety of the general public, because we don't know the process of writing, recording, and pressing albums and everything. And the people that do are not going to say anything. So it's a catch-22 situation. We don't know how the music industry works, and the people that work in the industry are not going to tell us, because they want quite right to keep working. So that's another way of fooling us in a way. None of us scrutinise the music industry until you started to do it, and only when you broke it down did we see that it was just not possible. But we don't know that at the time. We're told that they did this, this and this, and we take it as read. And that's how they sort of play on our naivety of not knowing how things do work behind the scenes.
Exactly. That's exactly what they do. Now, the next question, I'm going to go to Sally. What's your opinion of Billy? Do you like him, dislike him? Are you neutral on him? What's your take on him?
Can we expand a little bit about that songwriting again?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
The Rubber Soul. They walked in there with nothing. Songs, as you know, I know because we're both songwriters, have to be inspired. For example, let's bring him back up again. Don Henley talks about when they reformed their band again, the Eagles, and this could all be a story. But one of the things that Don Henley brings up is, well, when we write a song, and I know you really like that song, Get Over It.
Yeah.
Where he said, I've been thinking about this for a very, very long time. It's grating on my nerves, seeing all these whiny people and all this kind of stuff. So to walk in the door, you don't have any songs. Those songs have to be brought about by some type of inspiration.
Exactly. And again, the official narrative, right?
Right.
Says that they had nothing when they came into that studio. Tidbits of this and that. In fact, hold on a second. Let me pull up a chart that I have from the presentation, and I'll run this down for the audience. Bear with me 1 second. So they entered the studio on October 11th, and then we're told that on October 12th, Run for Your Life was done. Then we're told that 2 days later, on October 13th, Drive My Car was done. And then we're told October 16th, 5 days later, Day Tripper was complete. On October 18th, 7 days since arriving in the studio, If I Needed Someone was completed. October 21st, 10 days in, Norwegian Wood. October 22nd, they finished 2 songs, In My Life and Nowhere Man, 11 days in. We Can Work It Out, 18 days in. Michelle, 23 days in. What Goes On, 24 days. Think for Yourself, 28 days in. The Word, 30 days in. And then we're told that they finished 4 songs in a single day on November 11th. Of course, November 11th, 1965, folks, is an occulted date. November is 11. The 11th day, 11. 1965, the last 2 digits of the year. 6 plus 5 is 11. 11, 11, 11, 33. We're told on the last day, November 11th, they finished and completed You Won't See Me, Girl, Wait, and I'm Looking Through You. And they tell us that Wait, some of the basic rhythm tracks were recorded back June 17th, but they finished up the song on November 11th. It's ridiculous. The whole time frame is ridiculous when the story's telling us that they came in with no material.
And they just conjured up inspiration for every one of those songs in that amount of time.
Right. And so then, once they finish up on November 11th, George Martin had to go through the songs. He had to mix them down. He had to figure out the run times and all that stuff. Yeah, well, when was all of this stuff taking place with regard to the record sleeves?
Right.
That all had to take place beforehand. So what we're saying, folks, and if you haven't watched the presentation, watch it. Take a look at it and listen to it and follow it, and you'll see that the whole process of Rubber Soul had to start way before the Beatles ever showed up into the studio in order to have that record out in retail outlets in time for Christmas on December 3rd, 1965. So, in any case. All right, so let's go back to Billy here. Sally, like him, dislike him, or are you neutral on
Oh,
him?
I like him.
Okay.
You know I do.
Why do you like Billy?
I like him. I like his humor. I like his creativity. I like the fact that, as Tom said the other day, he's been walking a fine line since he started.
Yeah.
He's being honest in the way he's, masterfully speaking. In one of his chapters, he talks about saying stuff and have several different meanings, and you have to figure out where exactly he means by what he said. I appreciate the fact that he can take situations, The Long and Winding Road, Golden Slumbers, all of those songs, when you find out the meaning behind those songs, are absolutely gut-wrenching. I mean, they can be just by most of the time until we did a deep dive into Memoirs, we had no idea what most of these song lyrics meant. He's extremely gifted. I think he's been calling the shots for a lot longer than he admits it. That video I showed of Hey Jude at the beginning, he looks like he is telling the cameraman where to point the camera. He nods when he's playing Hey Jude to, I think it's David Frost. At one point, the camera is pointing to him, and he nods right at David Frost, and then they zoom the camera in on David Frost. I mean, he looks like he's been running the show from the get-go.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a bit, about how early do we think Billy was actually in the pipeline.
Yeah, I think he was a studio musician.
Yeah,
Hello.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm grateful. If nothing else, I'm grateful for the fact that he wrote this book. And like I said before, it has springboarded me into understanding gematria, to how the controllers work, how everything is a fabrication of reality. But that book has definitely springboarded me into it. And so I'll be forever grateful to him.
Well, the book was a springboard for me, too. It's like I said, I was very much involved in conspiracy research, and then when I read Memoirs and I started to dig in, it did open the aperture for me to go look into areas that I may not have looked at otherwise. So I hear you on this. Victoria, what's your take on Billy?
Hey, quickly back on the last question, I won't linger, but the cover photo, I think you and I had talked about that, or I looked into it and found the same information you did. The cover photo was like from May or something. It was from when they were filming Help.
Yeah.
Regardless of what what that photographer says in the fall happened or whatever, that was from when they were filming Help. They all had the same clothes on that they had in one of the scenes of the Help movie. And then some of the other pictures on the album I recognized from when the Beatles visited my area. There's still newspaper articles and things that come out. So I recognized one of George's pictures from that. So that had to be 1964. They just used a bunch of old pictures and threw that album out there and then created a story. But that's what they did. But back to Bill. I have come full circle with him. There was a time where I was angry and didn't like him, but just to make a long story short, he is really a good musician. He really is a good musician, and even if you don't like all his songs, I get that. I don't like all of his songs either, but not every song is meant to be a hit. It's meant to say something. I think that I do like him, but at the same time, I'm cautious with that because I don't really know who he is. But I do appreciate that he came out with these books, and we know so much more than we did. But I'm not sure I really know who Bill is. I only get to know what he wants me to know. So of that part, yeah, I do like him. This is all a little beyond my full comprehension and understanding of why people do this, but it's just a world I don't live in. This is his world, not my world. And I would never want to be something I'm not. I would never want to be pretending to be somebody I'm not. So, yeah, I've come full circle where I was mad at him, didn't like him, angry with him, all the way to, I kind of can appreciate you. And at least you did come out and try to set it straight, even if it was kind of behind the scenes a little bit.
Yeah, cryptic. Yeah. Wendy.
Well, from what I've read, I like him. I think he's played his role of Paul to the best of his ability. I think only now we're getting a glimpse of the real Billy with his opinions and on various subjects and with his artwork. There's a lot of his artwork online and poetry. And I think his participation in recent interviews and magazine articles, I think he's trying to get as much of himself across as he possibly can without spilling the beans completely. I think we're seeing a more quirky personality, sort of more Bonzo, less Beatle. And I hope in time that we see a bit more of his real personality coming through. My only real issue, if I'm sort of being honest, is if you read Memoirs or Billy's Back, you know that he has a sort of more of a naturalistic approach to physical health and well-being, and his views on the pharmaceutical industry and everything. And I just find it a bit of a huge contradiction when he, how can I put it, rolls his sleeve up and promotes certain things at the moment. And, I know, I watch that, I see it on the news occasionally, and I think, oh, why are you doing that? Well, of course I know why he's doing it, but, it's just a bit hypocritical.
Yeah, it's interesting. You reminded me of a clip that I've shown a couple of times. It's when he walks into the room, George is sitting down, and this is, their post-Beatle era. This might have been Anthology, I don't remember, but that time period, right? So Billy walks into the room, and George greets him and says, "Hello, William." And Billy has this leather jacket on, and yet he's supposed to be a vegetarian.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to paraphrase here, but George said something quippy, and he said, "Is that like a vegetarian jacket or something?" And it was just very, very funny, because like you were just saying, we have this kind of this little bit of this dichotomy, maybe a little bit of this hypocrisy.
Mm.
I will tell you, and I'm being honest, I'm neutral with him as I am neutral with biological Paul McCartney. We have these factions out there that, if you don't love biological Paul McCartney, then there's something wrong with you. I mean, he's this and he's that and so on. And Billy's the devil, Billy's Darth Vader. And to be honest with you, I've said for a long time that I look at the biological Paul piece of this as a subplot because there's a much larger play in play. The whole psychological operation, how they did it, the players. It's just absolutely fascinating when you look at it and you take a look at all of the elements that are in this psychological operation, the pyramid of power. They talk about the Illuminati, Tavistock, mind control, social engineering, the drug culture, Crowley magic, numerology, mysticism, Luciferianism, Satanism. It's all there. It's all packaged in there, I'm really neutral on him. To me, he's just somebody that I study. Does that make sense?
Yeah, completely. My opinion is purely from what I've read in Memoirs, and I like a lot of his opinions. I agree with a lot of his opinions, but as you say, we don't know him. We don't really know him. We only know what we know from Memoirs.
What he wants us to know.
Yeah, exactly what he wants us to know. Probably in time we'll get to know more information and more about him, and we could change our mind. Who knows? But I can only give an opinion on Memoirs.
Yeah, I hear you. Let's move to the next question, and we touched on it a little bit. Sally, I'll start with you. How long do you sense Billy has been in the picture? Do you think it was late 1966 to current day, or do you think that Billy was in the pipeline, in the mix, involved in the Beatle machine going back before 1966?
Oh, I think he's probably been there since the beginning. Definitely a studio musician, like I mentioned before. And he already had in his mind, well, according to the book, where he wanted to go and what he didn't want to do as a Beatle.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think as a studio musician. And he does mention that he's played on an awful lot of records and never got any credit for it.
Right, right. So do you think he goes back to what, 1962, 1960? What's your gut? The reason why I ask is because he did drop a clue a couple of years ago when he said he wrote the music to In My Life. Right, that was a clue, in my opinion, where he was telling us that he was behind the scenes before most people think he arrived.
Yep, I know that he mentions that the controllers have had their eye on him and Paul right from the beginning. So take that where you will. Yeah,
well, in the book he tells us that he was subjected to trauma-based mind control, right? So we know that he was being primed and groomed for a very long time to have some kind of prominent position somewhere. Perhaps in the beginning, they didn't think it was going to be the Beatles, but it was going to be doing something else where he was going to be influential. Victoria, what are your views on Billy and how long he's been in the pipeline?
Well, we know from the book that he was saved at age 3 by someone who was musical, who helped him out a little bit. I think he was around the Beatles from the start. I think he was there all the way through, the early 60s, 60 to 62 even, at least as a studio musician. And he probably played on a lot of their stuff, but he could have even been a studio musician back into the 50s, possibly. I've always and this is just my opinion, I've always felt like he went to a musical school like we would see here in the United States. I think the TV show and movie Fame was a musical academy of musical and acting and things like that. I think he probably went to something like that because he knows how to play. He has an understanding of how to play a lot of different instruments and different types of instruments. So maybe he had composition training or band director training or something like that. I think it's possible. I've just kind of been thinking this more recently that maybe he even knew the boys, the Paul and John anyway, in childhood in the mind control circles somehow, because I have studied up on how that works a little bit, and they are put into groups and things, and they do have mentors of slightly older children that are in there. I think it's possible he knew who they were from that world, but that's just opinion. I don't have anything really to back that up.
Well, researcher Ofer Zevi, who interviewed me, and we put out the video, 11 questions asked of me of the Beatles and the McCartney conspiracy, he made a very, very good point. And he said that there's a clue, I think he said in Billy's back in the footnotes, where Tom is telling us that it's a little cryptic, but once you read it, and I think Ofer is correct, basically his premise was that Billy Pepper and the Pepper Pots, when they released the Beatle covers, that they weren't actually covers, they were demos. That Billy actually created the demos for those songs.
That makes sense.
And those demos were then shown to the Beatles, and they had to go off and learn those songs. I think I Want to Hold Your Hand was one of those songs. There was about 5 or 6 Beatle covers that were on the Billy Pepper and the Pepper Pots albums. And what Ofer brought to my attention was that he could not find any documented date of when the Billy Pepper and the Pepper Pots album was officially released. It's not there. So if he's correct, then that goes to what you're saying, Victoria, that he was there very, very early on, writing some of the music early on. That's what that says. Wendy, what do you think?
I think he was there from day one. I mean, he was a musical prodigy from a very young age, And I think he was probably waiting in the wings, sorry about the pun, for whatever role he was going to take over. It could have been the Beatles, it could have been something else. He could have been George Martin, he could have been in the Rolling Stones, whatever. But I think he was there from the very early days. And I think Memoirs tells us he met Paul in 1963. So he was obviously there well before, he replaced him. So there's nothing to say that he wasn't there right from the beginning, because he's highly trained and he has written for Elvis and various others. So there's no reason to think that he wasn't there from the beginning, waiting for his role to become apparent for whichever role they thought he would be good for. I mean, I think it's a bit naive to think that he just popped up and replaced Paul and that was it. I mean, he's an extremely talented man. So, that's my thought, that he was there from almost day one, I would imagine.
Plus, he's 5 years older, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, so he has 5 years on biological Paul.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next question I'm going to ask is about Tom's new website, memoirsofpaul.com, and the promoting of both Billy's new box set, the lyrics, 1956 to the present, with memoirs. So essentially there is a co-marketing program in place on that website to sell both box sets, the lyrics, which is called the official narrative, and the Memoirs of Billy Shears, a new box set which is coming out. By the way, it's being released on Aleister Crowley's birthday. I don't know if you guys picked up on that. Okay, I mean, come on, right? Why not? So here we have a situation where it's very obvious now that there's a convergence. On the page that talks about the lyrics, the narrative around the lyrics is the unofficial narrative. There's a contradiction. They're telling you that the lyrics, 1956 to the present, is the official narrative, the official box set, and the words around the official box set are telling us that Paul McCartney is not Paul McCartney, that Billy's Paul McCartney. And he even has, Tom has even put images up there where we can make easy comparisons to see that they are two different people. That to me was right in our faces. In other words, first we're being told this is the official narrative, this is the official Beatles story. Billy's going to give you his input on his insights into the lyrics and all this stuff. So you're getting like, oh, okay, I'm going to get the official Paul McCartney view, and then right to the left are all these words, these paragraphs that are telling you that book is a fictional account. The other tab, the tab that has the Memoirs of Billy Shears, that is the true story. That's what I found to be very, very interesting about the way that that was set up. Wendy, what are your thoughts about that website?
I think it's a very good marketing ploy because Beatle fans tend to buy anything that's available. It's like the special colours and all the merchandise with McCartney 3. And I think if you think, oh, great, the lyrics, the truth behind the lyrics. And then you think, well, what else is this? Oh, the memoirs. Well, it must be something to do with Paul McCartney. So it's a good way of showing the official narrative and the unofficial narrative, because one can't really exist without the other. And I think if you want the lyrics, you'll be intrigued by the memoirs. So I think it's another way of being able to get memoirs out there. I mean, if it was just a website with just the lyrics on it, people would buy it, but people always want everything available, and I think there'll be a lot of people that will buy both.
And Tom would not be allowed to do what he's doing if he didn't have permission to do it.
Exactly, yes.
Right. This is the same thing I say about the song lyrics being used in memoirs, and I said that you have to have permission from the copyright owner to be able to include the lyrics in your book. Now, there are some people out there that say that's not true. It is true. Anybody telling you it's not true doesn't know what they're talking about. It is true.
The Macca Corporation is such a litigious company that there would be no chance at all that anything in Memoirs would be able to be used. It just wouldn't be able to be used. The imagery, the song lyrics, the personal information, it just wouldn't happen, as you say, it just wouldn't.
Well, basically saying he's a fake.
Yeah.
There are legal I's that have been dotted and T's that have been crossed to make this happen. Make no mistake about it, folks. Anybody telling you that that's not the case does not know what they're talking about.
No.
Okay, so, it's a very interesting website, and so I'll put the link down below for anybody who's interested in taking a look at it so you can see for yourself and draw your own conclusions. All right, so the last question that I have here is to get your thoughts on the Beatles' backstory regarding their childhood, teen years, family, friends, etc. We touched on this a little bit during the course of the conversation. So, Sally, I guess the question is, the backstory about their childhood and their teenage years and all that, should we be taking that narrative verbatim? Is that something we should just embrace, or should we ask questions?
Definitely ask questions. I think that these guys were probably groomed for their part from birth, to be honest with you. Paul McCartney's mother was a midwife. I'm even venturing into the idea that maybe he's adopted and that he was adopted through his mom being a midwife. I think these kids were all groomed from the very beginning.
It's interesting because I have said this for a while now. I think and believe that it's very, very possible that they were all in mind control programs going back to when they were kids.
Absolutely.
And I do believe that. There are some signs out there that this is the case. As an example, and I've mentioned this a couple of times. I know you ladies are familiar with this, but we have images of the of biological Paul and George Harrison with bird cages over their heads. Well, bird cages are flat out Illuminati mind control symbolism. Also, we see the umbrella motif a lot. It's on the cover of Beatles 65, and we see the Beatles in a number of images with umbrellas. Umbrellas represent under the control of, when we're looking into the occult and the Illuminati. And there are many, many images out there where they're making Masonic hand gestures, one-eyed symbolism, the lion's paw, the hidden hand. So I don't know. I think that this started very, very early on. They were earmarked at a very early age. So I would agree with you on that. Victoria, what are your thoughts?
I struggled with all of that at first for a long time. For a long time, I couldn't get past the story that we'd all been fed. They were from Liverpool and whatnot. But I think when I was reading one of the John books, and it talked about his mother being killed, and it was an off-duty policeman or a policeman, and then the license plate number was, and it read it, and so just do a little math, and that reduces to 9/11. I was like, okay, that's not an accident. That didn't just happen. So then I realized, it goes back with these guys probably all the way to birth. I think what is hard is they're not from influential families, so you automatically don't think that they're, someone special. But if they were adopted or who knows? Who knows where they really came from and what the real story was.
Or if the story about their families is true. That's the thing.
About their families are true. And you'd think that there would be a lot of people that remember, their families or whatever. But I agree. I think they were in mind control from the beginning, from birth or very early ages. And I agree with Sally. I'm not so sure Biopol. It was a different time. There was a war and midwives, there were babies being born that didn't have parents. They were orphans, and it wouldn't be uncommon for a midwife to adopt a couple babies to take them on if they could. Yeah, I do think it goes back a long way. Now, I didn't always think that, but I think it goes back to the very beginning of their birth or at least young childhood.
Yeah.
When this grooming started. And I don't really think that normal like you or me, or normal people, I say, ordinary people, could be thrown into the fame machine and survive it as well as they did. I mean, those are people who, even though they don't seem sophisticated, they've been taught what to say, what not to say, how to say it, and they do it very well, really. Maybe they weren't great musicians, but they were actors and role players, and they did that very well. And singers.
They were performers.
They were performers, yeah.
Yep. At the end of the day, that's what the Beatles were, performers. Wendy, what are your thoughts about when it all got started?
Well, in Chertsey in Surrey, there was a place called Silverlands, which was commonly known as the Actors' Orphanage. And there were many people in the entertainment industry. That's where they used to drop off their little indiscretions. And they were brought up, adopted on, taught. So it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that they were adopted. There are a lot of themes regarding orphanages and things like that in various songs. And also the official backstories, they often seem to reflect the adult characterizations that we see when they were in the group. I mean, Ringo is often portrayed as the odd one out or the outsider of the group. And if you read anything about Ringo, we're told that he was quite isolated as a child through life-threatening illness, and he was an only child, and spent much of his time alone. George, we're told, when he was in the group, was known as the quiet Beatle, and his mother apparently listened to mystical sounds when he was in the womb because she wanted to promote peace and love to the unborn child. So their backstories very much reflect what we think of them as adults, and that's very seems a little bit contrived to me. It's like John's backstory. He was unsettled and a rebel, and his mother was killed and father being away, and when he was in the group he was rebellious and outspoken. And then as Sally said, Paul the cute Beatle, who was sort of cherished by his mother. So it all seems to add up to a very good backstory and a very contrived adult story, if that makes sense. And also it's almost impossible to research anything before that. I mean, I've tried, and I know you've tried to look for, more information on their parents and everything else, and it's impossible.
Yeah, I really still don't understand what Jim McCartney did for a living.
No.
And you would think that the father of a famous Beatle, that there would be more to the story than what you read, let's say, if you go to Wikipedia, right?
Exactly. I mean, we're told that he worked in the cotton industry and had his own band, and we were told that he was a volunteer firefighter in World War II, and then one of Billy's pseudonyms was the fireman. So, it's all very contrived. It's almost like life imitating art in a way. It's, it's very contrived, much of it.
Even Lennon's father, right?
Yeah.
What do we know about Freddie? That was his name?
Yeah. Yeah, he made a record, and I mean the record cover had a checkered cover because I know you showed it in your presentation. So right, the duality thing there is there as well, and his father. So it's all there, if you just look for it.
Yeah, I've often wondered how much involvement the fathers had in this whole process, and I'm talking specifically about McCartney's dad and Lennon's father. I don't have any proof of this, but I tend to lean toward that they had a lot to do with what went on, and because we can't get a lot of information on them, it's put into the memory hole. So we're never going to find out. I mean, that's really the moral of the story, right? It's always going to be up to conjecture for those that don't believe the official narrative, and for those who do believe the official narrative, then there's no questions asked, right? So, in any case, well, ladies, we've been at it now for almost 2.5 hours. I really appreciate you sitting through it and answering all the questions. I'll go around one more time and just ask you if there's anything else you'd like to add, anything else you'd like to say before we wrap up. And Sally, I'll start with you. Is there anything that I missed or that you wanted to talk about that we didn't discuss?
Well, getting back to where these kids come from, one of the reasons that I came up with the idea that they're adopted is simply because I myself am a midwife and have adopted a child in a situation very similar to that. I have to say, this group has done more for me. I have learned so much from all three of you, and I can't express my gratitude near enough.
Well, the same here, Sally. We've learned from you as well. So I think it's mutual. We all play off of each other. We have different ideas and different perspectives and thoughts on things, and we just share those ideas. I do want to ask you though: is Tom a real person?
He sure looks like a real person.
I still get people commenting and asking me if I'm Tom U. Harriet. I don't know what to do anymore.
Well, you'd be pretty talented if you were keeping up Mike Williams and Tom E.U. Harriet as well.
Well, I can tell you right now, I am not a person that will ever write a book. I do not have the patience to write a book, and I'm certainly not going to sit down and write a 666-page book. That is not going to happen. So, yeah, I was just joking because I still get asked those questions. It's mind-boggling. After 5 years, people still ask. Victoria, what are your last thoughts, parting thoughts?
Well, I don't know. Can I introduce anything new in this section or?
Of course.
Okay. I just really like the idea I had back some weeks ago whenever I noticed that John started wearing the granny glasses, and that happened to be in September of '66. So in the movie The Lord of the Flies, which was released in 1961, there was a character named Piggy in the movie that wore granny glasses. Well, right about that time, you do see Bio Paul wearing them a few times, some of the colored photos, so they were later photos, wearing granny glasses. And then John starts wearing granny glasses in September of '66, not the early Beatles. It was the mid-65, 6 era, I think, where you start really seeing them. I'm just saying that these glasses start coming into movies and music, and you're seeing it's a fashion statement. Everybody said, oh, well, John wore them because he looked good in them. I don't know. I'm just saying when you go back to the movie and the symbolism that the glasses play in the movie, The Lord of the Flies, which, by the way, is a synonym for devil, they were taken from Piggy before he died. They used the sun's rays to reflect and create fire. Piggy's death was not an accident. It was a setup for the Beast. They called it the Beast. Piggy, the name Piggy, appeared on the walls at the Manson murders, and the Beatles wrote a song named Piggy. And John's glasses had a famous photograph of them taken after his death where they were bloody. I think you've seen those.
Yep.
They became very fashionable in all that time. I just wanted to say, I don't know what it is because I really haven't had time to go through this completely. But I do think the glasses are symbolic of something more than just John liked to wear granny glasses. I do think they were inspired by the movie The Lord of the Flies and have something more to do with that.
Okay, well, I did something where I thought that the glasses could very well have something to do with Ordo Templi Orientis, which was Crowley, right? So we have the granny glasses represent the O, and the O's, I should say, and where the nose piece of the glasses connect, and then John's nose represents the T, so O-T-O. I thought that could be possible. But your point is very valid, too, because a lot of this stuff that revolves around the Beatles is this very esoteric stuff. It's like, I was just thinking about Peter Jackson, and didn't he do Lord of the Rings, right?
Right, yeah.
Lord of the Rings, Saturn has rings. And then I was thinking about Ringo Starr's name. Ringo Starr, a star with a ring. That would be Saturn.
Well, it would also be a pentagram.
Yeah.
I want to thank all you guys for all the research. I have learned so much about esoteric stuff. I've learned about gematria, numerology, astrology, a lot about astrology and doing this research so that I can understand things. But you have to learn how to think like they think so you can understand what it is they're trying to say.
Yep, that's the thing. If you don't try to understand how they think, you will not get it.
Right.
Wendy?
Yeah, I was trying to think of the album. I can't think of the name of it. It's got a blue background, and Paul and Wings are sat with their legs dangling down, and it's very, very similar.
Off the ground.
Yeah, very, very similar to some mind control pictures, photos and artwork that we saw with the Podesta.
Oh, okay.
I can't think of what it is. I'll try and find it for later.
Yeah, it's okay. If you find the images, send them over to me, and I'll put them into the presentation so people can take a look.
Yeah, something else I think is just worth reiterating, that I think it's worth reading the books, not only if you're interested in the Beatles and the whole replacement theory and Billy, but it covers so many other subjects that are fascinating and that I hadn't heard of before I started reading the book. So even if you're not particularly a Beatles fan or a Wings fan or a Billy fan, it can open up so much more knowledge and to get you to look at other places for various pieces of information, as you said earlier. So it's not just music, is what I'm trying to say. You know, it's worth reading for the other subjects, you know, apart from, you know, the actual music industry.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a book that really opens up your mind to a lot of other things. You know, it starts with something that most people or many people would be interested in, and because of that, it pulls you in, and then, you know, you start to have the realizations that, okay, hold on a second. So, I mean, at the very least, you would think to yourself, if they're lying about this, what else are they lying about?
Exactly. Yes, indeed.
Right? So, I mean, this is a feel-good story, the Cinderella story of the Beatles and all that stuff, and then you realize, this is not, you know, what I thought it was. Okay. So you would take a step back and start looking at other aspects of reality. Well, ladies, I want to thank you so much for doing the second roundtable. I think we covered a tremendous amount of ground, and I think that the audience is going to love it. And that'll wrap it up for this discussion. Thank you so much for coming on and joining me. Hello, friends. This is Mike Williams. Today, I am joined by my colleagues Sally, Vicky, and Ofer as we discuss and share our thoughts on the new information contained in the updated edition of the Memoirs of Billy Shears. And so, without further ado, here's the show, and thanks for listening.
We talked a little bit about Philip Norman's book. Peter Brown's got a book. There have been a lot of books written.
They've all got books.
Yeah. Have you read any of them?
I burned a couple.
All right, to set the record straight, are you ever going to put it down?
I don't know, really. It's just never really occurred to me until recently, when I started to realize that I'm going to forget it soon. You know, because 20 years is not a long, you know, it's not easy to remember all the facts. So I suppose, you know, I might, in the next couple of years, just put it down just to remember it all, more than anything. I haven't got any desire to really be a autobiographical novelist.
But you'd like to set the record straight?
But I would like to set the record straight. I'd like to put down my version in some way, yeah.
Well, folks, we have a great show. It's another roundtable, and we're going to discuss the 2021 version of the Memoirs of Billy Shears, which has been updated with a bunch of new information, especially when we take a look at the footnotes. And our guests today are Ofer, Vicky, and Sally. And Ofer is new to the roundtable, so I'm really happy that Ofer agreed to join us. And we're going to talk about what's new in the updated version of the book. There is a lot of new information. It gets a lot more into the more esoteric aspects of the conspiracy. And so we will have a discussion and share our thoughts and insights. What I'd like to do is just to go around the table a little bit and ask each one of our guests to talk about and give us a rundown on how they got involved in the whole Beatles and McCartney conspiracy. And Ofer, since you are joining us for the first time, why don't you give us an understanding of how you got into the whole conspiracy?
Hi, and Mike, thanks again for having me on your show. I grew up on the rumor in the 70s, and for 40-some years just thought, like everyone else, that this is one big joke. Then I stumbled upon your December 2018 presentation. I immediately ordered the Tom's book, and I read it in early 2019, and that got me started, basically.
Okay, all right. Vicki, how did you get started?
I have always loved mysteries. And I was just looking around at one point for something to watch video-wise one evening, and I ran across the Last Testament of George Harrison. Now, I know that's not the best one, but there was enough pictures, enough things in there that made me want to look a little closer to read more about it or dismiss it, one or the other, because it was enough that you couldn't dismiss. So I bought the book. And I was immediately hooked. I watched some of your videos early on, and that's probably how I got hooked up with the book. But once I read the book, I was hooked, and I've been with it ever since. That's probably 2016 or so.
Okay. Well, The Last Testament of George Harrison, that's not George Harrison, by the way, but it is filled up with little clues, like everything else with this conspiracy. So there are fictional aspects of it, yes, but there are other little bits and pieces of information in that documentary. I actually have the DVD, so I wouldn't throw that documentary out. Some people just say, oh, it's all false, but there are chunks of that documentary which will set you on the course to go take a look into this conspiracy. Sally, how did you get involved?
Same thing. Watched that with my daughter, as a matter of fact, and throughout the whole thing, we both just kept looking at each other going, wow, is this creepy or what? And it was just enough in it to entice you to go looking further. In fact, my daughter, who had knew I was a big Beatles fan, had bought me a bunch of postcards. And she went and bought and grabbed those postcards off of the bookshelf and brought them back to me. And there was one with Paul holding a question mark and all this different stuff. And we were just looking at these postcards and going, oh my gosh, it's right there. Then I just went digging further, found you, found the book. I guess the rest is history.
Yeah, in fact, another documentary which is great is The Winged Beetle. And I found a link to the documentary. It's not easy to find these days, and it was on archive.org, and it's available to the public. And so I posted it on my blog, and I sent it to everyone here in case you wanted to get a refresher. I found that documentary, The Winged Beetle, to be excellent as well. It's another piece of footage or video that begs you to ask questions and to go digging. And I guess what I'll do is I will put that link down below in the description box of this show in case anybody is interested. I did post it on my community page on my YouTube channel, and a lot of people go there, but not all of my subscribers. So I'll drop it down below for anybody who's interested in watching The Winged Beetle. Okay, so let's start with the first question, and I'll ask Sally this question first. Do you sense, Sally, more people are becoming aware of the conspiracy? I know we've asked this before, and the answer has been yes, but do you think it has increased since our last roundtable, which was, I guess, about a year ago or so, or is it just kind of hanging static?
Well, I think it's just going to continue to increase. It's not going to go backwards, that's for sure. The genie is out of the bottle, as they say. Yeah, it's increasing. I mean, I watched a video earlier of it's called Paul McCartney's Funniest Moments, and there are several references to the Paul is dead. Why did they include that in there?
Right.
If they weren't trying to get the message out. And I have found that people are accepting it now, are to the point where they just don't really care. But that's the way it is with conspiracies anyway. I mean, when the whole jabby thing started, those of us were going, this is not right. This is what's going on. And they didn't want to believe at the beginning, and then all of a sudden they're resolved to, yeah, but that's the way it is, and they move on.
Yeah, I think what happens is once you know it, and then it becomes frustrating when you try to get other people to wake up to whatever conspiracy it is. And you find that there's a lot of pushback, there's a lot of apathy, and so what winds up happening is you kind of sit with it yourself. In other words, what winds up being important is that you know, and people are on their own path, their own rate and pace to figure things out. And as I've said in so many shows and interviews, some people will never figure it out. They will go to their graves completely embracing the Matrix, regardless of what topic we're talking about, whether it be the Beatles or something else, So let me switch over to Vicki. Vicki, do you find a higher level of awareness, or is it just kind of stagnant?
I thought that it was a little, it's still increasing, but it's a very slow increase, almost leaning towards stagnant a little bit. I have a hard time with people that grew up with the Beatles, listening them and seeing them, convincing them, because they can't rearrange their mind to think that it might have been something else that they knew all along. They just can't undo, or they're not willing to undo it. But I do want to say, if you jump on this conspiracy and learn it, and learn all of the different things about it, it really is, every other conspiracy is kind of like it.
Right.
The whole cabal thing and everything like that. So I think people can get there, wherever there is awake, a variety of ways, but I'm glad I chose this one to do it, because this conspiracy really is great. I wish more people would pay attention, but I think if it became too popular, they'd pull the plug on the info they let out, and I don't want to see that either.
Yeah, it contains all of the ingredients of a psychological operation and a conspiracy. There's no question about it. And once you get into this and you learn about the different parts and the components, you can apply it to any psyop or conspiracy that's out there. In fact, you can apply it to what's currently going on today, current events-wise, right? I can't say what that is, otherwise YouTube will pull the video, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Ofer, do you find an awareness? You wrote a book, and before we got started, you said it's been difficult trying to get people to turn the corner and even pay attention.
I think that the barrier to entry is still quite high. I mean, people cannot believe that somebody or a group of people managed to pull all of this off. Few people relatively waking up to it, but I don't think it's in large amounts. I mean, something major must happen for them to realize, and then to go back and read the books and everything. But it's very difficult to open the mind and to think that such a thing could be pulled off.
Yeah.
With the Beatles, of all people and places.
Well, what I have found, just to share my thoughts, is that the deeper aspects of the conspiracy, a lot of people have difficulty getting their arms wrapped around that. So when we talk about the esoteric, we talk about Crowley, we talk about the magic, we talk about, even when we talk about the deep state, a lot of people just, for whatever reason, don't go there. What I have found is a lot of people like to play around on the veneer of the conspiracy. And I don't know whether that's because they feel comfortable there, maybe they feel like it's a safe place to be, because if they go any deeper into it, it does get dark. And I can see where it makes a lot of people uncomfortable. What do you think about that, Ofer? Do you think that that is a piece of it, or no?
There's a chain of factual things in this conspiracy that even if you pass the very basic thing of, hey, these are two different people, take a look. I mean, it's that obvious. But then you begin to question everything around it, and everything is more crazier to the average person, and they lose you at one point or another, So we have a tough job.
Well, we'll just keep plugging along, putting information out and sharing our research. That's really all we can do. But let me ask the next question, and Sally, I'll ask you first. What is your overall opinion of the 2021 version of the book, the new version, which came out last September? What are your thoughts when you were reading that book? It's got more information than the previous version, and as I mentioned to my audience, it's gotten darker.
Well, it confirmed a lot of things that I started suspecting the third time around reading it. There's more at play here in terms of ancient gods than the first versions wanted to allude to. So when I came across where they speak a lot about Osiris and Horus, and it became very clear what's going on, where they're going with this. New versions will obviously confirm and go even darker than what it was.
See, that's a good point that you're on, because I think that's where a lot of people just kind of throw their hands up, because when you get to those parts of the book, when they start talking about the Egyptian mysteries and going back to Egypt, Isis, Osiris, Horus, Set, a lot of people just can't understand that stuff. And one of the main reasons is because, not that they can't understand it, it takes a lot of work and research to understand Egyptian mythology. And by the way, folks, when I say mythology, right, there's also a misconception that mythology means that something is not real, that it didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I would argue that that's not the case at all.
And it's everywhere.
Yes.
If you're paying attention, all of these entertainers are constantly covering one eye. They're constantly giving hand signals, alluding to all of that if you just pay attention to what they're doing.
Right, right. So the Egyptian motif, the symbolism is all around us without a question of a doubt. So there is definitely something to it. And I know, Sally, you did a lot of work. We won't get into it in this show, folks. Sally and I are going to do a separate show where she did some amazing research into Pan. And we will talk about that, because that could be, well, it will be a whole show by itself, and we won't be able to cover it here. But there's a whole lot to this. And Vicki, what were your thoughts about the 2021 version of the book?
I thought it had great footnotes. Obviously, when you get a new version of this, you're tempted to just open it up and read the footnotes. And I probably did do that, but
I did that too.
But I did go back and reread, a lot of the text. But it is shorter. It's been compressed a little bit. And I think it is darker, but I think it might be, if someone is not willing to go back and read all the books, it might be an alternative, just because it's a little shorter. It's a little easier to convince someone to read, 400 pages versus 666.
Billy's Back, you're talking about?
Yeah, Billy's Back.
Right.
It's a little bit condensed, so that does help. It does get darker, but there's just so much to it. I think it's interesting, though, because they don't, they continue to republish the book, and then when we're not getting something, they're pointing it out. It's almost like a teacher's edition or something, you know what I mean? Every time we don't get something, the next version kind of encourages us to read about this or that we need to know. That's something I've noticed.
Yeah, I think that's Tom pulsing what he's seeing as far as questions that people are asking or questions that people are not asking. So in order to move the disclosure forward, and I'm going to ask a question a little later. Please remind me if I forget about whether full disclosure will ever happen. And this goes back to the whole Osiris, Horus ritual that's being played out between biological Paul and Billy, as we're told in the book. But let me just leave that there for now so I don't convolute the discussion. Offer your views on the 2021 version of the book.
Well, I think that the big reveal is at the center, and we'll talk about it later, referring to the deep state being responsible for Paul's disappearance. But also there are a lot of other pieces of information which aligns with your work and with things that you discussed in your other shows. I do like to point out that there is still more than meets the eye, and I think that there is more encoding in this version which we have yet to figure out. And I'll give you one example. On chapter 44, the footnote on page 406, it says that Sir William Wallace is a code to identify William's biological father, whose name is yet another code. That's the quote. So obviously there is more information. I've been going over this chapter several times and I couldn't figure it out. So I believe that there's still a lot more inside the pages than that we are aware of. So that's one thing. But the bottom line for me, reading this version of Memoirs, is that there's no other book like this. The way it was written, with the encoding, and the fact that we are given great disclosure about the biggest group and the biggest musician in music's history, and lots of understanding of how the world works, it makes it a very important book in my mind. And lots of the information is stuff that we can't get anywhere else. So this makes it a very important document.
Okay, I agree with that, Ofer. There's a lot of insights that this book is offering into how the world really works. And it has the ability, or I should say the advantage, because it's talking about a topic that a lot of people are familiar with, the Beatles, Paul McCartney, and so on. The book is, in my opinion, leveraging the Beatles, leveraging Paul McCartney and the replacement and death of Paul McCartney to introduce this other information about how the world really operates. So I agree with your assessment.
Remember the part where it said you can do a simple Google search for my father or something like that. So instead of continuing to search for is Bill related to Aleister Crowley and is Bill related to William Wallace, because we already know that, I think I searched something like Crowley and the Hardy Warrior.
Yes.
And Crowley means the Hardy Warrior. And yes, there is a lineage if you research that. So it's saying that Aleister Crowley appears to be, or is reported as in the lineage of William Wallace. So that does make them related somehow, but they could be 26 cousins from that statement. But if you search it that way, yes, it does say that.
Right. So this is something that we have been talking about, right? So some people want to know, is Crowley Billy's biological father? And when you read Memoirs, I believe it strongly alludes to the fact that Crowley is his biological father. But at the very least, and this is what I've said, Vicky, in other shows, if Aleister is not Billy's biological father, then he is certainly bloodline related. And that's the best way I can explain it, because there's no way to be definitive about this, because the book is not directly making a connection. It's like I said, the book is like a big puzzle, folks. And it drops clues, and it leaves it to the intrepid reader, researcher, to look things up outside the book. This is how the book works. This is why when some people talk about, oh, the book is historical fiction and yada yada and all that stuff, what they don't realize, even though I've explained it many, many times, is the book is layered. So there's 3 layers. The first layer is you read the book at face value. The second layer is you read the bolded words on each page. That gives you more information. And then there's the acrostical code. That's the third layer. And even within the first layer of the book, when you read it, there are sections and narratives that point you to go outside the book to research, to gather more information. And before we started the call, I had mentioned that this is how I ended up looking into and researching whether the Beatles wrote all their own music. It was based upon some of the wording and clues that were dropped on page 350 and page 351, and I believe it was the original 2009 version of the book, the red-covered book, that led me to go outside the book and to do the research. Now, the third question. This is a very important one. For the first time in this edition of Memoirs, we learned that biological Paul was murdered. So the whole car accident bit has kind of been taken off the table. That's how I read it. And so we're getting a darker piece of what could possibly have happened. So, Sally, what are your thoughts on that aspect of the book, where it seems like the whole car crash thing is gone by the wayside?
Yeah, I suspected right from the start that he had been murdered. and that it wasn't just a car accident. What's really interesting is the Strawberry Fields video. They show the car going through his head, and with the song about Maxwell Silver's hammer, kind of gives me the impression that that's how he was taken out. They used that hammer on his head. And they even show 3 times in the back of the head and then 2 times in the front of the head, which is really interesting how they did that. And that's in the Winged Beatles video. You know, I suspected right along that he was murdered.
And the book tells us that these ritual sacrifices are set up or camouflaged to look like accidents. This is why whenever I was asked the question on shows where I was being interviewed, I would say the prevailing theory is a car crash or a car accident. In fact, going back to my presentation, The Beatles, Paul McCartney, and The Grand Illusion, which goes back to 2018, I actually presented a slide or two that had to do where there was a car accident, but that the deep state was there on site. In other words, they forced the car accident, and they were there to make sure that if the car crash itself did not kill him, they made sure, the deep state operatives, that Paul died, that he was taken out. So, Vicki, what are your thoughts on that piece of the book?
I've always had trouble with the car wreck issue, although I know that that's the narrative. That's what they always say. That's just, it's Paul McCartney died in a car wreck in 1966. They always say that. But I had problems with it because in the book it says clearly that Paul's parents, meaning dad and stepmom, viewed the body and said that couldn't be Paul. Those aren't his clothes, and he loaned his car out. And Brian Epstein didn't think it was either. But then the next paragraph, it just continues on where they're just replacing them. We must replace him. We must hurry and get this done. And so I always had a problem with that. I'm not saying there wasn't a car wreck and there wasn't, I just thought it was a double in it. And if Paul McCartney is so important that they name a religion after him, it just seemed like they would have something more special in mind than an accidental car wreck or something. So, no, this is supposed to be the top of their religion. So they have something else more important figured out for a ritual, I guessed. And so I always had trouble with the car wreck issue, although I'm not going to dismiss that there wasn't one, because if they had to backtrack and say, if they got caught somehow, that's a nice way to say that he died in some acceptable manner.
Right. So I agree with you that there is a ceremonial ritual aspect to his death, because it does have to tie back to what their philosophy and their tenets are of their religious beliefs. And I'm talking about the religious beliefs of those that are involved from a deep state perspective as it ties back to Egyptian lore.
If you want to know how he really died, that's exactly where you should look, is Egyptian lore. It's going to be something more that happened in one of those stories, I would think.
I would agree with that. Hofer, what are your thoughts about the car crash? Because I remember you writing me going back about 2 weeks ago and saying, Mike, the car crash is off the table. What's going on here?
Yeah, I still have some difficulty reasoning with the entire car accident story all of a sudden disappearing. And let me just explain. Throughout the new version of the book, the chunk of information about the car accident remains. The details of the meeting that night, the story about Paul storming out, picking up Donna, then the car crash, then the book continues with the repair of the wrecked car, and lots of clues in the songs. So this was the narrative we received in the previous editions, and most of it remains. Now, what happened is that we have this footnote on page 200, and I think there are a couple of other places where it says that Paul was already dead at 5 a.m.
Right.
which contradicts the car accident story. This is what we get. So I'm questioning what are we supposed to believe right now? Which version is true? And if the car accident is off the table, why do we still have it in the book? And what happened to all the clues? I mean, Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock, well, maybe this clue changed to stand behind the new information of Paul being dead at 5 in the morning.
I was going to say that's from She's Leaving Home, so they talk about 5 o'clock in the morning.
But, the famous lines, he blew his mind out in a car, or you were in a car crash and you lost your hair, and the song Death Cab for Cutie at the end of Magical Mystery Tour, which is basically the whole story of the accident. So what are we supposed to believe right now? Now, I did find one very interesting change in the actual text, not in the footnotes, between this new version, the 2018 version. In the chapter You Want Dates, I compared the paragraph on page 156 in Memoirs 2018 to the same but new paragraph at the bottom of page 157. And I found a completely new paragraph. It seems Tom completely deleted the report from the truck driver who witnessed the supposed car crash, and he replaced it with a paragraph, and you will find it easily, where it says, we cannot say, stories were made up, etc. So this was actually, so the truck driver piece of it is gone. I did a comparison because I was waiting for I remember the testimony by the truck driver, and in this new version it was gone. So I already, I did a comparison and it's really gone. So, but most of the general text in Memoirs, the new version remained intact. So this was rather strange to me. But I have to agree that they're probably moving away from the car crash story and into the murder of Bioport at 5 a.m. And to end this, I will quote another one sentence from a footnote on page 301. Billy's double narrative. It says, occasional false clues set up a straw man to be blown down to discredit the real intel. So this is something that should always be on the back of our minds in terms of the changing narratives. But this is why I was also waiting to hear your opinion about this. And we seem to agree that the deep state version is kind of catching up.
Yeah. And the other thing, Ofer and Sally and Vicky, is that taking the car crash off the table also does something else. So we had that whole scenario where the way the car crash happened was biological Paul was supposedly in the studio and he got song assignments from Brian Epstein, and he didn't like the number of songs that he received and the time frame that he had to put them together or write them and all that stuff. And everybody knows where I'm at as far as I'm actually writing their music, but I'm just giving you the narrative. And so the prevailing theory is, or the story is, that biological Paul received these songwriting assignments and then he left the studio in a huff, got in his car, it was raining, and then there was a car crash. But what that says now, because the book took the car crash out of the discussion, is that whole scene where he was being given song assignments by Brian Epstein, that's also off the table. Because the book is telling us now that whatever happened took place in the very early hours of the morning. So it wasn't in the evening. It wasn't. The original story had it pushing close to midnight, if I recall correctly. It was very late at night. Yes. And now that's not the discussion anymore. Now it's, hey, his death took place very early in the morning on September 11th of 1966.
There is a movie out there, and it's about where Paul dies, and they chase him, and he's in the car. And have you not seen that? Maybe it's The Walrus.
It's The Walrus.
Yeah, in the Walrus movie, Paul it was sort of a car wreck. He kind of ran the car off the road, but they actually hunted him down, which is one of the ways the cabal supposedly does this. They have hunting parties like in Hunger Games. And anyway, in this movie, he gets out of the car and he's trying to run away, and it's about 5 o'clock in the morning, early. It's dusk, sort of. You can see the sun starting to come up. I mean, twilight. They hunt him down and they kill him. And so, some of those movies that they put out are spot on. It has a lot of things in it if you watch it. It's not a long movie either.
I have a link to that movie, and folks, I will put the link to the Walrus movie down in the description box below so you can take a look at it. You can decide for yourself. Sally, how about yourself?
Yeah, like I said, I suspected that he was murdered all along. But just a little sideline, if anybody's paying attention to the whole Bob Saget thing, we're seeing the whole thing play out right before our eyes. I mean, he died in his sleep real early in the morning. Then they couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. People suspected that he had a certain procedure that we can't talk about. And now the autopsy is showing that he had several very massive blows to the back of his head and the front of his head. This could be just one of the many ways that the deep state take people out.
That's interesting. I hadn't heard that they believe that maybe he was assaulted.
Oh yeah, he had major blows to the back of his head, and the autopsy showed both eye sockets were bruised.
Like we've said, once you start getting into this and you understand how the deep state and these organizations operate, some of the stuff is going to sound really crazy and wacky to a lot of people, but they have very strange ways of taking care of business. And like we've said, Vicky was saying, they tell us about this stuff. They depict it in movies and in films and stuff like that. And, we just think, okay, well, it's just a James Bond movie or whatever. But there's a lot of embedded truth in what they show us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's just drop down now to talking about on page 15. This is the first time I saw this clue, and it was talking about Maxwell Knight, who was a British spy master, and I did a very short video on this, and I'll drop the link to that down below too in case folks hadn't watched it. So the way I read that footnote is that Maxwell Knight, being part of the deep state in intelligence, being a spy master, was directly involved, or maybe if not directly involved from the standpoint of physically taking part in whatever went down, was perhaps maybe overseeing what took place with regard to Paul McCartney's death. And of course we have the song Maxwell's Silver Hammer. And Sally, we'll go back to you because you mentioned the hammer before. So isn't that kind of interesting that we have Maxwell's Silver Hammer, and then on page 15 of Memoirs, in the bolded out words, we get the clue about Maxwell Knight.
And we also have a very prominent case of Ghislaine Maxwell being involved with the deep state, her father being involved in the deep state.
Right.
All of these things seem to be coming full circle.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's real. It exists. It's just a matter of people looking into it. And some folks won't look into it because, honestly, it gets dark. It gets very uncomfortable. And a lot of people don't have the ability. They don't have the desire to want to dig into those areas because it is uncomfortable.
They'd rather watch TV or a sports game.
Exactly. Bread and circuses. Vicky, how about yourself? What did you think about that, the Maxwell Knight clue?
Well, first of all, I want to say that everybody else went downstairs and watched the Super Bowl the other night, except for me, and I stayed and reread Billy's back. So
you're so devoted.
I think his age at the time would have been difficult for him to actually be the hatchet man. But I'll go along with he supervised it. This is all supposed to be about, out with the old, in with the new, right? That's what they do. So I would not be surprised at all if he supervised it. He was the Bond character, James Bond character was based off of him, supposedly, right?
Right.
And we do have Bill playing a Bond song, Live and Let Die.
Very good. That's a very good connection.
Yeah. There was also a movie called Thunderball that was set in the Bahamas, kind of like Help, but I didn't go there yet with that to see if there was anything else in common. Although I would really love to know what at the end of the movie Help, the sewing machine, the singer means. Have you seen that? It says the singer or singer.
No.
The ending of Help, they zero in on this kind of a beach scene, but it has like an old-fashioned antique sewing machine that says singer there, and maybe that's supposed to be Paul. He was a singer. I don't know, but I'd love to know what that clue means someday. I'd like to finally figure that out. Anyway, back to Maxwell Knight. Yeah, I think that this was him in charge of it, or at least his playbook of the disposal of biological Paul McCartney. The murder and disposal of him was up to a spy.
Yeah, British intelligence.
British intelligence, simple as that.
Yep. Ofer, what are your thoughts?
Well, apparently the deep state was involved, and only 3 years after another act of a famous American president, and apparently one of the most famous and successful people in the world was taken out. I said before that there's a lot more that we still don't see in this version of Memoirs. And this is an excellent example because the same words were in the 2018 edition. And what Tom did now is he boiled it out and you picked up on it. And all of a sudden, the words of the song, Maxwell Silver's Hammer, get a new meaning. And this song was never on my radar for clues. Made sure that he was dead. Okay, but the rest of the lyrics didn't make any sense to me. So apparently the water well of clues has yet to be dried up, and who knows what more is awaiting us. And by the way, Maxwell Silver Hammer is a very childish kind of song. It was issued actually as a single on several territories. I don't think in the US or the UK, but it did play on the radio, also here. But who would have thought there would be a connection?
It's a very weird song.
Yeah, and weird lyrics. And all of a sudden it gets a new meaning.
Yeah, and John Lennon has said he always hated that song, by the way. He said that the recording of that song went on forever. And he was completely disgusted by the time, I guess, they got to the end. Now let's talk a little bit about the footnote on page 17, which I thought was very interesting. So before I read the question, I have mentioned on a couple of shows that it's possible that the Beatles, in particular, biological Paul McCartney and John Lennon, and of course we can include George Harrison and Ringo as well, but I usually focus on the two main characters, which would be McCartney and Lennon, that it was possible that they were in mind control programs going back to when they were kids. And I touched on this a bit in my big presentation, Did the Beatles Write All Their Own Music Toward the End? So then, the footnote on page 17 in the new Memoirs gets very interesting, and it tells us the song Yesterday was a result of a hypnosis session with Richard and Margaret Asher, which is Jane Asher's parents, and George Martin encouraged Paul's relationship with Jane, and this strongly alludes to Paul not writing the song Yesterday, as well as telling us he was in a mind control program. And that was my takeaway from reading that footnote on page 17. So, Vicki, what did you think when you read that footnote?
Well, this is one of the topics we have kind of mulled over for a while. Him living there, and the whole thing is kind of crazy, really. You have a psychiatrist, a very renowned one, everyone knows, and then you have the mother who was George Martin's music teacher. And I wouldn't be surprised if she weren't somehow Bill's music tutor or teacher also. Living in a home with them for an extended period of time with their young daughter who was much younger than him. That whole thing didn't make a lot of sense to me, the whole setup, until you kind of put this into the equation that Dad was doing experiments on Paul just to see about mind control. I did kind of look a little deeper into some of that, and I'll just kind of read you what I found here. Jane's father, Dr. Richard Asher, was a pioneer in hypnotic techniques and had written several articles for Lancet on the subject. Jane's mother was a professor of music and had taught George Martin, usually known as the Fifth Beatle. Jane played Alice in Through the Looking Glass. There's another character, which was produced by Jonathan Miller, one of Dr. Richard Asher's students. Another of Dr. Asher's students was Oliver Sacks, the author of Musicology, The Science of Music and the Brain. He also wrote Awakenings, which was made into a film starring Robin Williams. Dr. Asher's practice was less than 100 yards from the practice of Dr. Stephen Ward, the same Dr. Stephen Ward in the, Profumo affair?
Yes.
Both Dr. Stephen Ward and Dr. Richard Asher committed suicide. Richard Asher was found hanged in the same room that Paul composed Eleanor Rigby. Not sure about that. I thought they found him in the basement, but
I thought they found him in the basement too, and after 5 days, so nobody checked the basement.
Nobody checked the basement. Jane and Paul were engaged in December of 67. Paul married Linda in March of 69, and Jane's father was found dead in April of 69. I don't know what the correlation is there, but I think there's something. The Christine Keeler and Mandy Rice Davis of the Profumo affair appear in the Beatles anthology video, Free as a Bird at 3:07. And this video, you can run it backwards it has more clues in it if you run it backwards. It also includes Mary Pinnell Meyer at 2:57, wife of CIA man Cord Meyer and lover of John F. Kennedy. She was also murdered. And then they talk about a movement in France that after leaving Jane Asher, McCartney hung around with Ginsberg and Burroughs. These two were part of a movement that began in France called Les Beat. If you look at the Beatles, the Sgt. Pepper cover, you can see Les Beat backwards, Lesbeat. I don't know what to think about all that. I think he was given the song in a dreamlike state, at least the melody. I do think he composed the words or part of the words on that one because it was like his own eulogy.
I should also mention that Billy, in an interview or two, talks about the fact that there was a piano in his bedroom.
Yes.
At the Asher's home. So, and you mentioned that Richard Asher wrote for The Lancet, and just so folks know, The Lancet is a Harvard medical publication. Okay, so Richard Asher was no slouch. And so he and his wife, according to Memoirs, were involved in putting biological Paul into trance, into hypnosis, and then playing the melody to Yesterday. And if you go back to my presentation, Did the Beatles Write All Their Own Music? That melody goes back to an old Neapolitan song. And I'll put the link down below for anybody who hadn't watched that presentation. So I found this footnote to be very interesting. Sally, what are your thoughts?
Going to the part where Bill explains that Jim, his father, was telling him that all of this fixation on death, that he's bringing this about his own death by this fixation with it. A really interesting wording that Bill put was, he said, Paul felt as if he had been emancipated from his father enough to be able to have his own decisions and to follow his own path. What does emancipated from his father mean? I mean, that is obviously he is being controlled by his father. Emancipated would be releasing a slave or a minor child, not a grown man.
Right.
To me, Jim was controlling his son.
Yeah, I always felt that there had to be, obviously, some adult faction that was involved in what was going on and how this whole thing was being brought about. When I say being brought about, being handled and groomed, because I do believe that the Beatles were handled and groomed from an early age. This is a suspicion that I have.
Absolutely.
It's possible that his father was involved. As in the book, the new book, it tells us that John was sponsored by an uncle I don't know if you picked up on that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't know, some of the stuff that we have suspected appears to be panning out as we go along, as more time elapses and the book reveals more and more information.
There's one other thing I'd like to point out is that in the footnotes, he mentions how Isis got pregnant could be through in vitro fertilization. In ancient Egypt, there's one thing I've learned about reading that book is that he's not throwing words out there for nothing.
So what do you mean by that, Sally, as it pertains to the Beatles?
Well, that very well could be that these Beatles were bred and groomed for this.
Oh, I see. You're saying that it's not organic, it's not natural.
Yep.
It was created. Gotcha. Okay. Ofer, what are your thoughts on the footnote on page 17?
Well, according to the Guinness World Records, Yesterday is the most covered song of all time. And also, to borrow from the theater world, for me, this was always and still is a showstopper. So every time I hear this song on the radio, it's very emotional to me. And maybe it's because I grew up with the song. Now, the fact that the whole context of the song changed, as we are told in Memoirs, was one of the strongest moments for me. In fact, one of the biggest shocks from reading about it. So disclosure happens twice here. First, we learn that the song was written in a mind control exercise. So that's one thing. And also the whole context of the song gets a new life, because we related the song always to Paul losing his mom at the age of 14. So the line, I said something wrong, to me was always about not speaking nicely to your mother or fighting with your mother. And now that she's gone, he feels sorry that he behaved that way. So this is a common feeling for people who have lost their loved ones. Now, with the whole new story of the meeting in Sweden and the occult thing between an unidentified man and John and Paul, the lyrics get a whole new meaning. So on page 365, attributing the imminent death to the oath, Paul cries, I said something wrong. So the context here is about his fear of dying and about his nightmares and something wrong that he may have said in the meeting in Sweden.
And the meeting in Sweden, Ofer, just so folks understand, would be when we were told in October of 1963 when they did the Faustian bargain.
Yeah, this was like a big shock to me. So there's a lot of mystery and esoteric meaning around the most covered song in history. So this is something that we can think about.
Yeah, it gets very dark and disturbing. This is what I was talking about in the beginning. You start to learn more about the underpinnings of these songs and what they really represent, and it's troubling.
Can't you imagine, though, you can't get this song out of your head? Think how he must have felt. This song is there, this tune is there, and it won't turn off. No matter what he does, it's always there. So he thinks, okay, well, maybe I'll write some words to it. I kind of think it was a way of them trying to see if they could get them to be more plausible with writing songs, making the whole thing plausible deniability better for them, because they weren't writing the quality of songs that they needed them to.
Yeah. So you're saying that they implanted songs through sessions like hypnosis sessions, like it's mentioned on page 17, in order to say, hey, they came up with this song.
I kind of feel sorry for him. You know how it feels when you can't get something out of your head? He was walking around like that for a while with that song.
Yeah. In fact, the story that Billy tells is that he was going around and asking people if they had ever heard this song before, because he had the tune in his head. And he actually went to George Martin. And Billy's telling the story. Obviously, it wasn't Billy having the discussion, but playing the part of Paul McCartney. This is the story that he's relaying. And George Martin saying, oh, that hadn't heard that song before. Which is, that's not true, right? If the footnote on page 17 tells us that the song came about through a hypnosis session or a series of hypnosis sessions, and George Martin was encouraging Paul's relationship with Jane Asher to ensure the connection into the Ashers, into her father Richard and her mother Margaret, it all comes together. I think it ties out. All right, well, let me just move to our next question. It's related. So we have the footnote on page 40, which discusses the quote, the lead songwriter, and how some songs were based on feelings or issues Paul and John discussed. The book on page 49 also alludes to George Martin writing Michelle after Paul recited the lyrics. The footnote on page 75 clearly explains how the lads did not cut it with a set of songs they were learning. The book tells us that the vocals were weak, the guitars lacked precision, and the drumming was distracting. And page 77 tells us session musicians were used to record the early songs. And then I went on to ask you guys, setting aside my research into whether they wrote their own music, what is your personal opinion on their ability to write and record their own music? Now, again, strip out my research. What does your gut tell you about their ability to write music? Let's start with Ofer.
Well, we get a lot of information from the book and also from just thinking about the way other musicians have operated. And one of the things we talked about, you and I previously, was that whenever they performed, there was almost no relation between new songs appearing on their albums to their performances playlists. So this was very noticeable with Revolver, but we also are pretty sure that this happened on any of the first 7 albums for sure. And after album 7, they didn't continue, they stopped performing. So there was no problem there. But we get a lot of information from Memoirs and other pieces that tie in together. I mean, George Martin admitting that he admired their looks but not their playing abilities, by understanding the Wrecking Crew model and the Mercy Beat article and a lot of things we discussed before. And I'm convinced that they didn't write almost any of the songs themselves.
Yeah, from 62 through 66, Ofer?
Yeah, until Sgt. Pepper, yeah.
Okay, so I'm with you on that. So you and I are in sync on that. But like I said, just strip out the work that I've done. Sally, what are your thoughts?
Well, going back to what Ofer said about the Wrecking Crew, and this is way before I got into the McCartney conspiracy, was watching the Wrecking Crew. So it just seems pretty consistent. You take people that you want to make idols out of them, and you just hand them music and tell them to do this or do that. And we've caught so many times. I mean, the Monkees is a perfect example. There's a song where nobody's paying attention to Mike, the guitar player.
Mike Nesmith, yeah.
Yeah, nobody's paying attention to what he's doing. His tie is caught in his guitar strings, but everybody's so paying attention to the lead singer that they're not paying attention to what he's doing back there.
I saw that clip, and it's as if Mike was telling the audience, the viewers, yep, it's all fake.
Yep.
Vicki, what are your thoughts?
I think they were very busy people. I mean, you're talking about people that at that moment were in films. You know, they had to learn lines. They had to have a social appearance out at parties. They had to do this. They had to do that. I don't see how there could have been any time for writing. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I do, you know, I write articles and different things, but when I'm busy with my full-time plus job, sometimes I have to do that, you know, when I'm on vacation or something anymore. I just can't be that fresh and be creative. And I think that's the case with most people. That they didn't have time to write the songs. The record company just decided what they were going to be and made them into that. And then they realized, oh, well, it'll be a super group if they write their own music and they sing it and they play it and they can do everything. They'll be super people. So I do think that John was a poet. I think he probably had a few lyrics. Now, I don't mean they were unedited. He did write Strawberry Fields, right?
Well, that's what we're told.
looking at Strawberry Fields, when you put that into context, when he wrote it after Paul died, it seems a little bit more possible anyway. But I don't think that they could have written much. I do think there were probably some poems and some lines and some topics and maybe a melody or two or a harmony that they came up with. I do think they contributed something, but I don't even think it's really fair to expect them to have done all that when they already did all the other things, the touring and the films and the social appearances and all that. I don't think there is any humanly way possible that they could have written the songs. That's just the record company and the
George Martin.
Yeah, that they wanted to bring out there. That's my opinion on it.
Okay, and I have a clip of George Martin admitting that the guitar lead or the melody in Michelle, and maybe I'll drop it into this show, was his composition. He said that, and which is interesting because we have stories from Billy telling us that he was playing Michelle back at some French cafe somewhere. Remember that story? And then we have George Martin coming out and saying, no, I wrote that. So, there's a lot of contradictory types of information, and it's up to us to try to piece it together. Now, let me ask this question here along the lines with the music. What was George Martin and Theodore Adorno's role in the music? And my personal belief is that Theodore Adorno was responsible for the overall aggregation or the gathering up of songs. It's not to say that Adorno didn't write some of the songs, but I think of him more in terms of in a overall supervisory or managerial capacity with regard to the music and working side by side with George Martin. And again, that is what I think is possible. So, Ofer, going back to you, what do you think George Martin's role was and Theodore Adorno, if you believe Adorno had a role?
Well, first of all, I think that we have to replace the Lennon and McCartney with Shepard Martin, maybe, next to many of the songs, because I think both of them are heavily involved in the writing and producing of the songs from the very beginning. I think that George Martin contributed a lot more than just producing, and I think that Billy wrote a lot of the songs himself. Now, I also suspect that he was probably one of the session musicians on early Beatles records, because he was talented, he was around, along with many other people, maybe even young Jimmy Page. Now, as for Adorno, I read, of course, Dr. John Coleman's book. I think that Adorno was definitely involved too. I always thought that he was involved with the classical parts. For example, the classical part in Michelle. It could be Adorno, and maybe on other arrangements, because he was very knowledgeable and experienced with classical music, talking about Adorno. But who knows?
Well, Adorno was also teaching, he was lecturing, he was writing books, he was a prolific book writer, and that's why when I did my presentation, I had a hard time believing that Adorno was writing all of the music. That's not to say he didn't write some of the music, but I tend to believe that there were a group of songwriters, especially through from 1962 through 1966, that were tapped to be the primary songwriters and to create the content that the Beatles would wind up singing to or learning the songs and then taking them out on the road. Okay, well, let's move to Sally. What are your thoughts about George Martin, and then give me your thoughts on Theodore Adorno?
Yeah, I read the Committee of 302, so I agree with Ofer that Theodore Adorno did a lot of the classical. George was, if you want to put it, that he was the Beatles' handler. I mean, he was overseeing what they did. He was instructed to do it, and that was his job. And Theodore Adorno, the same thing, is that they have instructions from on high, and they fulfill it. And I look at both of them as exactly that role.
Yeah, I think that they were both in a managing director type of role. George Martin closer to the action, but that doesn't mean that Adorno was too far from the action. I think Adorno's role was to oversee the overall operation from a musical perspective and to report that back to Tavistock. That's how I think the hierarchy may have worked, but again, that's just my thoughts. Vicki, what is your take on George Martin and then Theodore Adorno?
Mine was a little bit different. I also own the Committee of 300 book. It's required reading for anybody who wants to research this topic. But I kind of had the feeling, and I'm not really sure why I feel this way, but I thought Adorno maybe was more in charge with the things of the music, of the technical nature, like the frequency, the vibration, the beat, the things that make it addictive to the listeners.
Good point.
But Adorno was more of a mystery person, and we know he's tied to Tavistock. So there must be another step there, because the music, when it came out, was addictive, like Doritos or something to its listeners. They couldn't get enough. It was different than other groups at the time, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and that's a very good take on what Adorno's role may have been, was to get more into the frequencies and maybe the how do I explain this? When I used to listen to psychedelic music, I remember as a kid I would listen to Sgt. Pepper. I would get a sense of colors. Of course, there was a lot of work that was done by Stanford Research Institute and Tavistock that had to do with frequencies and its impact and effect on humans. And of course, with Adorno being tied into Tavistock, along with Willis Harman, who was mentioned in the Memoirs of Billy Shears, another social scientist, it's quite possible that your take on this is one aspect that Adorno was involved in. So, all right, let's move to the next question. Many footnotes in Memoirs go deeper into the agenda of the New World Order and clearly indicate the Beatles as an entity were and still are instrumental in Tavistock's social engineering initiative. So here's a question that comes up a lot. Whenever I talk about this, I will get these comments, and sometimes people will even email me. How much do you think the Beatles knew about what they were involved in? Ofer, we'll start with you.
I think that at the very beginning, when they were young, they did not know, or they were not aware of the entire structure. And then they were promised what we now know as a death for success back in Sweden. I'm referring to Biopol and John. And maybe, and as young people, you know, if someone comes to you and said, listen, I'm going to make you the most famous musicians that ever was, and your songs will be carried centuries after you're gone, then this looked very appealing to them. But I think that the turning point or the change was when Biopol was gone, and then the rest of them started to figure out that there's a much broader picture. And I'm not including Billy, because I think Billy was, you know, he knew all along. Okay. There's a quote on page 594. The weight of it all did not begin to hit John until Paul died. John then became unstable. And I think that George and Ringo began to understand more too at that point of time. So the turning point was the death of Biopol.
Do you think they ever got to the point, Ofer, where they felt like they were in over their heads? Was there a moment when they had the revelation or the epiphany that, you know what, this goes way beyond what we were told this was going to be?
Maybe towards the end or after the breakup.
Yeah. Sally, what are your thoughts?
Well, getting back to, I think they were bred and groomed for this role on a need-to-know basis. What they were told was happening. One of the footnotes alludes to that they were told that they would have to turn their back on their Christian beliefs, which they were heritage, I think is the way you put it, that they were all in on this. And the reality when Paul died is when John started, you know, whether you want to look at it, is that his programming was starting to unravel. Bill does allude to that that Yoko was sent because John was so unstable, which my question is, how do you take somebody who's unstable and add somebody unstable as well that's supposed to straighten that person out? Because Yoko in her own right seemed to be just as every bit as unstable as John was. But I think that they have from children been groomed to do this. Now, whether or not they knew completely everything that was going to happen, I think it's just like any compartmentalized structure is on a need-to-know basis. What they needed to know is that they were going to be famous if they did this.
Right. So they dangled the carrot in front of them along the way. And by the way, you and I are basically on the same page because I believe they were groomed very early on as well.
Oh, yes.
And then the carrot was dangled, and that's how they were led down the path. And, and the way this thing works is you have to do it under your own volition. So you have to agree. So if they say to you, hey, we can give you more, do you want more? And you say yes, then you're taking the next step. And, the more steps you take, the deeper you go into the abyss. So, Vicki, what are your thoughts?
I'm still kind of working on the idea of them all being bred from birth about it. Although I will tell you, if you look at their astrology charts, I'm not sure Paul's is accurate because Bill kind of took it over and some of that has been scrubbed off the internet, the old BioPaul stuff. But I think that they were chosen maybe for their astrology, or maybe the final choice came down to astrology because they do use that a lot. Another thing is I think they each had a foundation in the New World Order. In other words, when they grew up, they were told this or that is, you're going to be special, something like that. You're going to be, so this is why we do this exercise or whatever. I do think there was a grooming by their respective handlers, and I do think that's why the two mothers were removed early in their life, so they didn't interfere. I'm not sure Paul is really Jim's son. I don't know. Sally and I have knocked around. Maybe he was a war baby because the mom was a midwife. Maybe he was a moon child. I don't know. She would have to be bloodline probably. But anyway, back to your question. I think that, I can watch John and see that he knew it all along and he was on board with it. He might not have known everything, but he knew the basics. I don't think they realized how deep they were in it until they actually killed off Paul. I think you see John change. I don't really see much of the band thereafter. They did go to the recording sessions and sit there and play around on their instruments, but I don't really think they did too much. They each got a few songs in there, or so they say. Beyond that, I don't think that after Paul died that the other three were really part of the band unless it was required that they be there for looks. I just think they kind of gave up and quit.
Let's move to, I'm going to skip question 10 because we kind of covered that as far as the involvement of Jim McCartney, and I mentioned that John was spoken for by his uncle, so I don't want to repeat that. So if we go to page 273, and you and I talked about this in one of our earliest shows, but the footnote on 273 drops a clue that Billy wrote I Want to Hold Your Hand when he was with the Pepper Potts to help George Martin teach the Beatles the song. And so that begs the question, how long do you think Billy was involved with the Beatles? And Sally, let's start with you this time. Was Billy a late ad in the fall of 1966, or was he around way before that time?
Oh, he's been there from the beginning. He's been there from the beginning. In one of the, I think it's in the footnotes, he mentions that him and Paul had been watched from the beginning. That pretty much seals it for me that he's been involved in this from the get-go. He's been writing for them. He, just like Ofer said, a session musician involved in their early records. I think he's been involved in this from the very beginning.
Vicki, what are your thoughts?
I think the footnote said supposedly they met on July 5th, 63 at a venue, but I think he was around much sooner, maybe 61, 62 even. That's my opinion. He was there from the start, probably before the start, because George Martin, as big of a task as this was, knew he couldn't write every song. He knew he couldn't do that. He knew he had to have help. And I mean, he and Bill are pretty close. That's somebody he could have gone to and said, you know, will you help me with songs? And who could have done it? I don't know. I don't listen to I Want to Hold Your Hand and hear Bill in that song. You know, he kind of has his own style. I don't hear it, but it doesn't mean he couldn't have done it. He could write a song that doesn't sound like him if he wanted to. I'm sure he did it all the time with Viv. So I think he's been there from the start. It was just a setup from the start.
Okay. Ofer, what are your thoughts about how early Billy got involved?
He wrote many of the early hits outside of the Beatles, and I suspect that he was one of the musicians that George Martin hired for the recordings. And he was on the sideline waiting to take his turn.
Okay, because the way I look at it is I believe Billy was there very early as well, at least starting in 1962, and I agree that it could be even earlier. I do believe it's possible that he did write songs in the early days that were used as demos that were handed over to George Martin, and then George Martin took those songs and he went off and taught the Beatles some of these songs, not all of them, so that they can take them out on the road and play them live. So I do believe Billy was there very early on, and as I mentioned, I don't believe he was the only songwriter. I believe they had a kludge of songwriters in the early days from 62 to 66 where they had like a team of songwriters that were submitting material, and not everything that somebody wrote made it onto a record. There was a selection process that George Martin went through, maybe even Theodore Adorno, to say that song, that one, no, that one, no, that one, no, that one, yes. So they went through a vetting process to decide which songs would wind up on the albums. Okay, but we all agree that Billy didn't just show up in the fall of 1966. And that would make sense because it would make the whole situation just a lot more difficult to bring it all together and to integrate it. So if they had somebody that they knew, somebody that was active and participating in what was going on, it just made it a lot easier to bring them in because they were already on board with what was going on as well as the direction that they were looking to take the band and the music. Okay, so next question. There are many people within the PID community, Paul is dead, that deny Billy played the Bonzo version of Stanshall. And my question to the team here is, did Billy play the Stanshall character in the Bonzos? And why is it so hard for so many people to see it? Because from my personal perspective, I put up a lot of different images, which for me, it clearly shows that he did play the character of Stanshall in the Bonzos. And Vicki, let's start with you this time. What's your take on Billy and Vivian and the Bonzos?
Yes, he did. I think I'm going to go about this a little differently because it keeps coming up, and I'm not a big Viv person. I don't spend a lot of time on Viv, but it's obvious to me that's the same person. I just want to say this sounds cheesy, but when you're waking up, when you're becoming awake, sometimes you hit little things that don't resonate right, and everyone just has a different speed and timing and things that they can take in, and maybe they're just not ready for the Viv thing yet. I mean, this is a lot of stuff at once, and I know this is a hang up with a lot of people, and I don't get it. I mean, it's obvious to me, but just kind of remembering back to that time that English humor was big, like in the early 70s on television. Do you remember?
Monty Python and
Benny Hill, that kind of stuff.
Right.
It's just another version of that kind of thing. It was a hobby. If you don't see that, don't feel bad about it. Just open your mind and come back and revisit it later once you let some of the other things absorb. And I think it will sink in because I know a lot of people have a hard time with that, and I don't understand why. It seems just obvious to me.
Well, one of the things that they get hung up on is they don't realize that there was another Vivian Stanshall, which was Victor. And so when you look at Victor, you don't see it, right? And also, I had mentioned in a video that it's possible that Greg Masters from Idle Race, he was in the band with Jeff Lynne going back into the 1960s, is another possible character or person that played the character of Stan Shaw periodically. And so that's 3 Stan Shaws if Greg did play that role, 2 for sure because we know Victor played the role. So I agree with your assessment, Vicki, that as you're going through this, it's hard enough sometimes for some people to get their heads around that Paul McCartney was replaced, right? And then to go say, hey, look, and he was also Vivian Stanshall in the Bonzos. And then your head explodes because right away you can't see it. You have this, kind of this reddish blonde hair and all of this stuff, and people really can't get their heads wrapped around the fact that there's latex, there's cosmetics, there was plastic surgery, and all of this stuff that created the transformation.
I don't want to say I'm a psychologist or anything, but you got to remember this is a guy who lives inside of Bio Paul McCartney, and he can't go out and tell everybody everything. So he's trying. In my mind, he was just trying to release some energy there, trying to be himself somehow deep in there because he couldn't be himself anymore.
Playing with the Bonzos, you're saying?
Playing with the Bonzos. It was a relief.
Yeah, I agree. Sally, what are your thoughts?
Again, going back to, there's a video floating around called The Funniest Moments of Paul McCartney, and see the different personalities that this man takes on during that. It's just little blips of interviews and stuff like that. He goes into 25 different voices, personalities. It's totally consistent with Vivian Stanshall. He's just one more of his different personalities. Like you said, get past the surgeries and the this and the that and just look at the person who is pretending or who is playing Vivian Stanshall and then compare it with the different personalities that this man playing Paul McCartney is doing, and it's pretty easy to see.
You know what's clear to me, Sally, is that when I read memoirs and then I watch clips of Billy, that it is very easy for me to see that the person that I'm watching on the video who's speaking and, like you said, speaking in different voices and the way he jokes around, that is the same person.
Exactly.
That is in the book.
Yes, absolutely. Every time I see an interview with him now, it's like, that's him. That's who he's describing in Memoirs.
Because that personality comes out in the book.
Yes.
And then you actually see him in that personality when you're watching his interviews and he's on talk shows.
I saw an interview, and I sent it to Tom, and he said, yep, that's a good catch. He was talking to, I don't remember who it was, but anyway, he said, one of these days I may even write an autobiographical fiction novel.
Right. There you go. I remember that one. Well, if you can find that, send it to me, and I'll put it into the show here. Oprah, what are your thoughts about Billy playing Stanshall and the Bonzos?
I go along with the explanation in Memoirs about the Bonzos and the relations between Victor and Billy. And if you watch a lot of the Wings and then the solo career videos of Billy, like Coming Up from 1980, if you watch that video, he has 11 or 10 lookalikes. One of them is joking about Bio Paul, actually.
Yeah.
So he's an actor. He's coming in and out of costumes, of surgeries, of different personas. That's who he is.
Yeah, he likes to act. He likes to put on a show. No doubt about it. So let's move to Mike McGear, because this is something that, to be honest with you, I haven't spent a lot of time on Mike McGear. I did look into him when I was looking into The Scaffold, and The Scaffold was tied into Vivian Stanshall, but I haven't paid a lot of mind to Mike McGear. I always thought that he didn't have any resemblance to biological Paul McCartney at all, but, you know, that in itself doesn't mean that he's not Bio Paul's brother, because I know a lot of brothers and sisters that if you put them in a room together and you didn't tell somebody they were related, people wouldn't know they were related because they look so different. But, Oprah, let's go back to you on Mike McGear. Do you believe he's biological Paul's brother, or is he an actor? What are your thoughts?
I think he's Biopor's brother, for all I know.
No, fair enough. That's all we know, right? Okay, I just want to cover this question because it gets asked a lot. It shows up in the comments section a lot. Vicki, what are your thoughts on Mike McGeer?
Back to the Viv thing, I just want to add one other thing. It could also be an alter, since he has the mind control. You know, they have alter egos that they act out.
Good point.
Okay, Mike McGeer. This is one of the very first things when I started looking into Paul is Dead that I tried to figure out. And I just kept coming to a dead end on it. And finally, when I reread Billy's Back this weekend, and it explained it one more time, that Mike was part of the, he was already knew Billy. He understood why they were doing this. And then there are reasons that he wouldn't want to come out because he doesn't want to get anything bad to happen to him. I finally could kind of see it then. However, I want to go all the way back to the beginning with what Sally and I were talking about. I'm not sure if they're brothers or not, but I think that the parents acquired those two boys at the same time. Maybe it was birth, but I think that the mom got them through her work. She was a midwife. I think they were directed to Jim because he was the handler. They were older. They were much older, and it was wartime. And I think, there were all kinds of babies that didn't have parents or people couldn't take care of them, whatever.
There were a lot of orphans.
And she was a midwife. And for her to just bring home two babies, they could have been brothers or not, is very possible. But, I finally did accept that Mike understands everything that was, that he was signing off and changing his name and the whole bit, and just went along with it because he's just going along with it like everybody has.
Right. Now, the next question, this is one that we get asked a lot. I know I've been asked a lot, and I'm sure you have. I know, Ofer, you have, because you wrote the book. By the way, folks, Ofer has written a Paul is Dead book, and it's the first one of its kind in Israel. And Ofer and I have talked about this in a show that we did, the last one we did. But now, people say that the conspiracy cannot work because too many people know about the Beatles who have worked with them in the studio or who were friends and so on. That's what I mean by that. And therefore, someone would have said something. So, in other words, it's impossible to contain the conspiracy. This is something that we've all heard. And how do you respond to that? And Ofer, let me start with you because you and I have talked about this. And I know you've been asked this question. So what do you say when people say, come on, this can't happen?
Well, the circle of people who knew in the 1960s, I think, was not that large. So the whole thing was not that difficult to hide. That's my opinion. There were no means of fast spreading of information like today's. So I think it was easier to hide the stuff. I think that several people who threatened to disclose were taken care of. And the musicians in the inner circles that are mentioned in the book also, the Stones and the Who and Donovan, they were part of the inner circle. So they either knew to keep quiet or they were told to keep quiet.
Or they wrote songs about Paul is Dead.
Yeah, right. And they're still obligated not to disclose the biggest switch in music history. I think pulling this today was probably close to impossible. But in the 1960s, no problem.
Yeah, because there was no internet, there was no mass media, and then they've had decades to adjust, alter, and doctor images and videos. So I've said to folks that they have been doctoring images and pictures since day one because they knew exactly what it is that they were going to do and where this was going. And so there were a lot of photos and images of Bio Paul, of lookalikes and doubles, and so on. And so the whole thing gets very, very convoluted very quickly. Sally, what are your thoughts? How do you respond to people when they say, there's no way you can keep the lid on this thing?
There's no way you can keep the lid on the moon landing? Or you name it.
actually, we could use what's going on in the world right now as an example.
I was trying to figure out how to word it.
Yeah, no, we could just say current events, what's currently happening. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so what's currently happening right now, folks, is a gigantic psychological operation, and there are many people out there that see through it and are trying to wake other people up to what's going on. And what are the other people doing? They don't see it. They don't want to hear it. They just don't connect into what's really going on and how the world really operates. And so you have to ask yourself, why would it be any different going back to another psychological operation known as the Beatles, or like Sally said, the Apollo missions, or 9/11, and so on? I mean, we have a list that could be a mile long of all the psyops that took place that people are oblivious to, and will also say to any one of those other conspiracies, come on, how can that possibly have been pulled off? Even with the JFK assassination. I've had people tell me, how could the CIA be involved, and the FBI, and J. Edgar Hoover, and LBJ, and all of these people, the military-industrial complex, and nobody said anything? Well, folks, it's 60-somewhat years later, and all the history books still tell us Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone shooter. Anyway, so, Vicki, what are your thoughts? How do you answer that question?
Can you say Brian Epstein, Mal Evans, Brian Jones, George Harrison, Tara Brown? They all knew.
Right.
But what happened to them? They didn't have long lives. None of them did.
Well, even if they did have long lives, Vicki, right? I mean, they're in the club. They're not going to say anything.
They're not going to say anything. I mean, they have told us over and over. There's all these books. The Monkees television show, you know, the movie That Thing You Do. There's some more stuff in there. It's all over the place. They've been telling us, and they're laughing at you because you're not even getting anything. Open your eyes and open your mind and say, well, could that happen? Could that really be? I mean, they switched Darren on Bewitched. I didn't even notice as a kid that they switched him out. Well, that's Darren, and then everybody's watched another show or soap opera or something. They switch people out all the time. It's not that big of a deal. It's just this one was more high profile, and they got away with it. But this was the test. This was the test for the rest of them, mostly.
Yeah. And you know, with Tavistock, when they realized that that not many people picked up on the swap of Paul McCartney, the replacement. Now, of course, there were people that noticed the difference and said something, but you know, that got overridden by the vast majority of the population that didn't see it, didn't pay any attention, were apathetic, didn't care, called it nonsense, right? So there had to come a point when Tavistock realized they got over the hurdle. They must have all went out that night and got drunk, right? Because they're thinking to themselves, this is unbelievable. We can actually swap out one of the most prominent entertainers, musicians in the world, in the biggest band in the world, and nobody cared. Nobody saw it, right? So think about that. Think about how Tavistock would look at that as a coup. It's pretty incredible. All right, so let's go to the next question. We could just answer this one real quick. Is Aleister Crowley, or Crowley, depending upon how you want to pronounce his last name, Billy's father? Vicki?
I mean, I don't have 100% proof on this, obviously. Nobody would. But I have really looked into this part, and I think he was either his father or a very close relative of some sort. I did purchase a book called Netherwood, and it's about Aleister Crowley's last years, and it's really about the house. But there's several chapters about Aleister Crowley in there and who visits him and everything. So I am trying to find, as I go through and find a name, I stop and I go back and research that person to see if that is Bill or his mother, or see, you know, it's slow going. It's really slow going through this book, but it's a really neat book if anybody ever has a chance to read it.
If you have a link, send it to me and I'll put it in the description box below.
Well, unfortunately, this is one of those books that is kind of like expensive and you can only buy it on the internet and you can't read
one of those. Okay.
But it is really good. I mean, that's his dad, in my opinion. At this point, I've got enough that I feel pretty confident about it. But I've looked at that a lot a lot of ways. And I don't know how they're hiding that direct connection. I don't know if they just scrubbed everything or how they're doing it, but yeah, that's his son. And I just can't quite connect the dots, but I believe it to be so.
You know, one of the questions I get asked every once in a while, people will say, how could biological Paul McCartney be dead? Because if he were dead, there would be a death certificate. And I think to myself, hello, deep state. You know, it's amazing to me what people don't get and don't understand. They don't connect the dots that, you know, there's a deep state that can do whatever it is they want to do. Any record that they want to have available, they create. Any record that they don't want to have around, they can delete. So I don't know. I digress there a little bit. Now, Ofer, what are your thoughts on Crowley being Billy's father?
I'm still undecided if he's Billy's metaphorical father, a sort of a mentor or a guru, or indeed his biological father. I really don't know.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. All right, so I want to go back to a question that I actually missed. So, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on this because it can be very involved, and I just want to get your thoughts with regard to what was your initial take when you read the new version of Memoirs and it got into Egyptian mythology and in particular Osiris and Horus. So when you were reading those passages, what was going through your mind? Sally, what did you think when you started reading this? Because this was really new as far as this information being brought forth. I mean, we knew about the Egyptian ties in previous versions, but in this version of Memoirs, Tom goes into a lot of detail in the footnotes. So what were your thoughts?
Well, it was very dark, that's for sure, and he really gets into describing how the spirit can move from one plane to another of existence. That one I'm still having a hard time processing exactly how all of this took place. I mean, there's mysteries and secrets that people like you and me are never probably going to be privy to. And then he was, at whatever level he's allowed to disclose, that's what he was trying to convey there. But, I mean, the Osiris and Horus, those are just a part of the whole gods that we will get into in another show.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. But basically, folks, as I mentioned earlier, if I understood the book correctly in Tom's footnotes, that biological Paul McCartney and Billy are participating in a ritual that has to do with Osiris and Horus, and Billy would be Horus. The book is telling us that Billy is a, quote, god. Now, I'm not saying I agree that Billy is a god, because if he is, I think we're in big trouble. But that's what the book was putting forth, and I don't even think Tom agrees with that. Tom is writing the book based upon information that he's receiving in. It's incoming, right? And he has to go through the incoming material and puts it into the book. But it was very weird. Vicki, what were your thoughts when you were reading these passages?
Well, I'm not quite as advanced as Sally on the Egyptian stuff, but I do want to add, they have put clues out there that nobody got. And then I think Bill finally said with Egypt Station, I'm just going to put it all out there, you know.
Right.
But like Diana Dors on the Pepper album, that's a moon goddess, Diana the moon goddess. You know, it's also equated with the high priestess, which that's a tarot card. They put clues out there that go back to Egypt without them looking Egyptian. Okay. And I think it's been there all along. We just didn't understand what they were saying.
Right. And I agree that it's out there. It's everywhere. And like you said, Vicki, sometimes it's not even specifically noted as Egyptian, or, you know, they're not wearing an Egyptian costume or anything like that. Sometimes it's very subdued, and you have to read between the lines to get the clues or the implications of what it is they're trying to get across, the message that they're trying to communicate out. Ofer, what were your thoughts when you were reading these footnotes on Egypt and Osiris and Horus and so on?
Well, to me, it helped tie many loose points, such as the dollar bill signs, the one-eye symbolism that we see all over the entertainment world. and the overall NOW agendas. For them, it's part of their belief. I mean, it's based on the Egyptian mythology, so it really connected a lot of dots for me.
That's the thing. You're on a very good point here. It's their religion, it's their spirituality, it's their philosophy, it's their tenets. This is what they believe. This is what they are communicating out because it's based upon an ideology.
Yeah.
That's based in Egyptian lore.
Just like I said to you, Mike, a few weeks ago, is if you want to know this stuff, you better walk like an Egyptian. As the song
Right.
says, you got to do a deep dive into this, or you're not going to understand it.
And it's very complex.
Yes.
Understanding the Egyptian gods is very complex. It's not something that's easily understood. You have to do a lot of research and a lot of studying. So let's go to the next question, which is related, I think. When we read about Paulism, now I did a video recently, it was titled The Gospel of Paul McCartney, and I got into Paulism. But what does it mean to you? When you read Memoirs, and now that we're more familiar with what Paulism is, because it actually went back to the original edition of the book, which came out in September of 2009, and each subsequent release or update to the book has gotten into a little more detail. But Sally, when we talk about Paulism, what does it mean to you? What are they trying to tell us with Paulism?
They're basically saying that a new religion is coming, and it incorporates all the ancient gods. And the whole purpose of the war on Christianity, when they declared it in September 11th, 1962, is this is where we're headed with everything. And you look at major corporations and stuff, they're all named after all the old gods, even the Apollo missions. I mean, all of this stuff, this is where we're headed with this.
Well, the Committee of 300 refers to themselves as the Olympians.
The Olympians.
Okay, so Vicki, what are your thoughts on Paulism?
I call it the cult of Paul. I've struggled with this one coming along. I want to remind everyone that when studying Aleister Crowley, he came up with his own religions, and that's kind of what they've done here. So I can see correlations, basically. You know, if Aleister Crowley is supposed to be Bill's dad, and then, you know, Aleister Crowley came up with his own religions, and now Bill comes up with his own religion, which is Paulism. I think this is what the famous people, the musicians or whatnot, are probably encouraged to enjoy this flavor of whatever it is, whatever religious sect it comes from. But I don't know. I mean, the jury's still out with me on Paulism a little bit. I haven't really grasped that concept fully, I don't think.
Yeah, it could be a bit elusive. I have deducted that Paulism is integrated with Thelema, which is Crowley's religion. So I think the two are intertwined very, very closely. That's just my own personal opinion.
I wanted to give a quick example. When Betty White died and everyone was out there yelling she was a witch and this and that, I don't know about all that, but I just kind of did a quick Google search to see what Betty White was really like, you know. And that show she used to be in called Family, was it Family, you know, it was in the 80s and it was set in a rural area.
Oh, I don't remember. I remember her from the Mary Tyler Moore Show and Golden Girls.
Well, she had a bit role on the part with Vicki Lawrence and was it Carol Burnett, and they had this show about old ladies, and it was a rural show. I didn't watch it either, but I'm just saying that I went back because it said she had been a character on that. I went back to look at that. One of the characters was named Thelma, and one of the other characters had the last name Crowley. Thelema, you know. And that is no accident. And it was in the most innocent of places. So that's how far-reaching all this is. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's great. That's great that you picked up on that. Very good. Oprah, what does Paulism mean to you?
Well, a couple of quick points. John Lennon told us, I've seen religion from Jesus to Paul. It's right there. That's one thing. And the second thing, and I really hope I'm not offending anyone, well, since we are presented with the situation that Paul is a god, and then we can ask ourselves, okay, but where is his Bible? And it could be that we bought the third version of it just last September, October. And we're reading it and discussing it. It has stories related to what happened with layered meanings, just as in the real Bible. So maybe this is some kind of, an explanation that we're getting, or maybe I'm going too far with that,
No, I mean, that's very perceptive. That's very perceptive. So, yeah, maybe the books are a foundation for the aspects of this one world religion. That's what they're driving toward, folks. There's a one world government, one world religion. It goes back to the Aquarian conspiracy, the human potential movement going back into the 1960s. This is all something that has been ongoing for decades now. So that was a very, very good observation, Ofer. Now, here's the question that I know we probably have all been waiting for. I know that when we all read the footnote on page 557, it was shocking. So I'm going to ask you your input and your perspective on that footnote talking about a massive depopulation. And Sally, let's go to you first, because I know you and I have talked about this when the book first came out, and we took a look at that passage, and it was very disturbing. So when you read it, what were your thoughts?
Well, we're seeing it playing out right in front of us, the depopulation, without going too deep into this, because of
current events.
Yes, current events. Thank you. We're watching it play out, and it was shocking when I read it, and then after it took me a while to process it, and then I realized, well, he's telling the truth once again. He's not trying to say this is horrible. He's not trying to say this is good. He's just laying the facts out. This is what's happening.
Yeah, because the footnote is saying that, the way I read it, this depopulation agenda that they have is something that they are implementing. I'm not going to say they're going to implement. It's underway as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
And that this needs to get done in order to clear the decks for the New World Order, the one world government, the one world religion. In other words, they don't want 7 billion people, if people actually believe that's the number, right? There's always a debate about whether there's actually 7 billion people or it's another made-up number. But let's just say it's real. And the Georgia Guidestones say they want to manage it down to 500 million people. So basically, the footnote on page 557 was saying, hey, we got a lot of deck clearing to do so that we get down to the core population, and from there, the New World Order will move forward with a lot less people. That was my take. So, Vicki, what were your thoughts when you read the footnote on 557?
Well, I'm not surprised. I wasn't surprised because I've kind of been, studying this movement, whatever, for some time now. They don't really have a problem sometimes with just putting their playbook out there. I mean, doubles and, we've figured a lot of it out, but they don't seem to have a problem with this. I think that they told this to the Beatles in the beginning, and it was also mind-blowing. They're like, oh, yeah, we'll play your game, thinking none of this could ever be true. And I didn't think massive depopulation could ever happen either, but I look around and it's happening.
When I said it was shocking to read in the book, I didn't mean that I was shocked that there was a depopulation agenda. I've been talking about that for years. I was surprised to see it in Memoirs, is what I'm saying.
Oh, well, yeah, but it's all the same. I mean, all of these psyops are just cousins with each other. I mean, they use the same basic playbook.
Right.
They're applied differently depending what your topic is. But I kind of wondered if the Beatles didn't know this from the beginning, if they weren't told, oh, you're going to usher in this new age of Aquarius and you're going to bring us into the 70s and we're going to do psychedelic and everybody's going to lose innocence. And then eventually what's going to happen is a bunch of people will die off and then it'll just be left with this utopia and people like us. Not ever being able to comprehend that, yeah, you really can depopulate people. You can put something in their water supply or their arm or whatever else. And I just think that's part of the whole plan, and it's been that way, and it's been out there, and they've said it. I mean, it was on Jesse Ventura 10, 20 years ago, whenever he was around, he was talking about it. I don't know. I know what you're saying. You were surprised to see it, but by the time it came out, I was not surprised to see it because there was too much alignment with everything else happening around me that I wasn't that surprised.
Yeah, I just didn't think it was going to. Again, I was just surprised that it popped up in Memoirs, and the interesting thing was it was so far back in the book. By the time you got to it, you're like, holy smokes. So let me go to Oprah real quick. Oprah, what were your thoughts on the footnote on page 557? I know you wrote me an email a number of months ago, and you said, Mike, this is very disturbing stuff.
It is very disturbing, but I'm going to present a kind of a more conservative way of thinking. I still think that there's a gap between words that people are saying, and these are terrible words. I mean, no doubt about it. Now, I'm not saying that bad things don't happen. Of course they do, but what I'm saying is, and we see world leaders stating all kinds of things related to the depopulation, but I still think that there's a long way to go. I mean, and I still think that the way the world is structured, it's not that easy to carry out. That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's still a gap in my mind, at least. Now, we get another footnote on page 295. If some globalists have their way, everyone will be tracked and controlled by chips embedded in our bodies. And we know that there's a globalist who said that just recently. So we get these things, we hear these things. To give you another example, I mean, one of the agendas in the 60s was to topple Christianity. And this is stated in Memoirs also. Now, today, there are a third of the world population is Christians. So if you just look at that, they didn't succeed. And Christianity not only disappeared, but actually, according to the data that I saw, around a third of the world's population are Christians. So what I'm trying to say is there's still a long way to go, and thanks. But I was shocked also to read that, and it's very disturbing. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, and I agree, Ofer, that there is a long way to go, and I have said that there's resistance that I believe that the controllers, really didn't anticipate. I don't think that they gave the number of people who are pushing back, I don't think they gave them the credit with regard to the level of resourcefulness and being resilient to push back against the NWO or the Great Reset, however you want to label it these days, because they're the same thing. And so there is a battle going on right now. So I just want to make sure I make that clear too, because I fight that battle every single day. I'm constantly, through my activism, trying to get the word out, because we don't want, obviously, things to go down the path that the controllers are looking to take it, because it's not going to be a good ending. Regardless of all the flowery words that they put behind their messages and their videos and all that stuff, it's not going to be a good thing.
It's going to be very brutal.
I agree. So that's why everybody has to stand up. And hats off for Tom for including this in the book, because it's a vehicle that you normally wouldn't find something like that. That's my view. And the fact that he put it in the book, he slipped it in. And Billy has to agree with it, because Tom just can't put anything in the book. And then somebody calls Billy up and says, hey, did you read the footnote on page 557, Bill? So he had to know it was in there. But in any case, let's move to the next question, because I'm taking up a lot of your time. In Memoirs, it talks about the date of February 21st, 2023, which now is only about a year out. And that date was established based upon a 9-year extension that Billy said that he got to continue to play the role of Paul McCartney. Now, I did a video going back, I don't know, maybe it was about a year ago, and talking about this date, and I said, I don't really know what the date means. Does it mean that he just steps out, he's going to retire? Does it mean he's going to depart the world and he's not going to be here anymore? In other words, he's going to pass away. So have you guys given any thought to the fact that that date is only 1 year out and what you think it might mean? So, Sally, let me ask you first. What do you think that date means?
I hope that the only thing I can do is hope is that's his date that he's allowed to retire. I was watching a video of him the other day, and I thought, man, he looks like they chewed him up and spit him out. He has worked and, just been expected to do everything that is required of him, and he looks like a shell of a man at this point.
Yeah, he looks pretty run down when you see him in some of these clips.
Yep. So I hope that he gets, a few years of being able to just not be subject to anybody. I'm not sure if that's possible, but it would be nice to see him just live out some type of retirement without having to jump through hoops.
Yeah, he's 85. He'll be 85 years old. My mom is 87. I have no idea. People are going to say, Mike, it's adrenochrome. But I can't picture my mom at all. I mean, not even, I can't picture it. It's just not a reality. I mean, she could not be operating the way he is. So something's going on, right?
Right.
Ofer, what are your thoughts about February 21st, 2023? What do you think that date's about?
Well, I think that he will retire. By the way, we're not seeing a lot of activity this year from him. I mean, last year was we had memoirs, we had the lyrics, we had the Get Back project. So we had a lot of things going on in 2021, but this year I'm still not seeing, I don't know if he's going to tour. The things we know, the two dates this year, on June 18th, there's going to be a lot of festivities around his Paul's 80th birthday. And there's not going to be a lot of festivities around September 9th, which is Billy's 85th birthday. So these two dates are upcoming this year. But I'm not seeing, I don't know if he's going to tour. I tried to check the number of tours that he did, and I found out that he did, this is according to Wikipedia, so I don't know, 16 solo tours so far, but there were also several tours with Wings in the 70s. So we know that he did 18 studio albums, and he's probably not going to put out any more albums. We could be wrong. And in terms of touring, in terms of the numbers, I really don't know. But imagine that, touring at the age of 85. This is incredible.
I don't even know how he could do it, Ofer. His voice is shot. So I don't know. It could be, look, one of the things that we're seeing is that when you sign on a dotted line with the chief commander, you've got to keep pushing and pushing and pushing until the chief commander says you don't have to do it anymore. So it's possible that, he may have to go out there and tour. I don't know. It's got to be grueling for a guy his age. But in any case, I think Vicky stepped away, so we're going to go to the next question.
I'm here.
Vicky, I'm sorry. All right. I saw you on BRB. Okay. So February 21st, 2023. What are your thoughts about that date?
I just assumed when I read that, somebody seems to think Bill may be checking out that date. First of all, I want to say, I don't think Bill is, this is morbid to say, but I think Ringo has to go first. I don't think he can leave Ringo. Okay. So that would be two Beatles go in 1 year. I don't know. That would make them big again.
I had said at one time that I thought he might go to the age of 90 because 9 plus 0 equals 9. And Billy's going to be 85 this year, which means, well, it actually doesn't mean this because I don't think I can do this for another 5 years. But and the other thing I wanted to mention is Tom mentioned to Wendy that he disagrees with me on Billy's birthday of September 9th of 1937. So I don't know. I mean, I got that date based upon the fact that he does a lot of stuff on September 9th. And the song Birthday, I believe, was finished up recording on September 18th of 1968. So September 18th, 1 plus 8 is 9. So it points to 9/9. We know a lot of things were released on September 9th of 2009 that had to do with the Beatles. So I just want to put that out there that maybe his birthday is not September 9th, but we shall see. Now, last question. I have to tell you, my position has kind of changed up a little bit on this question, and I'll give you my answer after you guys answer. But what are your thoughts on when full disclosure might happen, or will it ever happen? And Sally, let's start with you.
Well, that's a question that is very difficult to answer. We're getting bits and pieces of it as each book comes out. if it's full disclosure for us, are we ever going to understand everything and know everything that took place? Man, that's a baffling question.
That's probably no. When we talk about everything, that's,
yes.
yeah, that's probably a no. No, I meant as far as, let's just say, Billy stepping forward from a mass media perspective, or even after he dies, and the news coming out, hey, you know what, biological Paul died in 1966, and the guy that you thought was him wasn't him, he's Billy Shears. So what are your thoughts about from that angle?
Yes, well, how many people will believe it even after we've been talking about it? I mean, it would be amazing to see him just throw off the shackles and just come right out. But, you know, would the media cover it, whether or not it's even possible? They would have to be backing him up moving forward. Maybe that's going to happen. Maybe that's part of the whole plan.
They'd all have to be in lockstep.
Yep.
Because if they're not, then there are going to be factions that are going to look to suppress and squash the information. Vicki, what are your thoughts on the possibility of full disclosure? And again, we'll limit it to a mass communique that goes out and explains that Billy is not Paul.
It's a difficult question because the book was some disclosure. I mean, in their mind, they can't ever say everything that happened because there have been some illegalities go on in all of this. I don't think it's ever going to fully happen, but I think that they may try to put that out there. I don't know if the media will report it and if people will accept it. I just don't know if people are ready, because just how hard I try to convince people of this. And a lot of them, especially of certain generations, just can't handle it yet.
Yeah. Well, Tom told me that one of the things that they're looking to possibly do this year, is to have memoirs published through a major publisher. And that would open the aperture, obviously. It takes the book from being kind of an underground type of read to a more mass media type of publication where more people have access to it and so on. It would, in all likelihood, be marketed and promoted, like the lyrics as an example. Anyway, so let me go to Ofer. Ofer, do you think full disclosure, again, within the context of it being explained that Billy's not Paul and Paul's not Billy, do you think that'll ever happen?
We're seeing the progress in terms of the disclosure process. I mean, we started with 9 years between the first edition in 2009 and the second edition in 2018. I'm referring to Memoirs, of course. And then only 3 years have passed from the second edition to the third edition, which came out in 2021. So I think that the disclosure process is definitely accelerating and progressing. But I have a quote from page 604. I have explained in this historical book why we, and he's referring to those in the know, could never come out in any non-fiction setting and talk about it. I can only say it in a song or in a novel, such as this. So that's the quote from page 604. So full disclosure, if it ever happens, will probably happen after he dies, I think. But we all need an ending, and we want to see how it ends, one way or the other.
Well, I'll give you my view. Obviously, he is disclosing. So for us, we already know, right? So if you're doing the research, we already know that Billy is not Paul and Paul's not Billy. But from a general public perspective, after reading the 2021 version of Memoirs and getting into the whole Osiris, Horus, the Eon of Horus, which is Crowley, which aligns with the age of Aquarius and, you know, the one world government, the one world religion, and all the stuff that the controllers are looking to march forward with, I thought to myself, you know what? I think disclosure from the perspective of coming out and saying that Billy's not Paul and Paul's not Billy, I think that that's way off into the future. Because the way I was thinking about it is if they come out and they talk about it before they have the ability to put in place their new form of spirituality, their new one world religion and all of this stuff, they run the risk of jamming up their progress because people would say, what are you talking about? So I think they're going to wait, and I say they, I'm talking about the controllers and the handlers and everybody who's behind this. I think they're going to wait until they believe they have everything boxed up. In other words, there's no turning back now. We've crossed over the threshold, and the world is where we wanted it to be. And so now we can talk about it, because for the people that are here, they'll get it. I don't know if I made sense.
Yes.
So in other words, they're going to wait until the audience is at a point where they can talk about it openly, and the population that's remaining is, at least in the minds of the controllers folks. I'm not saying, by the way, I agree with this. Let me just make that perfectly clear. I'm just playing this out based upon how they're thinking things are going to go. And if I have my way, I'm going to try to screw it up as much as I can so that they don't get their way. But that's what I think they're probably thinking. Nope, we can't throw the switch on this too soon, because if we do, it can get hosed up. So we're going to wait until we have a receptive audience to reveal it to. So what do you think of that, Sally?
I think that's probably spot on. He did, in footnotes, he mentioned that the generation after the depopulation will be literalists.
Right.
And that they will embrace that religion. Everything that's thrown at them, they will be literalists and take it to heart. But he also mentions that religion of Paulism will be complicated and have its own set of problems. So.
Right. And he said that Paulism would be the Antichrist from the standpoint that it is not Jesus.
Right.
That's the spin they have on it, right? Antichrist only because it's not Jesus, not the Antichrist because of some other reasons.
Yes.
I thought that was interesting, the way that was worded in the book, if I recall the wording properly. All right, so Ofer and Vicki, did you have anything else to add? Because we've been at it now for almost 3 hours, and it's been a long time, but it's been a great conversation. I really enjoyed it.
I wanted to thank you and Vicki and Sally. It's always good to hear other opinions, on this subject, and we'll see what happens. So thanks.
You're very welcome, Ofer. It was great to have you on the show. Vicki, any parting words?
Thank you guys for having me once again, and thank you for all your hard work. I know, I really understand how much work this is, and I don't think people who really realize that we spend our weekends and nights and all kinds of things doing this and researching, and a lot of times the rabbit hole is just empty when you get down the bottom of it.
Thank you, Vicki. And Sally, what are your last words? Your final words?
Oh, man, I don't
Not
think
to sound
there's
too
such
morbid.
thing as final words with me. But yes, thank you guys for your input. And Vicki, we have had some great conversations on the phone, bouncing ideas off each other, and I can't begin to express how much that means to me. And Mike, my thoughts. You're just one of my all-time favorite people. You've really pointed me in a lot of directions that I might have eventually gotten there, but thank you very much for what you've done.
Well, thank you for your kind words. Ofer and Sally and Vicki, that's going to wrap the show up. Really, I had a great time hosting the show, and again, it is great to get different perspectives, and you guys have done a lot of work and a lot of research in this area, so I want to thank you personally for being part of the team that, we're able to bounce things off of each other and see if we can try to make some more headway. So thanks, everyone, and I'll have the show out as soon as I can.